It's day 2 here at Blast Premier, and we started off yesterday with a bang. It was a fantastic start and some nice, interesting results, especially on the final game. My name is James Banks, and I am your host throughout all of this season. And it is a season that you guys are going to love, because we have got EU versus NA. We've got some of the best teams in the world, and I've got Maniac with me. Today is the day that we get to see who is going to be eliminated. The first teammate.
Yeah, it starts already. And the good news is we had good Counter-Strike yesterday, and we take the same teams and we begin all over again, which means good Counter-Strike.
Pimp, you up for some good Counter-Strike?
Definitely up for some good Counter-Strike. You know, I just wish Maniac would be a little nicer to me. He's been doing nothing but telling me that he hates me throughout this morning. So my feelings are already a little bit hurt, James. So if my mood is a bit down, you know, make sure to pick me up.
I'll encourage you. I'll send you all the love. I know your stream monsters will give you the love as well at the same time. But let's take a look at how things have been working out so far here at Blast. Because yesterday, NAVI came out off the back of that CIS RMR, and they showed NIP what's up. A clear 2-0, and it was in style, Maniac.
It was in style indeed, and just to touch on it quickly, Simple was stratospheric and Electronic was nowhere to be found.
Yeah, he really wasn't. And then, Pimp, on this OG versus EG madness, it really could have gone either way.
It couldn't have been any closer than it was yesterday between EG and OG. That diffuse in the very last round cemented the victory for OG. A great game it was.
Well, OG now have a tough task on their hands. They've got to go up against NAVI. That's our opening game here today. And then we're going to have EG going up against NIP. And one of those teams will be eliminated. But we should remind you guys at home the great format we have here for the full season. Right now, within this, we have 12 teams across 3 groups. 6 of those teams will advance to the final straight away. 6 will go to the showdown. Now, within the showdown, it's real tough. Only 2 teams can make it to the final to give us a total of 8. And that's what all of these teams are trying to aim for, getting to that final in the quickest way possible. And at the final, the winner, well, they'll march on forward to the global final, where the big money is on the line. And it's the dream result for every team right now to find their way into it, to find some success for sure. And it's certainly, right, not going to be easy, but certainly not going to be easy for either of these 2 teams right now, because NAVI, right, when we're looking at what they managed to do yesterday, we were all very impressed, because we all came into it thinking, well, wait a second, which NAVI's going to show up? Which one are we going to see today?
It was the good version of NAVI.
Yeah.
It was definitely a better version than the one we saw a couple of weeks ago in the CS New York qualifier. We saw right here, you know, Simple playing some of the best Counter-Strike he's been playing in quite some time. You look at the scoreboard right here as well. 61 kills over 2 maps against NIP. That is just, you know, Simple. That is what he does when he does the best. Electronic, though, didn't have a great game yesterday. The sidekick to Simple, you know, didn't really show up. But when you have a guy who averaged 30.5 frags per map, well, if you're NIP, it's a tough task. It's a very tough task.
It absolutely is. And Simple is probably one of the very few players in the entirety of Counter-Strike that can win a game alone. And that is just a harsh reality for the viewers at home. If you're an NIP fan, you realize Simple is popping off with the AWP. You know you have a hard day coming ahead of yourself. You know it's going to be complicated. And honestly, we might be a little bit too nice with NAVI. I feel like this performance from Simple, 61 kill, again to repeat it, maybe is hiding some issues that we're having.
Yeah, and that's what you got to look at, right, is, okay, you can get this far, you can see what can be done here across the board, but overall, when you've got a Simple going off like this, many teams, no matter who you are, you're going to struggle against this. It's certainly something I would not want to face off against. But it's not just us guys here on the desk, right? We got Freya with us as well, and she's been checking in with the teams, and, well, you're getting a lot of info down there for us.
I am indeed, James. It's been an absolute whale of a time checking in with the teams, getting all their thoughts before and after the games. And I just wanted to highlight NIP for a second, because I had a chat with them just before their first opening matchup against NAVI. And the team, they were feeling very, very confident, coming off a pretty great performance at the most recent EU RMR event. But I do want to know, unfortunately, we didn't see that that was the case against NAVI. I do want to note that they had a similar quiet start at that same RMR event. Unfortunately, they lost to Sprout, but they did end up actually placing 4th overall. Again, we saw the same in Cologne. They had a bit of a slow start. They ended up placing 3rd to 4th. But I did have a chat with Plopsky right after the game against NAVI, and he was saying, actually, off the bat, he wasn't quite sure exactly what happened in that game that allowed NAVI to mount that incredible comeback in the second half. But as you've been saying, James, you know, we talk about this NIP lineup being so hard working. They've got all the players on the side that will be putting in the hours. So I think the question is, coming into today, how are they going to be adapting to be facing their opponents and make sure they're not eliminated? And I also had an interesting chat with Twist as well. He mentioned, of course, Threat standing in for Nork during his medical leave. And actually, that allowed Threat to understand what the team needed as players going into the server. So I think we've got a lot of points to be looking at NIP here, making a resurgence to make sure they don't lose out against EG later today.
Thank you very much, Freya. Actually, Maniac, I find that real interesting with Threat, right? Saying that obviously getting to play, most of these coaches, they hate it. Well, he seems to have learned some stuff there.
Yeah, and there is always a disconnect between, you know, just sitting behind, watching your players, and then being in the game, you realize some stuff maybe you would miss. And also, I think we need to mention that in those realms of online Counter-Strike, he can talk a lot more. He can have a lot more impact. He's behind them. We know some of these teams don't have a coach. That's the OG case, for example. No one is helping them from behind. So now Threat, with that experience in vitro, he can actually help them even more.
Yeah, and I mean, just another thing to point out was the slow starts you talked about with NIP. I was listening into the communication yesterday, and it seemed like they lacked energy, right? They lacked that spark of energy. So maybe they need to play a game, you know, where everything is on the line, where they know if we lose, we're out, we're going to go out of this tournament. So maybe that energy will come in today. At least that's what they needed yesterday.
Well, that was our opening game of yesterday, but then we got on to the second game, and it was a special one. It was 3 maps, and it could not have got closer. Both teams giving it their all. And I want to start here on the side of Cirque, because this man, you go back about a year and a half ago, people were saying, oh, he's dropping off a bit, not coming into it, maybe not as high level as he had been. But once again, we start to see this resurgence of him, really showing the level he can bring.
He can bring a very, very high level. And I would even go as far as saying Cirque didn't play well yesterday, but that's a compliment to him, right? Because even when he's not playing well, he's still doing some sick stuff. That round right there with the train that was just unlocked. But this round right here, you know, that showcases everything Cirque is good at. Up close quarterfinals, you know, very good at these very pressured situations with the AWP. And as I said, he didn't play his best Counter-Strike yesterday, but when you're playing, you know, some average Counter-Strike and you still make impact, that's when you know you have a good player on your team.
And he had a lot of impact, right? But even that wasn't enough to help them seal the deal. We were talking, though, Maniac, about Mantu. This man is not only stepping it up, he's stepping up while he's still injured, while he's going through recovery.
Yeah, it's quite insane, honestly, his journey. Just short term, you can consider, as you said, he was recovering recently, coming back into the game, being impactful from the get-go. Also, just in general, you consider his career always quite the new days for him. He's at the top of the stats for his team at the moment, 1.22. And what really impresses me is that I feel like whenever the pressure goes up, whenever the pressure is really there, he doesn't disappear. He, you know, he lives up to the expectations. He takes his responsibility. He makes a difference. That kill right here got me screaming in Good Ring Room. I am so sorry for everyone around me because I lost my mind. But this guy, currently sitting at the top of the team.
And thing is, right, people may have noticed while they're watching this right now, it is the Zuma Boomers on day one because it was all kills galore. Now, Pimp, the real interesting point, right, is simple here. Because it's not just 36 kills, it's the way he did it.
Yeah, and he did it over 2 maps, right? Cirque had 3 maps to do it, Mantu had 3 maps to do it, and so did, you know, the other players. Simple 36 AWP kills over the course of 2 maps, you know, 2 maps that where one of them wasn't even necessarily too close, right? He was just heads down the best playing player we saw yesterday, especially with the AWP. Mantu as well, I definitely agree with what Maniac said about him. He's still relatively new to the scene. He's a guy that is coming in and we don't really know too much about him. But again, listening into the comms, he was very calm yesterday. Just delivers, you know, pretends to be a very good teammate at the very least, judging by the comms. So definitely great potential in Mantu.
And we got to touch on Nork there a little bit, right? Because although, yes, he may have not had so many kills, he was still an incredible player, but he was also going up against a Simple that was in insane form.
Yeah, I'll be harsh here. I'll be harsh because I've hyped up Nork, and I think he did not deliver to the extent I was hoping for. But it's okay. New days, you know, it's early for him, and maybe today he proves me wrong.
Well, let's see if he is going to prove us wrong. It's time for us to get ready for our next game. It's time for us to go to a quick break. But when we come back, we'll be bringing you more fantastic action because it's going to be NAVI taking on NIP just around the corner.
think when you have Simple and Electronic on the team, you should have a top 3 Counter-Strike team in the world.
At this point,
Not in the last round.
disgusting.
Perfecto, he wasn't their first choice.
I would say Perfecto is the guy who's want and who's like to play the most and practice the most. And I see the progress that he's doing.
The 5th position is where they need to hope that they've struck gold with Perfecto.
Perfecto on the site, crossfire in the pit, 2 backs turn to him, 3 down with the bombers. What a round from Perfecto.
I would say I developed as a leader outside of the team. I'm just trying to help them to practice as well. In game, I would say Boomich more leader than me, because in game I'm just focusing on my role. I want everything to be perfect, and because of this, I'm more friendly outside of the game. We already beat Astralis, current roster 3 times in a row. We won Katowice. We don't have a perfect online results, but I just want to change history for this club and for all fans.
There's a lot of weight on Simple's shoulders, and he certainly does carry it well. As one of the best players in the world, and going into this matchup, it is going to be him to prove another point. They are yet to actually drop a series ever against OG, and they want to keep that form so they can march on forward to this grand final and try and make some waves here. But OG is never an easy team to be able to take down, and it's certainly, right, you're not going to just be able to get away with what they did yesterday against NIP.
No, it's not, and I just want to put it out there. Simple said in an interview he wants to change history. I think he's already done it. I think Simple already is part of the history of Counter-Strike. Whatever happens in the next few years, he's already done so much that his name will always and forever be linked to Counter-Strike. He's done it now, and I hope he's going to do it more. But enough of that. Let's talk about Counter-Strike. You're right, it's going to be a tight game. Last time these two teams met was a month ago, and it was a 3-mapper, so it was not easy by any account.
Well, we're seeing the train ban come out, and I come in with that, right? That makes sense to me, because we saw what happened yesterday, right? We see what Simple could do on that.
I'm not happy with any of these. I'm not happy with any of this. You know, Dust 2 is open. That means Dust 2 is open for Navi if they want to jump on it, and Mirage is open for OG if they want to jump on it. So you have 2 punish potentially coming in. That's the punish that I'm talking about. The Mirage pick coming out of OG. We've seen their executes Jacob on the T side. They are quite deadly.
They're very deadly. I don't know what to say, because probably Dust 2 is going to be picked by Navi, and I do have a bit of a problem with Navi constantly picking Dust 2, because they don't strike me as a team that is strong enough to have Dust 2 as their main map pick, right? It's never really a good map pick to have as your home map, so to speak. It's always a good 3rd map, and here we go. Dust 2 is being picked. As for Mirage and as for OG, you know, sure they were looking strong yesterday, and sure they have a lot of different strat executes, right? But if Navi had prepared well enough for those, I want to see OG be able to do more than just strat heavy Counter-Strike when it comes to Mirage, and that could be the opening for Navi. So if I'm Navi right now, as this video progresses, I'm okay with it. Whereas for OG, it's a bit of a gamble, you know, compared to how well Navi actually have prepared for them.
And the thing is, when you're touching on that Dust 2 point, I want to sit on that a little bit longer, because I just spoke to Blade about this, right? And I'm saying, why do you have this faith in Dust 2, which can be such a random map? And he goes, oh, it just shines on our individuals more. But when those individuals don't step up, what do you do, Vim?
But that is a problem, right? Because that just tells me that this whole team is just catered towards Electronic and towards Simple. And that is, you know, that is the way it is. And of course, you have 2 of the best players in the entire world. You have a legend of the game called Simple, maybe the best player to ever touch the game. You have a guy like Electronic who easily can be a top 5 player in the world, and maybe is the best intro fragger out of all the time when it comes to Dust 2, but it's a team game, and you gotta win as a team as much as you can. We just had the conversation with Perfecto as well. Is he gonna be the right 5th? Not sure, but Navi, they need to approach this as a team.
Yeah, that nuke was always going to be the 3rd map. You know, Overpass, again, last time these 2 teams met, OG completely manhandled Navi on Overpass, 16-8. They were not gonna let that slide. So if you're OG, I believe that having nuke as a 3rd map is a good backup plan. We've seen what they can do. That's a very tactical map. Last time they played 16-14 for Navi. So
the initial thought you stand back with, right, is either Navi winning 2-0 or OG winning 2-1, guys, because nuke is not a good map for Navi.
We're going to have to wait and see. Let's find out, though, from Boomich and see how he was feeling going up against OG.
I read in a recent interview with you as well, you're actually a big fan of the Astralis style of comms, where everybody can have their input and kind of say which move they think is right next. Is that something you're kind of trying to implement yourself in the team? And if so, how is it working at the moment?
You know, we're just working a lot with Blade and just trying to do new meta for us. Just more team play and using star players, and like do space for them, and like using the map control and playing slow sometimes, but You know, Astralis is back now, I think, because they showed a great result, and Xipnix is back now, so we don't know what to expect. It's New Year maybe, and LAN is back, and it will be interesting.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting indeed. Just one final question. I know that Simple's sort of been talking about his importance of sort of being the emotional leader within the team. And I'm wondering, has that ever kind of caused any conflict with you in your role? Or on the other side, does it actually allow you a bit more focus just for you to be the IGL in the team?
Oh, it's okay for us, like Simple and me, like more the mood role, you know, like just have the good mood in team, and it's okay. I don't know. I'm focused on EGL stuff with Blade, and Simple and me like more like in moral in team, just a good mood.
Yeah, that is fantastic to hear. Of course, seemed to work out very well for you in that game against NIP, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys will be bringing to the server next.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It will be interesting. Yeah. Thank you.
An interesting one there for good old Boomich, because you say you want to try and replicate a bit of that Astralis way of playing, Pimp. You sold on that?
Not at all. And I think we just found one of the big problems with Navi. You have a guy called Blade, who's the coach. You know, he says, we're picking Dust 2 because it shines on our individuals. You have Electronic, you have Simple, they can do magic. Then you have Boomich, who's the in-game leader, who's controlling the team on the server when they're playing, saying that we want to copy the way Astralis is doing it. Astralis would never, ever go into a video asking Device, hey, Device, what do you feel like playing today? They play as a team. They approach the game as a team. And to me, it seems like the Blade as a coach and Boomich, well, they have two different visions of how they want to do that.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing, right, when it comes to Navi, Mainek, is Blade has always had his very structured, very thought-out focus on it all, but maybe sometimes there could be too much structure for players like Simple and Electronic.
Yeah, I think it's all about finding common ground, right? You have players that have the ability to make crazy things alone, and I think you have to give them the leeway, you have to give them the space to do so, but ideally you want that to be part of a system. You want organized chaos. That's what you want.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to the team they will be facing, it's OG, who right now, we spoke about it, and I'm not going to harp on about it. They're hindered a bit. They don't have Casper. They don't have the coach. Alexi was very honest. He says, yeah, some of those points, I probably do need someone to be calling those timeouts and getting myself in a good situation. But we also highlighted Issa for having a better time online. And yesterday, he wasn't quite good enough.
No, he wasn't, and here is my worry for OG, and if you're an OG fan. We heard Alexi be talking in an interview saying he was frustrated about losing rounds they should not lose yesterday.
Yeah.
He even needed to take some time off, go to the balcony, have a breather. You're gonna play against Navi, this is going to happen to you. This comes with the territory, this is part of the job description. You play against Navi, you will lose rounds you're not supposed to lose, and I need them to stay calm, because Simple, he will win simple rounds that make no sense.
It is a two-way street though, right? Because Navi is going to lose rounds they were supposed to win as well, so if they can, you know, find the balance within that, there may be some positives in that, but you're spot on, right? When you're playing against Simple, when you're playing against Electronic, even being up 5 against 3, you can never be sure that you're winning the round.
Well, you can never be sure on these rounds, right? And we see a lot of craziness go down with it as well. We were just talking about Issa, so let's hear from the man himself.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. Being the hype man of the team really, really does pay off. And I also wanted to talk about, obviously, you're going to go up a face against Navi here. Another equally as passionate player of Simple lies on the other side of the server. So how do you kind of prepare to face a player like him, where if he's having a really, really on-form day, he has the potential to kind of dominate the server? How do you guys look to be countering that as a team?
I think Simple is always playing good, so it's not like he's just gonna come and like you will say he's doing live game, right? He just the game itself, like around Navi, it's on Simple like most of the time. So he have to shoot if they wanna actually win, right? And I would say that on the last time we played against them in best of three, we should have won this third nuke map, but we lost 16-14, and it's because we lost 2 after plans like back-to-back, so it was a bit hard. So I don't know, all we have to do is just not repeat these same mistakes and win these after plan situations, because like yeah, also yesterday the reason why Overpass game like ended 16-14 for us is because we lost around 4 or 5 after plan situations, and it shouldn't happen if you are playing in this level. Like you need to know what you are doing and you shouldn't lose these rounds. So in my opinion, that if we just play our game, like which I hope we're gonna do, and we just win this after plan situation, we're gonna win.
Well, thank you so much for chatting to me. So best of luck in your next match.
Thank you, you too.
Well, Issa is certainly learning under the OG regime here, but is it going to be enough this time around? That's the real thing.
Listen, the only question for me is, are OG able to withstand the aggression coming out of NAVI? Because we have seen yesterday versus EG, if they're given the space and the time to organize what they want to do on the T side, they will be absolutely deadly and dreadful. Now, if NAVI is in their face, that might be a problem. And if you're NBK, if you're Alexibi, you have to have a plan for that.
I actually think it's the other way around, just to jump in quickly, right? Because I think it's going to be a problem for OG that NAVI tends to play so slow Counter-Strike, especially on the T sides. Issa is a guy that is very aggressive. He wants to go out there and he wants to fight. If he's forced to sit a minute and 15 seconds every single round, do nothing, that's not going to be a game for Issa. And he has been their best performer online leading up to this tournament. So I think it's going to be a problem that NAVI have the switch, you know, where they can go super, super aggressive, but they tend to play super, super slow Counter-Strike. And for OG, I don't see that as a positive thing.
Do we see this then, Maniac, as like a bit of who's going to be there on the day?
It's a flip around. It's a flip around. So NAVI, when they are on the CT side, they need to be disruptive. And then I agree with you. When you switch things around, NAVI on the T side, they will run down the clock. They will force the mistakes coming out of OG. And this is when you need to have that experience. If it's 18 seconds left, don't peek if you don't have to peek. But this is all mental. It's all individual.
It certainly is all mental. We've seen it from both teams, right, of how it can work out. What we've also got to see is how this is all going to go down. We know the maps, we know what's coming up, but just before that, we're going to a break. And when we come back, it's NAVI taking on OG. It's our opening match of day 2. It's the winners match between NAVI and OG. One of these two will make it to that grand final matchup, and the other will drop on down to the lower bracket. We've talked about the teams. We know what maps we're going to see as well. But there's a conversation I want to have with you two guys here around Mantu and Simple, because we've been praising what Mantu's been able to do when it comes to his AWP power in there and how he's been stepping up. But we saw the same, right? We said, no, Cole, he should be able to challenge it. But when you go up against the likes of Simple, it's not so easy.
It doesn't really get any harder than that, you know, in terms of AWP duel. Some names we could mention their Device obviously would be a candidate, Kenny as well back in the times. But right now, that man on your left-hand side, Simple, that is the final boss in Counter-Strike in terms of AWP. And you know what's really unfair about that matchup one here is that even if Mantu plays 100%, maybe Simple only needs 80%. And he's gonna be all good. And that's the issue when you play against Simple.
That's just the way it is, right? You're playing against the best player in Counter-Strike at the moment, and that's just the way it is. Now, it's two very different AWP players as well, right? Mantu, listening into the comms yesterday, he doesn't say a lot, he doesn't really interfere a lot, he just gets...
Doesn't smile a lot.
He just does whatever he's being told by Alexi B, whereas for Simple, he's the man in charge, right? He's taking lead of Navi. He's the one, you know, offering himself to the in-game leader, saying to Boomage, all right, I'm gonna go peek B, I'm gonna go peek A, you know, work around me. Whereas for Mantu, he's basically just a piece of the puzzle in Alexi B's puzzle. So it's not really a fair duel in that sense either. Simple is the man in charge, whereas Mantu, he's basically just a puppet moving around, but doing one hell of a good job.
Now, when we're talking about doing one hell of a good job, right, I'm going to say Alexi B, he puts in that work. And yeah, okay, he was really hard on himself yesterday, but I'm still so impressed by this guy. And he's still young.
Yeah, he is still young, and somehow in his interviews and the way he is as IGL, he is so mature, right? His game plan, his attitude. Yesterday, I was so impressed. We talked to him after a victory, and the first feeling is, I'm not happy. I'm not happy with what we've done. He has that thriving for always better, for improving for his team. And if there is any department in the game, any... I want to say dimension I could give towards OG, that would be the game plan, that would be the strategies. And that right here, that's Alexi B's job.
It certainly is Alexi B's job, but we've also got a job to do, guys, as well. And it's making some pretty good predictions as well. Well, some were good at the start, you know, but I think we may have convinced a few of our colleagues here over towards the Navi side.
Look at that move.
Of course,
Look at that move. That right here, that's a power move coming out of Semler to potentially establish himself as the king already today.
And why would you guys one more time copy my homework? We had the conversation yesterday. It actually starts to annoy me just a tiny bit. Would you guys be independent and make your own choices for
one? He tells that in my own jacket.
Can I there you go. It's all been unleashed. Pimp didn't bring a jacket. Manek's like, yeah, just borrow mine. I've got many. I'm so suave in all of this. No, but really, right? We checked this, Pimp. Yeah, we have to agree with you. Remember, you played on Liquid. You're so amazing.
Yeah, I know.
Forgot about that. You play on Liquid, right?
I did play on Liquid, yeah. I was actually at a
I'm just going to check my bingo.
Yeah.
It mentions Liquid.
So that was 2 times today already?
Yeah. That's 2 bingo.
There we go. He's allowed it. He's had his check-in. We've got Liquid out the way for Pimp, but what we should do is get into the game. We've got our amazing commentators standing by once again. We've got Anders and Semler down in their dungeon. You're looking good, guys. Are you ready for this one?
Oh, I feel so ready. I agree. It's a bold move, sort of picking the opposite of everyone else. But yeah, I mean, Simple's performance yesterday. It's hard not to pick Navi, although... As posting on Twitter, I just feel like every time I predict Navi to win, they disappoint me. So I'm mentally ready for it, but I want them to play like yesterday. It was great.
You know, I find it deeply amusing that they think that they can count that on a reliable Navi. I mean, yes, Simple will be there, but it's not every day that Simple drops 30-something frags in a map. You know, like he does it
every
more
other
often than most. But you see, that's the thing. It happened yesterday, so it's not going to happen today. That's the logic behind this.
Yeah, well, fair enough, fair enough. I noticed the odds slightly favoring Navi, I believe. So that's always worth keeping an eye on as well. Could obviously change throughout the series. We'll update you guys as we go along about what the community sentiment is on that. I just think this is going to be great fun. I think we were blessed with great games yesterday. Even, you know, the best of 3 game that went all 3 maps, but it was interesting Counter-Strike. It wasn't sort of dragging out and slow or anything. I really thought it was great. So I really enjoyed it, and I'm just looking forward to enjoying even more of it right here today to a Blast Premiere. It is Navi versus OG. We're going to start a Mirage with Navi starting on the CT side and OG on the T side. And I mean, listen, they were impressive yesterday, OG. I don't think your pick is just, you know, like way out there. You can make a pretty good argument, I think, that, you know, if the right things come together for this team today, they could probably win.
Certainly. Alexi B's shown that he's got the leadership. He was getting quite a bit of praise, and from Pimp, in fact, on Twitter earlier after listening to their comms. And Thorn backed that up as well after the first season of Blast, where Alexi B, again, stood out as an in-game leader. So Alexi B, he's got it figured out. It's just about whether or not OG can keep it together for the duration of a best-of-3.
Anytime you get praise from a former Liquid player, you know it's, good news.
The eternal meme.
They are setting up for the window smoke towards the... Oh, but the flash is coming in. It only catches a couple of them, and there are so many Glocks on the other side. Electronic is dead, and more flashbangs won't even make a difference here. Great shot from Perfecto. That's so important. Look at how many people are here already. NAVI, they've all shown up, and they're going to shut it down. They're just executing one at a time. I can't believe they had 4 people in the B-bomb site in like a split second. I wasn't even looking at the minimap, and they're just all here. That... I need to rewatch this round. I don't understand how they were here so quickly.
Simple. He's just like these guys, these suckers.
Yeah.
Walked right into it, not even a struggle. You see, the thing is with these replays that we don't have the mini-map, so we can't actually see what was the layout. But this is when the action happened. And the issue here is that I think it was just a hard rotate from Navi and a little bit slow on OG's side. That flash really threw a wrench in things. It was perfectly timed. It just stopped OG in their tracks, and it allowed for Navi those valuable seconds to just get those bodies in there, to rotate him over quick, no hesitation.
I guess that's probably like he saw so many people, Perfecto, that he called it in that second, right? That must have been something like that. 2 MP5s picked up, not really that common. C1 every once in a while on a random person, but they're pretty much a rarity most of the time.
Yeah, they like to go pew-pew and make money as well. Although right now it is just a little bit Flamey cleaning up with the FAMAS. Unfortunately, these MP5s are not finding kills. Instead, it's Electronic taking bullets to the face. Luckily for him, those are Glocks on the other side. This is a hard eco from OG. No bomb plant. Means that these guys are just trying to maximize their money for the next round.
Listen, as much as we all love to criticize Valve on occasion, ups and downs in the community, how angry people are on any given day.
Sure.
I sometimes lie awake at night just thinking about the fact that everyone was complaining for at least like half a decade about the MP5 not being in CSGO. Then they added it and no one used it.
And nobody used it. Yeah.
It must have been like some guy is just coding that all the way and it's like, oh, we got to get it all, and how do we do it in balance and blah, blah. And then it's like, not that interested. I was just, thought it'd be cool, but now that I have it, I'm not interested.
You gotta wonder. You gotta, actually, you don't really wonder. That's usually how the community works.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was one of the, I think I was trying to be a spokesperson of that kind of cause, and I don't use it.
Yeah.
So.
Why not, Anders? Come on, man.
I don't know. Listen, it's nostalgia, isn't it? Like I was remembering the good old days, playing on like CS Assault or something, and with the MP5. Turns out, sometimes the good old days, you leave them alone, don't go revisit them.
The main thing, though, is that when you play CSGO and you go play other FPS, you just realize how good the sound design is in CSGO.
That is true, yeah.
And
they've done much work on that front, for sure.
Yeah. And you're just so incredibly spoiled. Oh, man, Flamey, even sticking around for more.
I was going to say, what absolute madness that even part of his brain wanted to do that. The rest of his brain won and he ran away, so that's great, but that part was wrong. Oh, but this... should have been a kill, MPK. That is a wild shot. He should have been dead a couple of times there. MP5 will get the 1 kill, but against an AK-47, almost did it, but not quite. So, not even sure if that was just the MP5 or just a nice little duck in behind cover from Isa. The bomb is going to go down anyway, and OG, a couple of kills away from their first round here.
And now we have a smoke setup as well. Was able to recover that from the Perfecto. And so... 3 players alive here for OG using that smoke. Electronic trying to decide where is it that he wants to put this Molotov. That gives it away, and BK in. Cool Ice does not give away his positioning. Instead, it's Boomage. Moving in from apartments, going to find the one. NBK, he's playing that smoke perfectly. Takes down Electronic. It's all on Boomage now, and he's caught in a vice. Not going to find the kill on Montu. Instead, Montu there to save the day. OG on the board. T-side Mirage looking good.
A cool round out of NBK.
He stepped up on an individual level yesterday. That's another reason why. To me, it's like if NBK is hitting shots, if NBK is looking good, I've got a lot more confidence in OG because he's just so radically good he's been so good for so long.
Yeah, but it really feels like, I mean, it almost feels like some sort of heresy if you say this, but I was actually worried about NBK's career in general. I was just him individually. Ooh, a good shot from Simple at least, taking out Mantu. Gonna be annoying. Simple, yeah, they pick up the orb on the other side, but maybe they want to challenge him. But I don't know, like, I mean, back in the day when the original NIP lineup at the beginning of CSGO were
very games?
Yeah, when they were, I mean, the French were the only ones almost that could sort of try and fight them, and MBK was one of the people who was really, you know, powerful at doing that. So he's obviously been playing forever and ever, going way back to Source and all the rest of it, but I really had a lot of doubts about him. It just felt like the motivation maybe wasn't quite there, where there was something else missing, but the last couple of games I've seen out of him have definitely not signaled anything like that. So I'm super happy about it, because, yeah, I mean, it's great fun watching him in action.
Oh, he's a monster, dude. He is the natural-born killer. It's his name for a reason. He is a man to be feared. And, well, this is unfortunate. Flamey point blank with that deagle. Going to catch MBK in the back. Flamey with a follow-up as well. And this is looking fantastic. Navi doing quite a bit of damage here. And Simple with the 2 kills. Kills of the wrong.
I mean, so much that comes from, like, there's a decision to be made, right? So someone has to check that close corner or Molotov it or do something. And there were about 3 people there that could have done it, and no one really did. So, I mean, they had the deep Molotov going down behind the truck, but it's very dangerous just to make that assumption and say, well, probably no one is there. And I think they had seen someone fall back, so maybe they just got sort of baited into the idea, but still. Really often people will throw that, just a Molotov to check, even if it's a waste of money if no one's there.
It's like Electronic had...
just a prank.
Just, yeah, exactly. It's like when you light a firecracker and throw it at a friend, right? Same thing. Just a little bit more dangerous than HE, but...
Just a light bit. But I get the, you know, I understand the idea. If you light
you ever do that, get in a bottle rocket fight? You just start launching bottle rockets at each other? It's the dumbest thing you can do, but it's just stupid fun as well.
You know, no one should be doing this. I've done very many fireworks in the past. It's a miracle that I'm alive. I will not reveal any details on podcast because, you know, if people get inspired, it's bad news. So, you know, but just to say, strange things have certainly happened. A couple of deagles and not really that much else. I still think you should definitely remember even a couple of kills in a round like this for OG, and most certainly a bomb plant would be, you know, terrific news. We've already seen a couple of times yesterday what happens if you lose these rounds and you do no damage and you get no money for it. It absolutely makes a difference. Boomich had no head armor, so that's why he went down to the Glock that quickly. Big mistake. But if that's the only thing they lose, I think it's fine. Oh, nice shot. That's actually really well set up. 2 is great. 3 would absolutely make this round for OG. They'd be so happy if they get a 3rd kill in here. But 2 is still definitely, yeah, gonna be a little bit annoying to Navi. Won't make that 3rd kill. So 4-1 in favor of Navi, with Simple off to a pretty decent start.
Yeah, 7 kills, 2 deaths for Simple, which is essentially the last thing you want to see if you're OG. That being said, I mean, it is Simple. He is insanely consistent. He's just always showing up, always getting kills, almost always top fragging. And when he isn't, that's when Navi falls off a cliff. But you can count on him. He is Mr. Reliable for Navi. And so OG shouldn't be too shocked. They just have to find a solution here. How do you deal with Simple? He's just setting up the smoke. Over through connector, and now Alexi B. What is this? The flash, Electronic caught, going to re-pick, and he wins that fight. Unreal. Alexi B is going to be kicking himself. How do you lose that one?
Yeah, it really looked like he had just all of the right idea, the timing on the flashbang as well to go in and get that fight. It was shaping up pretty decently. But, yeah, a man down, a lot of time. I mean, you can spend some of that time if you want, just hoping for Navi to make a mistake. It seems like that's not what they're going to do. There's going to be a flashbang set up from Mantu, who's got the bomb behind the 3 of them, and then they're just going to go for it. There's only a UMP, although Flamey is here, that classic boost to look over the box, and grenades are coming out. That's going to slow them down. The Molotov means they can't really go over that side, and they're in a lot of trouble here. This round is really well controlled by Navi. So, I don't know. That flashbang really didn't do anything, and they had a lot riding on that 1 grenade. Maybe too much.
What is going on with OG? Maybe, I was about to say, time out this round or the next, and I think you need a breather here for OG, because you're just building confidence for Navi at this point. Their defense is looking fantastic. Their players are hitting shots. They're just shutting down OG's offense hard. OG are just stuck in place. Never really feels like they're getting onto a bomb site. So right now for OG, saw Alexi B doing a little bit of talking there. Montu dialed in as always.
Yeah, it's been a bit rough.
Issa just making sure the air conditioning isn't too cold.
You know, I'm sure players get superstitious about that. You know, just gotta have the right temperature, right humidity. people check that? Do people care about humidity these days?
Yeah, dude. I mean, actually, that's what it's all about. When you're down in a dungeon.
Listen, I checked at home, and the humidity in my house was like 85%, and it was still. I just realized.
What?
Oh dear, we're living in a jungle. Let's do something about this.
How is that even possible?
I have no idea.
You're in Denmark.
Yeah, I know, but listen, we fixed it. It's fine. It's back down to normal. We're not all gonna. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
house isn't gonna rot.
Must have been very moist.
At least not yet. So yeah. Isa going down, Boomich with a nice kill, though the Tech 9 from NBK to drop him next. That's a pretty good spray control. Just Electronic lining them up. It was Flamey getting the last one, but see the control on Electronic, and he was being mentioned on the desk, and I think rightly so, as the guy that's meant to be sort of, Simple's right hand. Maybe that's one way to put it, but something like that. The second in place to take over in case Simple's having, like if it's one of those rare games where Simple isn't doing so well. Electronic should be there to make up for it, and even sometimes then some. He can sometimes be the one to take over the whole game, so good to see him be confident in his aim there. Got AKs, we've got the AWP back on the OG side. So now, you want LXCB to come up with something. They've had 7 rounds to try and see if there's any weakness, any, pattern that they can sense in Navi's defense, anything they want to, try and take advantage of. So now's the time.
Playing
oh, God.
with fire.
Yeah.
That off would have hurt. But it is not going to connect, and Montu is still alive with his op. Last time he had an op, he got shut down immediately by Simple. This time around, he survives longer than 10 seconds. Fantastic. OG need that kind of performance to have a shot in this key round in the first half. 6-1 for Navi in the lead on that CT side. And now we're going to get a little bit of a trick play coming in here. The run boost.
Yeah. I like it. I appreciate it. I don't even care if there's no one there to challenge them. By the way, this is a feature of the Navi defense so far. There hasn't really been that much aggressive defense in middle. So OG, that's maybe why they're here right now. They're sort of thinking, ooh, nice shot. Perfect timing is throwing that grenade. But if you feel like we could probably take middle, you could do so many things with it. So why not? I mean, I think OG will have realized that too.
Well, I'm glad that they're drifting around because we've seen them on the extremities. They're just getting shut down.
Yeah. Pushing
through A, dead. They can't even get out of B apartments. So I guess that does leave mid. And here we go. Flash through. Oh, no way.
They don't know that he's here. Oh, dear. He's missing the spray as well.
What?
That could have cost OG everything. I can't believe they ran in pre-firing, but not really hitting him, and then they just ran out again. And they must have been blind while they were doing it, just thinking, well, whatever. Like, we certainly, gave it our best.
But then for Boomich to trace an outline of him?
Yeah.
Is this a comic?
Yeah, that was hilarious. All right, fair play. Didn't work out. Nicely done on OG. I think that's what you want. Again, once you're in connector, the sort of the input delay from being in connector to essentially wrecking the entire bomb site is just less than 3 seconds, and it's done. So I think CTs give up this part of the map, at their own peril. It's so dangerous to not at least know what's happening.
Well, that's really nice because this prompts us for the next step, which is how do Navi go about taking over mid control now? It's going to be that tit for tat. Last time, it was Simple getting that pick on Montu at the beginning of the round, just sitting there in window, managing to find that opening frag.
Yeah.
This time around, let's see how Navi elect to go for it. So we're getting that replay here, shooting right over Boomich's head.
That is great. I mean, you could also you could have Simple, let's say, at the ticket booth with the AWP down the middle. That would be cool. But then you need someone to cover, the ramp at the apartments. So, what you really end up doing a lot of the time is you end up allocating resources to the A-bomb site. And that is not always that good either. So, we'll see. Simple in middle. Presumably is eventually going to get smoked off if someone shows up. Looking dangerous. And Mantu on a mission on the other side. Patience. Absolutely key for both Mantu and Perfecto at this point in time.
Did that HE hit him? I think that HE hit his body, didn't it?
Yeah, sounded like it, didn't it?
In which case, Perfecto would have a reason not to peek there.
That's a good point, yeah. You can sometimes get a...
You can hear it. If you get that audio cue, you know that somebody's up there. And because it looked like Perfecto was getting ready to jump up, and then he doesn't. Unfortunate how that panned out for Montu. Would have been a brilliant first shot to open things up. Now we've had Flamey rotate over towards the B site, and so Navi's defense has been shored up over there on that side of the map. But it's looking like OG, after showing a little bit of a presence over towards B, it is going to be an A execute. And so far, these A executes haven't been pretty when they've been going up ramp. So now we got to see. Are they going to find more success now?
It'd be great if they did. I mean, the Navi economy is pretty good, but winning this round for OG would really put a huge dent into it. So Right now, doing a fine job of getting towards the bomb site. There's no one really rotating for Navi. They're not coming in from the B bomb site, so if they win the initial fight here, it's going to be a while before there's any kind of a backup. Electronic going back. Actually, Navi sort of signaling that they are fine with just trying to retake it. Boomich getting a kill. Simple in the meantime, and now they definitely should go for the retake. Just let him plant. It's not worth it. Wait for everyone to show up, and you'll have a good time. He actually catches Mantu dropping off the box. It's still a 2-on-3, and they have a lot of kits, and even one smoke there on Flamey, so I think Navi have a good shot at retaking this one, and they're going to be doubling back against Alexi B, and that AWP misses a chance, but he might know where they're coming from. He at least spotted the one there.
All of them, though. Oh, does he get a piece? Oh. No, but it is still Valda alive. Bomb planted for him. Needs to know that if he can just go for that tap. As the smoke goes down, Flamey, it's not a perfect smoke, though. He's going to be exposed, and so this is it. That's the shot that could win it! Is there enough time for it?
There
it's
is.
Going to be, yeah, in the nick.
Oh, I think he just underhanded that smoke and didn't even realize where the bomb was.
Yeah, agreed.
That was a 5-on-3 into a 1-on-1, I think. Really, really scary. And that's actually not that bad for OG. There's still time for them to recover this first half. And that round, taking away 4 rifles and getting the bomb plant. Look at the Navi economy just based on it. That's not bad at all.
Quite a bit of frustration getting shown there. Belda's showing some emotion. This is just brutal, though, because now, I mean, that's an opportunity to start chaining rounds together, and it just doesn't happen for OG. So we are going to get Navi 7 rounds on the board. Alexi B getting legged at the beginning. Simple just toying with his food, as he always does.
There's no one at the bomb site. They just took down Boomich, and Electronic is the only other person here. So even if Alexi B is low on health, Navi have to respect the fact that he's hanging around in there, even as they're going to be trying to sort of relocate into the A-bomb site. That could be really annoying. You can see Simple is still in this weird standoff against Alexi B, just waiting for him to do something. He knows he has to show up eventually, but in the meantime, he can't do anything to help out A. So, yeah, I mean, 16 health, and he's keeping, you know, one of the most dangerous players in Navi completely occupied in the middle. So that's probably worth it at this point in time. 4 versus 3, still a minute left. They can take their time and wait for Navi to make a mistake here. OG, I don't mind this break in their game. Wait for something to happen, and maybe they could take advantage. Yeah, smoke, and that's some confirmation to Simple suggesting that they're still out there waiting for it.
Unreal, though. The patience here from Simple. They are absolutely in position now to ruin OG, Navi. If the 3 players just sit and wait, Simple, oh, the timing. He turns away, and he hits the point blank no scope. That's what had to happen. Drops Valda, but Mantu's there to trade it. Flamey goes down. Simple needs to hit this shot, but Issa with the peek takes him out. Now it's Perfecto, finds his opportunity, takes him, and it's a 2-on-1. Perfecto solo. Has that molly dropped at his feet. He's trying to find a shot to take down Mantu. Mantu is going to be right here. Firebox on the left side, and Perfecto has no way to know it.
He's shocked that no one's peeking him. Finally, it happens, and Mantle will connect with a shot. That's, I mean, great round out of OG. I love the restraint. Like, that's where you get a sense that there's some leadership happening on this OG side, because normally people get very anxious once they pushed into a bomb site and they're being told to wait. Like, people want to keep fighting.
Yeah.
So I really respect the call they made to slow this one down and make sure that they could, you know, find another couple of kills, get their bomb planted safely. I think that was a smart idea. And look, the fact that they lost that other round where it was, you know, a 1-on-1 against Flamey at the end means Navi don't really have any kind of an economy. So they have a lot of money on Simple, and maybe they could push this into a 4-spy, but it's going to be very tricky.
Simple going ahead and asking Alexi where he was hiding. Yeah. Or Simple asks if he had backed off, and Alexi tells him he was hiding. And Simple then says Delpan. Alexi says yes.
Second Delpan.
Second Delpan.
Further back. Fair play.
There it is. So we're getting a little bit of the mind games going on here. The way that worked out for Alexi and Simple as well in that round was really all down to timing. But let's see, can Simple just annihilate OG single-handedly here? He's got the AWP. It's a hero 1.
Yeah. It's probably worth it.
I mean, so long as he saves it, put him in a position where he will be able to back out if he needs to. If he wins the round, he wins the round. If not, he holds on to it for the next round, and you get a bye.
Yeah, that's maybe preferable. They could go for a boost on top of Perfecto. You can boost on that bench wall and look all the way into the hallways over at B. That's really cool, but looks like it won't even be required because they're going down the underpass. Checking it out. Slow mid control. I really started to feel like a lot of this for OG is starting to revolve around this mid control, which is not really a big surprise, I guess, but took them a while to really figure out that's where at least some of the opportunity lies. Far forward position for Boomage, so it's also helpful, at least knowing that no one is immediately up in the apps, up in the palace, I guess.
Backs off to site though. That's unfortunate. If he'd stayed in Palace, maybe he can get the drop on him. Instead, now he's going to be holding from CT. Rest of his teammates have gathered up, and this is a gamble that still plays into that. Boost for Simple doesn't see anything. But again, Boomich is going to spot them pushing up onto A, and this is still a situation where Simple, he'll be all right with it, because he can hold on to the AWP.
Yeah, completely agree. It's not even worth really trying to run for this.
Yeah.
Boomich overwhelmed. They are moving a bit closer, and I mean, again, probably not worth it. Only 7 seconds left when the bomb went down, by the way. So I respect the fact that you want to, draw it out, but not that much. Imagine for a second if Boomich got one of those headshots and they had to scramble for it, or Simple can actually find the lineup, down all the way from Catwalk. Just 7 seconds is a bit too tight for me.
This is best case scenario now for Navi.
It's great.
Even though I wonder what Alexi B's face looked like when he gets taken out by an op there. They're thinking, okay, cool, this is a Nico round, fine, just fight, and then all of a sudden one op just killing 2 of his teammates, or 2, himself and a teammate. Not the best situation there for OG. That got a bit more expensive than they would have liked, but
it did.
They are now getting a little bit of momentum going their way here. 4 rounds on the board for OG on this T side of Mirage. Navi still sitting pretty at 7.
I mean, if you're OG, it must just feel good at the moment to have a foundation, right? Like you're not just getting swept off of this map now. At least you could do something. So, yeah, I think this is a fine enough start. And again, sometimes it does just take, it could take like the first third, maybe even like half of the first half or something to just establish like where can we actually attack? Like, what are they doing? Are they being aggressive? Like, what's in the cards for us? And I think that's fine. It's fine sacrificing a half in some sense, getting the information, if you then know how to call the rest of the half behind it. If you get all the information you need, and then now you can make a lot of good decisions. And so far, I really think that's what's happening with LXCB, especially here. Like, they seem to have figured out this mid portion out. Now they're walking into a huge setup, though, at the A-bomb side. They're able to get the first kill, though. That is massive, because there's 3 people defending it here, and they're trying to come up this narrow chokehold. Need to fall back. That could have... I mean, if they don't get that kill on Boomich, if they just kept going there, they would have all been slaughtered. That is a little bit of a miracle that OG make it back, even with a kill here.
It's a meme of a round, though. Electronic dodges all of that with... I mean, he takes no damage.
Yeah.
How? He's facing 4 players and he takes no damage. That's unreal. NBK barely squeaks out. And so it is going to be that split onto A now. Still have Alexi B lurking in mid, waiting, hoping to catch somebody looking the wrong way. It's not going to be the case for now, at least. But this is eventually just going to be the slow lurk out onto the A site. No utility there to alert their presence. Velda's going to take a bullet to the side of the face. Unfortunate for him. Electronic is going to be in position to punish. And that brings it back to a 4-on-4 going into this retake. Crucial.
They had Molotovs that they could have used for this position, which is, the most common position to defend from in the A-bomb site. So I don't know why they weren't using them. They still have 1 left, so maybe they're saving that 1 Molotov for the after plant. Maybe they're thinking Navi won't have enough money for a smoke, and they're right. So that 1 Molotov in a defuse scenario could be massive. Alexi B is the one holding it, and he is down the connector. He's perfectly set up to try and throw that onto the bomb. This is all working out very well. He has to stay alive, obviously, though. Yeah, he's thinking about it. This is the whole plan. He's going to go a little bit early, perhaps. I think maybe if they had a kit, there would still be time. They're going to find the kills. Electronic with another one. Flames are up, though. Oh, yeah, they're going to have it. He was forced into throwing it so early that... I mean, the idea is still beautiful. I actually think this is still such a cool idea for OG, but yeah, just the fact that he was pressured to throw it, that's the only thing probably that cost him this round.
It's such an... Oh, man, you're holding your breath the entire time, aren't you?
Yeah.
And let's see what I wanted to see here.
Definitely... Definitely a close round, closer than maybe it seemed. But Navi back with an 8th round, so 8-4, and I don't know. There's still time. I mean, if they get even 2 more rounds, I think they get to 6 here. I think OG are going to be all right, and that is definitely possible. Neither team has that much money. Actually, if Navi loses next round, that would be really awkward for them. So This might be one of the more important rounds for NAVI in the first half at the moment.
Indeed. It could be the difference between a stomp and a very close half, you're right. So we're about to find out if they can hold off this push, because once again, OG are just going to stomp their way out onto this A site. They've had a little bit more luck recently, but Boomich is going to take down Vela to start. Issa there to trade. Electronic peeks around the smoke and takes down NBK. Man advantage maintained for Na'Vi, and the bomb backs off. And it looks like this is based off of Alexi B lurking through
So
B
cool.
apartments.
This is so cool to watch. I mean, this, again, there's definitely something about the skill of Alexi B as an in-game leader and just a tactician in the game. You're seeing it right here now. He's on the bomb site, and he probably has a pretty good idea that no one is sort of immediately there, but he still needs the space for his team to show up. They don't have any smokes. They can't block off Simple, and that is in itself quite dangerous. Simple letting one sneak by and waiting for another chance. Might have thought there was a third guy coming in, but he's looking really far behind, and that's Issa with a couple of flashbangs, so he could throw them onto the wall. If they time that well, it would be very, very cool. Looks like there's going to be a boost in for Na'Vi, trying to set up this retake, and they're not seeing anyone. They've got to be frustrated themselves. Watching for the flank up there is Issa, and now it's a go. Mantiv going down, and Issa getting the one kill. There's a nice headshot. Bomb is only just planted. There's plenty of time left here for the defuse still. And now everyone is confused inside of the smoke. No one has any idea actually what's coming next. Issa goes down. That's a brilliant headshot. And Alexi, he's hiding right here behind them, shooting. They're trying to get back. He has to win against Simple, and he will. Continues against Boomich, and what a round. Alexi B, 3 kills, including taking the entire bomb site on his own. Absolutely amazing.
Terrific play from Alexi B, keeping his cool the entire time, and you know that's off at Na'Vi trying to find him. Simple, he spots the bomb carrier jump out of Palace, or out of B apartments. He knows that nobody's jumping out of there just like that, willy-nilly. So there has to be another guy on the bomb site. So you're playing off that info, like, where's the other guy? We killed one.
Good.
There's got to be another one around here somewhere. And Alexi using Na'Vi's own smoke against them. That was flawless.
And look at what it's done to the economy. That really is the critical round. I think OG are right back in this game with that one round. All the difference in the world.
1v3 clutch, gotta get it done. Alexi B, of all the time. That's how you lead, man. Show them how it's done. You're just like, yo, watch, hold my beer. Or I guess it'd be like a Fisk shop or something like that over in Finland. But
oh, don't remind me.
You remember those? Yeah. Asus ROG.
Yeah, that was happening, and I don't know. I remember something, club at 4 AM, dancing with Fiflaren. It was a special time.
Those were good times.
Well, enough about that.
Enough about that.
My mind was but wondering.
What little we can remember.
Simple. 30 health on the Deagle. Yeah. Nice restraint again. OG probably knew in the beginning when they ran into the USPs in the middle, this round is pretty much won, and they don't get panic, or not panic, but they don't, you know, get over eager. They don't just say, oh, let's go get the frags or anything. Really nice and measured.
Don't rush it.
Don't rush it. Oh, this is another thing we should maybe think about. I know there was that one round where they were down to 7 seconds, but apart from that, they've actually been doing a lot of their attacks on either side really early enough that they can change their minds, or they can slow it down and wait. So, I mean, there are lots of different ways of using the clock, and I don't think one is proven to be better than another or anything, but it's a cool feature of their game on the T side right now, that because they do it so early, they can make a lot of decisions that if you did the same thing later, you just wouldn't have time to really do it. Like, you can't call a break in the middle of an attack if you only have 30 seconds left, or, you know, or decide, like CB did that one round, to go check out the B bomb side on his own while his team are over at A. Like, that's not possible with, you know, 25 seconds, so.
Well, that's the critical point, isn't it? It's that you've got your in-game leader who's off lurking.
Yeah.
And so Alexi B is going to be in that perfect spot to just be calling out the rotations. If it works out that way, if he's got the time to maneuver, he can rotate them back based off of what he sees. So it's an interesting style coming in from OG, and so far it's served them well. 6 rounds on the board for OG going into the 15th round of this first half.
Really impressive.
Really good stuff. And so does this end 9-6 for Na'Vi, or are we going to get it 8-7 as it usually winds up these days, it feels like.
We do have a fair few of those. Electronic won this fight last time, and it will again, you know, versus Alexi B. Talk about leadership again, setting himself in first, not just picking the weakling. You know, sending cannon fodder in, set the troops. No. Send the general. Electronic is going to be going down to Isa. Simple there with the AWP, but he's also feeling a little bit lonesome. That FAMAS is going to go down on Perfecto on a missed shot. Valda with 2 big kills, and now it's a 2-on-2. Will be a bomb plant here for sure. Question is, can Navi retake it? They don't have any kits or any grenades or anything, so this could be really tough on them.
Well, Mantu's going to be able to sneak it by, and this is it. Now that you have that crossfire established, Mantu is going to be keeping an eye on the apartments. Oh no, he's watching short. But instead, Valda's going to find the one. There it is. The timing comes in for Boomich. Catches Valda before he can react.
I think he saw him, didn't he, like right before? So he actually knew exactly where he was. He probably would have had it called out by a team anyway. That's pretty important for Navi right there. 9-6 in their favor in the first half. We're going to go to a break, and then we will be right back with the second half. Stay tuned.
I have 2 bullets, I'm scared. I don't want to do this. Are you in a prison cell as well?
Yeah, I see you. Yes, I see you.
Oh yeah, you're there, yeah.
So we're locked in here, okay.
Yeah, how do we get it? Can we get a hint? You just started. Okay, there's a midway tablet.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, I gotta go, hold on.
Can you shoot it?
Yeah, let me try.
Oh,
yeah, that
okay.
worked. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, you got it?
Yeah, key card acquired, I guess this.
Okay, you can open it. 3, 2, 1, click.
Yeah, now we can leave. Okay.
3, 2, 1, go. Okay.
I see. So we both need to go to the other side.
Yeah, probably. Check if there's nothing that opened behind us.
I don't know.
Like there's nothing. Yeah, maybe we can try run this.
From here, I think.
Oh, from here. Nope, didn't work.
Oh, let's try again. I think.
Oh, you want to try again?
Yeah, no.
It did work. Oh. Okay, I have another Glock, but only 3 bullets in that one.
Okay.
Okay, I need to get you
How do I get over?
For some reason. I have 2 bullets, I'm scared. I don't want to do this. I don't know what I can shoot.
The only logical thing.
Yeah,
I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, what do I shoot?
Try shoot different like parts, like the hook.
Oh, okay, that worked. Okay, I shot the hook, but we got 3, 2, 1, go. The grenades, medi-shot, decoys.
Okay, I'm gonna get the attack in here.
You got some as well?
Yeah, I got some.
Okay.
Yes, this is some. Yeah, this is some maze.
Oh.
Okay, what way you wanna go?
The light. I missed this. I think there's only one way. I think this way is stuck.
Yeah.
Alright. Of course.
Should we?
Of course, they put those lights up. Something's gonna happen.
Decoy here. This.
Oh, the decoys are meant to be this.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna stand here and wait.
I'm just. Oops. Oh yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, nice. I'm here.
Okay, wait, there's. Wait, can I go to my clock again? 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are back. It's the second half. It's the second day of Blast Premiere. We've got Navi and OG. We're on Mirage for the first one. And it started out looking just like Simple was going to just wipe OG at least off the first map. But it didn't really work out that way. I'm really impressed. I really think OG, more than anything, called their way back into this game. Tactically, I thought it was all brilliant. They had a bunch of great ideas. That was, I think, a really pleasant first half to watch in a bunch of different ways.
Yeah, some scrimmy stuff as well. Just kind of walking out onto A side, not using nades to alert their presence. Simple, I like that how you and I are just, we're talking in the halftime, like, oh man, you know, Simple showing up today or not. Just casually dropping 15 frags still. It's not like he's not... Yeah, it's not like he's not hitting shots. He is, just OG found a way back into this. You know, there you go, man. Dude, he is so disgusting.
It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah, it's just one of his, you know, little, you know, probably an off day for him. You ask him, he's like, I didn't really. Oh well, there we go. This is absolutely grotesque. I can't.
What even is this?
Just forget about it.
Here I was, getting a little bit of hope for OG, and then Simple just decides to annihilate all of them. He's gonna get another one here.
He's certainly trying his very best, and there it is. Not as clean, but we'll take it anyway. 3 headshots so far with the P250 from Simple to, well, destroy whatever dreams OG had for this round. They're not there anymore. We were talking about fireworks earlier, Samna.
Yeah.
I had this plan once, because I don't know if you know this, but if you shoot a rocket into a thunderstorm,
yeah,
the lightning will strike down the smoke path. So I wanted to get like.
Is that a theory or is it a?
No. That's
legit.
That is legit. Yeah.
Okay.
So I wanted to do that, but into like I wanted to have like a box of like scrap metal and have like the lightning strike to see what would happen. But my wife told me I can't. I'm not allowed. She said you're gonna like light the fuse and then just run and you know try and get far. Yeah, that is in fact the plan. that was veto, unfortunately.
There we go. Issa avenges his teammates in the end. Saves his Kevlar. I mean, you could maybe win her over by saying that you're going to create some kind of remote control system that lights the fuse, so that you can be in a bunker or in the house, right? Yeah. Not necessarily running away. I mean, you run pretty fast, Anders, but
that is maybe there is a way. Maybe there's a way. Maybe I could bring it up.
I think you could win her over.
All right.
I think it's worth a shot.
Give it a second shot at some point.
And then you need to turn the metal when it's fused into some piece of furniture or something, right? So you can have that coffee table story. You make a coffee table out of it.
Yeah, modern.
You want to know how I made that? You know, how did I get this coffee table?
Forged by lightning. I like it.
Forged by Thor himself.
Exactly. Got a lot of Mac 10s. I guess that's okay, but it's not uncommon for people to buy in this round. So I mean, right now you haven't. So you know they've made the right call, Navi. But there was some inherent risk in doing this that maybe could have backfired in some other universe. Electronic though, cleaning it up nicely here. A lot of bullets to use and just switching straight out for the Mac 10 instead of reloading. A little bit of jumping action. Does he want to go for it again? He's kind of low on health. I would advise against it. Instead, Flamey will be there to help out. And he did get the jumping shot there on Mantu. So they lose a couple of things, but they keep the AK. And I think they're fine with that around Navi. I don't think they care. OG, though, are going to be buying straight into this round. So that was the trade-up for not buying in the last one.
Indeed they are. So, but they're going to be so light on. Look at this. Nobody even goes for FAMAS. They're just saying we're going to win all of the duels.
Yeah.
We're going to take fights and win them flat out. Nades? Who needs those? Kits?
Not even. Yeah. Kits are a form of plan B, aren't they? You know? Just don't even plan for it.
You messed up.
Yeah.
You let that bomb get planted.
Oh, this is good, though. Yeah, there was 2 people waiting, and for sure one of them would have been turned around playing anti-flash, while the other one is essentially looking, so they'd seen that coming very well. And that's something Navi never did. We talked about the mid-control. That was really aggressive. Now, they are scrambling to get back, but the bomb is miles away from this bomb site. It's now been picked up in T-spawn by Flamey, so see how long Navi can hold this until he shows up. And, I mean, it's not like Navi have that many grenades left either. It's a good shot at NBK. LexiB snuck in, but how did he get there? He must have come up with the underpass. I'm so confused. Walking in between them, and now everyone's confused. It's a 2-on-2. Still no bomb plant. The bomb is, in fact, up in the hallways, so this is a real nightmare for Navi all of a sudden.
You're just hoping that the timing works out here for Felda. That he gets in and finds a target. Oh, he's been spotted. They know he's at bench now. Shot goes through, does not find him, and then on the site, Perfecto dancing. Simple, getting caught between a rock and a hard place, still going to find that kill. It's Perfecto taking down Velda, and now it's all on LexiB to hold the line, finds the first kill on Perfecto. Simple is low, and Simple will go down. LexiB, triple kill, and once again, when his team needed the goods, he showed up.
I really completely lost track of that round. After I felt the mid-fight was amazing. I'm not 100% sure how LexiB got here, if he hid in a corner the whole time, or if he went off the underpass and intercepted between Flamey and the rest of the team. I just lost track. But,
hey, let's go!
But it worked out somehow.
Hey!
Let's go.
Woo!
Wait, did she have she had an animated green screen background. That's great.
High-class fan.
Yeah, amazing.
Knows what's up.
19th round, 11-7 the scoreline. This is such an open game still. force up into the round as well from Na'Vi. Even without the bomb plant, they felt like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Simple can get an AWP, we're buying.
Yeah.
That is the prevailing logic. Oh, that's rough.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, if you're Flamey right there, you were even kind of ready for it, pre-aiming that angle, but 2 players there just ruins your day. And so the smoke goes down to block off window. Electronic hoping somebody was going to hang around on short. Not going to be the case. Mantu's already backed off into ladder room. Do we call that whorehouse anymore, or is it just ladder room?
I think ladder room still. I don't know. There's a ladder in it. It's ladder room.
I guess.
I just prefer things that, you know, explain themselves with the name.
Fair.
Or everything should just be named like that, you know.
Once upon a time, have they removed the dildo from Inferno? They have, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
Few other choice spots, names for spots that we can't repeat on stream.
Well, I mean, listen.
Once upon a time, Counter-Strike.
I'm sure the players all have you know much worse names. So you know we can always rely on that for any kind of backup plan for us. Valda is in the corner with the FAMAS and very low health. Really only 1 HE grenade. It could find him. It's not the worst place to grenade. Oh, he's going to go to the Molotov instead. Great follow-up. Isa. That's just a FAMAS, and it works beautifully. So, Perfecto in a 1 versus 3 would be really good if they could not lose anyone else, and also if they could maybe... Oh, they're going to lose at least 1 there, but I was going to say, maybe swap about that MP9. It's not going to give any more chances for Perfecto, so slightly expensive round for OG. Na'Vi not getting the bomb plant, though, so they cannot buy in. Even if they had, they wouldn't have been able to buy in this next round. So 11-8 now. This is, again, a continuously good comeback here for OG so far.
Yeah, for a second there, it was really getting a little worrisome that Na'Vi were starting to pick up steam. But so far, I mean, look at the kill differential as well. I mean, NBK and Velda right now are struggling.
Yeah.
NBK, we're kind of singing his praises. I mean, he showed up yesterday. He was doing some work. But today, definitely a cold start here for the Frenchman.
And he's playing that B bomb side, so he's not even going to have much of a chance for redemption on the CT side.
If they don't go B, what do you do?
Yeah, if they don't go B, you're retaking A on your own. So good luck.
Best of luck with that. It's not fun. Nobody really enjoys that.
It's even worse, isn't it? Because all the time when you are defending B, you get so bored of waiting that when they finally show up, your brain is kind of like halfway off, like, you know, it's in sleep mode, and you're trying to get it like oh, they're actually coming. That's fine.
Yeah, you've been waiting that entire time and then miss the shot when the chance is there. We've all had that happen.
It is a well-known or well-documented phenomenon. Simple and Electronic left, taking some damage, not really getting any kills. They're Simple with the 1, and he was at least predicting Mantu would show up. Not that it really mattered in the end. Nice triple kill for Mantu, and not losing any rifles in the, I mean, apart from the 1 there, OG. Again, that is really going to matter. When you got a game that's this close, every time they successfully, you know, only lose a couple of rifles or none at all, that is all going to count towards the end of the game. When we get down to round number 28, 29, and 30 and all the rest of it, that's where you can suddenly really feel it. So keep that in mind. 21st round. And it's all AKs on the Na'Vi side. No AWP on Simple, which I'm sure OG are slightly thankful for. Great grenade, though. Lands smack on top of Boomich and Electronic. Na'Vi trying for some of that mid-control. There's that 1 AWP on Mantu, but I like the forward position on Valor, though. That is pretty much where they have the most map control at the moment. Otherwise, it's a pretty common setup for OG. Now we've had the middle of the map for a long time.
Yeah, they have options right now. They can't go for that split, and it's looking like that's what's going to be the play here. Smoke gets cleared. We're getting a little bit of information. Boomich just hoping that he's going to catch somebody off guard. Not going to be the case. Instead, it's Mantu holding up close with this AWP. About to get real hairy for him. Does he see the gun barrel? No, misses. Barely makes it through the window. Way too close for comfort.
Yeah, and the comfort's going to be really short because they're running in from the catwalk at the same time. He sees one and will pick up a kill on Electronic, but now he's alone. What a beautiful follow-up. Oh, he no-scopes Flamey! What a disgusting kill. That is amazing. Perfecto and Boomich now, 2 versus 3. And Na'Vi, I mean, man, they need to get more kills, and they also need a bomb plant here, but bomb is stuck out there. That is such a beastly kill, that last one from Mantu. I'm so impressed.
I love that Flamey acknowledges it immediately in the chat as well. Just NS. And then you get the TY back.
Oh, look at this. He's actually going to get the bomb plant. He has time for it. They're all on the other side. Just don't slow down now.
Oh, that jump.
Oh, that is really, really, really close.
That
but
jump.
He did get it. What a madman. Well, 1 versus 3. A surprise bomb plant. Waiting. He's going to have the shadow advantage. Whoever turns the corner. Oh, but he goes straight for it and takes down Isa. Now he's real low on health. I mean, that does very much decrease the chance that he can win this. Hoping they walk into it and NBK will take him down. And that'll be the round for OG regardless. But it was way more expensive than it needed to be. And Navi also got the $800 bonus on top of the round loss bonus. So it's all helpful. But still, 11-10.
Monster. And can Veldo actually pick up?
Yep.
There it is. Nicely done.
Laid that defuse.
Very well played. Picks up that AWP. Lots of money. Very important. Anders, I was thinking, I mean, for a second there at the beginning of this half, it was looking like Navi were just going to hit the ground running and never stop on this T side. I was thinking, oh man, this is shaping up to be a pretty quick second half. With those 2 rounds, they look decisive.
Nice one.
And then now it's just been nothing but OG.
Let's go.
4 rounds in a row for OG.
Fist bumps. We got a fist
They are
bump.
1 round away from establishing a streak from going on fire. And, I mean, they can do it. This is only a half by Tech9's Kevlar. Some nades picked up for Navi. But now OG in a position to tie it up here on the first map of this best of 3.
Yeah, they are. I mean, and I actually thought maybe they would buy. I thought they had the round loss bonus, but I guess not. So, Tech9s. If you buy Tech9s, you're surely going B. How could you resist doing that? It's just
just jump through the window.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Death from above.
It's one of those things where if the first guy jumping out dies, I think the whole rush is dead. But if he can make it down and just, you know, even if he doesn't get any kills immediately, just make it down and keep running, it's pretty much good news. And there we go. They are down on the low ground already. Boomich does drop Mantu, trying to hunt him down, but he's got back up in MBK. Brilliant double kill to save his teammate at least for a second. And they're going to win the round. That was hugely important what MBK just did.
Man, they are still so scary, though. Simple, still in here with 23 frags. And there it is. Timeout called by Navi. Was wondering if they were going to go for it on this key round now that it's been tied up, now that they've gone for that save so they can get Simple the off, they can get everybody the nades, everything that they need. Now's the question, what do Navi elect to do? They have been getting mid fairly easily on these buy rounds.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
Build off of that.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine similar to what we talked about with OG, right? That is... There's so much you can do. Well, we haven't seen so much. Maybe it's gone out of fashion, but we didn't see it yesterday either, Mirage. The window boosts. Normally when you can get middle,
yeah,
you know, it's tempting to boost someone into the window, and because once you have someone in the window, you can do just any number of things, right? Any A attack will be 10 times as effective, and you can be, you know, you can listen for rotates towards the B bomb side if you start to make some noise there. There's just a lot of things that could be done, so haven't seen it too much today or yesterday either.
Mm-hmm. Not quite.
Maybe just send Simple on a mission to kill someone.
Or, yeah, it can't just be Simple trying to get aggressive and find an opening kill. For now, at least, they are going to be setting it up. There is going to be Simple holding in case that push comes through. Timing could be perfect, though. Lexi B, he's going to trade it 1 for 1. Spots out Simple, but Perfecto's there. And Invalda and Isa chiming in, finding kills of their own. Navi tried to pinch. Tried to bring it back from Underpass, but it just was not meant to be this round. OG were ready.
Yeah, and that comes off of the conversation we were just having about Navi being allowed that mid-control. So that is just having a variable defense for OG that's keeping Navi guessing. They did this attack to top mid earlier, but they were way quicker about it. This time they actually delayed it a lot, and then they flashed their way around the corner. I really am impressed by this. I think OG are showing a deep level, and a lot of different sort of ideas going into this. Not just repeating the same things over and over again. By the way, Mirage is one of these maps that gets criticized from time to time. People say, well, it's all been played out. People have done all the same things. But surprisingly, I still see a bunch of, you know, top-level teams that don't, you know, and if you say, well, there's 100 different strategies on this map and we've tried all of them, they've all been played out. Well, why do people then always play the same 5? And OG are not doing that, so great on them. But, you know, I really feel like one of the things I enjoy about this map is what we just saw. It allows for those kind of things. You can go on a little skirmish to get that top mid, even on the CT side. So, yeah, I think people should play like OG are doing right now if they want to make Mirage a little bit more exciting. 5 seconds, there's no chance to win. He actually needs to die right now. And there we go. Isa obliges.
Yeah. Oblige him. He is gone. And this is now looking very grim indeed for Navi. 6 rounds in a row for OG on this CT side of Mirage. There's the 3rd timeout getting called by Navi.
Can I shower some more praise on OG while we're at it?
Absolutely.
They're not even... This isn't even one of those Simple has done everything on his own and the rest of the team aren't their situations. Simple has just been... He's clearly been the spearhead, but the rest of the team is... I mean, they're not just leaving Simple, you know, to his own devices here. They're killing with him. That's not the problem. Problem, I think, is just that OG right now are actually just playing a much better game, as far as I can tell. And maybe also just to add to the other side of that, maybe Navi are also looking a bit lost on the T side, right?
Well, it's worth pointing out that this is reminding, you know, that this is OG's map pick.
Yeah.
And so for as far as Navi are concerned, perhaps not as comfortable on it and trying not to get too flummoxed, even though Navi have a 75% win rate on Mirage. So OG, but it's across fewer maps. OG have 13 maps in the last 3 months versus Navi's 4 on Mirage.
Oh man, 4 maps. I'm not a statistician, but I'm gonna say that doesn't work for predicting anything.
Yeah, it's not a big pool to draw from. Dust 2 will be the following map, Navi's map pick, and they have a 70% win rate across 10 maps, so it's a little bit better on that side. Navi are probably just kind of, I mean, obviously you fight it out here on Mirage. You're looking for that 2-0 at all times. You're not getting too deflated here. Velda working well, pushing on up to find a kill along with Isa. That's Flamey out of the picture here for Navi. And OG setting themselves up for success in this round. It's 12-11, Anders. They're in the lead, and they're setting themselves up to pick up a 13th round. OG put themselves within striking distance.
By the way, I think if OG win this map, I think we're definitely seeing a 3rd map. I really, especially with Navi up. I mean, the way the Navi are fragging, let's say, I imagine Dust 2 is going to be a pretty powerful map.
Yeah.
So
I mean, Simple's not missing shots.
No, he's doing fine.
So you put Simple on Dust 2 and see what he can do. I mean, I'm sure that it's going to be a fairly frustrating experience for OG.
Yeah. I imagine that's how it's going to go down if they can pick this one up. So maybe that's all the more important that they actually do, you know, like, because otherwise it could definitely be a 2-0, I imagine. So 13-11, they picked that one up. Navi have plenty of money to buy in this round with a round loss bonus and all the rest of it. So problem is they haven't done that much damage to OG, so OG also have a decent bank. LXCP and Mantu are tied, top fragging at 21 kills, and the E's are right behind. This is looking very good.
Looking for it. Dealing with the setup, and he eats an HP for his trouble.
And again, look at the difference in this defense, right? Like, no one's in the middle. That one grade. Now they're pushing the B hallways. They're really just the variety is making it so hard for Navi to guess what's happening, and that's very frustrating.
And they hang around as well. How frustrating is this? Mantu is going to change the angle, expecting there to be a push from short. And Perfecto elects not to take that peek.
I'm sure eventually they just leave one guy and just... I mean, at this point, you could almost just have, you know, 2 in middle, 2 in A, and 1 in those B hallways and just, you know, probably feel pretty good about it. They're giving up mid and connector, though, maybe. So that's always dangerous. Oh, he's gonna walk straight through. Yes, he will. Yeah, so they're right on the bomb side. Isa, though, terrific kill, and Alexi as well with that one. But don't underestimate this though. 4 and 5. If they lose that first fight in the bomb side, the whole thing can still collapse. So super important that they managed to pick that one up, and it's looking like a 14th round here. Simple's getting hunted down as well, and that's 14-11. Navi really being collapsed here on the second half. They've only won the first 2 rounds, and then since then, it's just been, how many rounds am I counting here? Like 8 rounds in a row for OG?
Yep.
Oh dear.
It's wild. It's tough to see how it is that Navi are allowing this to slip out completely. They just aren't getting any shots. That time, OG, once again, prepared. Velda didn't even have to show up. He was just sitting in shadow the whole time going, am I going to find a target or not? His teammates were just killing everybody. OG were so far ahead in that round. There was no way for Navi. And so Navi now going to go back to the basics. Enough is enough. Let's group up together. We got the Tech 9s. Just yeet those 2 guys first onto the site. Let them charge in with those Tech 9s guns blazing. And the rest of the team have just got to be right on them behind.
They Molotov Valder, so he has to put up that smoke to try and get out, and more grenades being thrown at him. They're just throwing everything at him, and they've almost taken him down, but that's also all of their grenades gone, by the way. They just put everything into that, and they've got no kills, and with the weaponry that they have on the Navi side, at least it's a quick bomb plant, but they probably needed to get a kill here, because the retakes on the bomb side are incredibly doable on Mirage. And I'm sure that OG know that as well. A little bit of a fight here. Both Boomich and Simple going down. And now it's a 2-on-3. Electronic not really finding any place to stand, though Flamey actually getting a kill long range to help him out. That's really an amazing job there. Molotov, did that land on top of the bomb? No, not quite. So 2-on-2.
But the bomb is not planted for Palace. So they need to realize this and just shut down jungle. Oh, the push. There it is. Comes on through, and Issa's there to trade it. Issa will have time for the defuse.
Yeah, he's got it.
Oh my god!
Oh, I absolutely thought that he did. Oh, once you hear that tick over, though, I mean, it's... who knows at that point in time. That is scary. I really thought he had that one.
That's a kick in the pants.
It is.
100% you're thinking that OG have got that in the bag with that retake as well. How much time? 0.19. Huh, how did we get that? That wasn't that MBK as well yesterday on Overpass?
Yeah, I think
Did I get 0.19? So 0.19, okay, we got to keep an eye on this, guys. There may be a trend here.
Some synchronicity in the simulation, Samla. Message being sent, I'm sure.
What does it mean if we multiply the number of rounds and then divide?
Exactly.
I'm sure we can find some way to get to 0.19.
Yeah, if we mess around with the math enough, we'll make it say whatever we want.
Divided by the number of rounds.
MBK alone. Oh, well, not quite alone. Alexi's there with the Orc at long range, but it's still going to have to be Nathan to really pick this one up. And a good spray, even while Flash, to take down Perfecto. He did what he needed to. And again, could be a little bit scary playing that solo B position. You get, your mind drifts, and suddenly you're in the middle of a bit of a war. So nicely handled on him. 3-on-3 for the retake. And they, I mean, if they lose this round, they can still force a buy OG. So there's that. But obviously they don't want to let Navi back in at this late stage in the game. That would be absolutely devastating. They're all retained from the same position. Could work out, or they could all get just bunched up and shut down. Nice headshot from Simple and a great follow-up. And now the retake is done. This is like way too much of a risk. I'd rather save the AWP. Simple with a triple kill, all of them headshots to land Navi at 13 rounds.
Is this it? Do you get up to 14 rounds, OG, and then you choke it away? Alexi doing some talking right now. They need to just tighten up. Well done, Mantu. You gotta keep dialed as well. But that is OG. Yeah, you gotta just put your foot down here and end it at this point. If you let Navi come back in here and now you go, and then you go into Navi's map pick Dust 2 next, with Navi fired up.
Yeah.
Life's gonna get real interesting real fast. I mean, Simple is dropping 27 frags, just saying. I mean, he's still got a chance to do 30 bombs. He could have back-to-back 30 bombs here for Navi if we just consider the last night's last map on Train.
True.
And then we go into this one. Simple is just a monster.
Yeah, it's beautiful, but just not if you're playing against it.
Yeah, exactly.
28th round.
It's like a venomous snake or something. You know, it's beautiful to look at until
it's on TV.
Yeah.
And you've got David Attenborough, narrating it, then it's fine. But otherwise, not in favor of it.
Not so much.
Slow mid control, checking the underpass. They knew that Mantu was down there, so I don't mind the fact that they're being, careful about this. But now that they have them, I'm still not seeing the window boosts. Where are they? They're coming right now. Thanks, Navi. Is that the first one we've seen? I really think it is for like all of yesterday and today. Maybe at least the first one I've noticed, which is not saying much, but I'm just going to say it's the first time. Just making that fact up right now.
Say it, Anders. Preach.
Who's going to check? Who's going to fact check me? Ether and Valde. Ooh, forward setup. It's one good kill, and Boomich has the bomb down at 27 seconds. What a nightmare. How do you recover that? Never mind. Now the window is not going to help you at all, especially Electronic getting killed. Really nice forward setup here from OG. And again, another variation of the defense. They've just been doing it everywhere. And Flamey, we cannot win this. He might as well just run away. There's absolutely no time for it. But they've had the aggressive mid pushes. They've done the forward B hallways push. Now aggressive with a double setup down to the A ramp. I just think this is so cool.
Well, Velda tries to take the fight, but this allows Flamey to get out of there and save that AWP.
Yeah.
Boomich so disgusted with the result of that round, he has left the server.
Yeah.
Left the game straight up.
Lord Boomich.
Lord Boomich.
Departed for a minute at least.
You heard booma booma yay on the wind. and he was gone.
Has anyone
just like
done that remix? Yeah.
Just like that, he was gone. Yeah, it really makes you wonder. Navi, that has got to be so insanely frustrating.
Just a bit. I think it'll be fine. He'll be back in a second. Yeah, I mean, they had a really, really good shot here of actually taking the game over right at the end. OG's money would have been shattered if they would have won that round. But again, think of how often Navi have, you know, been able to have them in control, and they've never encountered anyone really on that A ramp. And suddenly there's 2 people there. So, you know, Navi, I mean, this is just the nature of playing the game, but you have to make a bunch of assumptions about, you know, what the setup is on the defensive side, just based on a tiny bit. But because OG keep changing it so much, anything that Navi see, you know, when they make those assumptions, it doesn't actually add up with reality. And I think that's one of the things that's really damaging them quite a bit at the moment. I think this is super cool. It's been a real pleasure to watch them so far, OG here.
They're sick. They're showing that they've got firepower. They're showing that they got a plan. And even on their map, it's scrappy, but when Simple's dropping 27 frags, I mean, it's not an easy task to shut this team down.
No, I mean, in fact, when Simple is doing that, the power of making those calls just becomes even more obvious. Like, that's when you see it, right? Because, I mean, if you're not going to do that, then the plan becomes trying to fight Simple, you know, at this game. That is generally not a good plan.
It's tough to mess around with the guy. The thing is, we can see thanks to the cameras. But, you know, MBK asked him a question, and he responded with LOL, which means laugh out loud. Except that Simple looked like that. Simple was clearly not laughing out loud when he typed that. And so I don't understand. In his mind, he's just so ice cold. It's the mind games. He's just able to throw that out there.
Just messing with,
messing with MBK, letting MBK think that, hey, you know, Simple's having a good time. It's all good. Simple is not having a good time.
He's actually an incredibly wholesome person now. You know, Simple. I think that's, you know,
Simple is he is actually one of those people that really makes you kind of feel guilty that you're not doing more, because it's like, you know, people make money. Yeah, cool, made money. It's like he made money, buys his parents a house, you know, just make sure that his family is set up forever, and then starts to have fun with his money. It's like, yeah, you're actually just like the best kind of person.
That's
kind of human being.
That's the dream, isn't it? Although I was alarmed when I heard how much he'd spent on Clash Royale whenever he was playing that.
Yeah.
It's an obscene amount. So, but I guess, you know, it's his money, whatever. But
Simple is the Skrill Lord.
But it's I mean, it's interesting to think about the sort of the path that he's been on, right? In terms of there we go.
You see that Mantu cracking a smile too. We gotta be careful, man. The world. I mean, Simple with the LOL, Mantu smiling. What's going on here, Anders?
Mood temperament. Everyone's happy. Listen, you gotta do what you can in this crazy year. You know, just find a way to find that. I think you know, if you think about how he was early on, Simple. You know, like then we had the new Simple change of. Not many people do that. I really think that should be. Not that we have to praise Simple. We already enough praise for Simple all the time. But like that change of personality thing is actually not easy. The only other person I can think of who's done that like really, really well is you know, former Team Liquid player Pimp. Who, I mean, apart from his like physical, you know, like
the physical change, yeah.
Yeah, but I think like, and that's amazing. He's done such an amazing job at that. But you know, I mean, he said it himself in multiple interviews. He had a great interview with Richard at one point, and he, you know, he said, "I was just not a pleasant person to you know, be around and play around," and he's really changed him. I know Jacob now. He's a great guy. So like, you know, that just takes a lot of work. So, you know, amazing if you can do that. I think that's like what a gift to yourself, presumably as well. Quite cool. We're right on the brink. Like, we just need Boomich back into the mix here. I just, like, you know, want him back because it's 29th round. You know, all the tension is adding up. But of course, we're playing, you know, on the internet. So what if we've got like 10 different internet connections that are from different players? It's surprising that this doesn't happen even more.
I'm just a little bit annoyed with the timing that this tends to happen at. You know,
I know.
It usually happens in the 29th round.
Classic, isn't it?
28th round, 29th round. Funnily, it's weird. You know. So last round when things go against you and you DC.
Listen, it's all
I don't know, just the way it works. The way that works sometimes, Anders. Just.
I know. And listen, if it happened early on, we wouldn't even remember. We'd just be like, whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't care about it. Do we?
Kind of move on with things, but
we're talking about MBK and Valde doing worse earlier, but I think that they've sort of made up for it. That you know, they're not completely caught up to the rest, but they don't really need to. I think they just need to put in like a ground level that's good enough that it's not going to cost them.
Is it amusing to us that the Natural Born Killer has padded walls?
He does have padded walls.
He plays Counter-Strike in a padded room.
Oh man, I mean, Maniac.
I feel like we've all needed that at some point,
yeah,
right, when playing Counter-Strike. But NBK just took that extra step and committed to getting a padded room.
Listen, Maniac has a degree in psychology. Maybe we could ask him about what that says. What does he have on the wall behind him as well? He's got like a poster of like all kinds of like, you know, like numbers and letters and what is that? I can't tell.
We need like this needs to be CSI or something. Enhance that one thing so we can see what it is. It looks like a giant crossword puzzle.
Production enhance.
You know, knowing MBK though, I wouldn't be surprised to know it, or I wouldn't be surprised if it was some kind of like weird poker combination thing or something like that.
Very well could be.
That you can just look over.
You're not gonna rule that. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
I appreciate this.
Alexi B, I like it, man.
Power nap.
Power nap or just Zen meditation.
People should get into that. I've been trying to tell people slowly, get some meditation in there, guys. It really works. I know it sounds boring, but you know,
it's pretty crucial.
Yeah, it's amazing. You don't have to really believe anything crazy either. You can just do it. You know, whatever other beliefs you have, you can just, you know. So,
I've noticed personally that erosion of my short-term memory.
Oh yeah,
and I think that has to do with social media. Which is the constant scrolling, constant scrolling of information. You're just constantly getting information, so your brain, at the end of the day, it just doesn't hold on to anything anymore because there's always the next thing that comes.
Well, I was impressed. You said you deleted Twitter off your phone.
So yeah, Twitter's been gone off my phone.
I think that's probably good. I mean, that's
yeah, I can't stand Twitter. Twitter is an abomination.
It is a stupid place.
It is just an omega stupid place.
But yeah, no, that's maybe a smart move. I can respect that.
No, it's just such a shame that social media is important, and you know, that we have to have social media today. I mean, it used to be a wholesome place, I think, or wholesome, but I don't know. It used to be a bit more fun. Now it just feels really, really, really unhealthy.
Yeah. So take maybe like, you know, 10% less social media and like, you know, learn how to meditate a little bit. Then we're good.
Damn straight. I think that would help a lot, guys.
That is you come out of 2020 with something positive in you know, in your back pocket. It's pretty good. I recommend it anyway. I don't know, but not for Boomich. I hope he's not taking time out to meditate in the middle of the game. I just want him back though. That's obviously the critical part.
Imagine he was just while it's connecting. He's not quite sure. Hold on, I'm just gonna go ahead and take a break here.
Yeah, calm down.
Listen, dude needs to figure out a solution for stopping OG from winning this map. This is the first map of this series. They're on map point right now.
Yeah,
it's their map pick. You're going into Dust too, but I mean, OG are 50-50 on that map. It's a coin toss. So they could definitely do some damage over there. And OG haven't been padding their stats playing CIS teams, even though Navi tend to lose versus CIS teams. Actually, never mind. That point doesn't really make sense. Somehow Navi they just don't win against the CIS.
Yeah. Those regional matchups, to remember, have always just been so weird, right? Because you think, like, well, they should be beating them, but then maybe some of those teams just, like, pay way more attention to Navi, know them better. I don't know what it is.
Some of those coaches just knew things somehow. They just could... They had information.
It's Pandora's box, Semler. Don't do it. Or it's worse.
I just love how base simple is. You know, you're just like, I could not believe how these noobs were beating us.
It's like that box from Hellraiser. Do you remember? Like you complete the puzzle or whatever, and
that's a reference.
Pin face or something.
Dude, those movies are sick, and it's Halloween, so go watch them.
Yeah,
freaking amazing stuff. Really messed up.
If for nothing else, just to be able to make future references is probably worth it. You know, like it's.
You know, that's the thing, dude. I just think that Simple does a better job. You know, he's wholesome, he's awesome, but he's still not afraid to just, you know, slap somebody and just let them know.
No, he's
just drop these fire lines.
I agree.
So I love that guy. He's great.
No, I think in general, actually, Counter-Strike players have sort of, you know, started to come a little bit more into their own. I think it's something that we've needed over time.
That's just the game. It appeals to a different, you know, it's not weebs.
There we go. Put it out there.
Just appeals to different people.
That's fine. I'll co-sign that. It's fine. No weeps allowed, I guess.
We can put a sign up on the treehouse.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not getting any update about where Boomich has gone. So I guess his internet has died. So maybe he can't give any updates. That would be that's like a form of like isolation.
Well, do we just have Blade jump in here and then finish this map? I mean, at this point, is there a time limit?
I hope not. I really.
MBK was saying that there was a time limit, and I can't remember.
The time
can't remember it. There is a time limit to how long we can remain paused like this, waiting for a player to reconnect. And so either they get forced into a 4v5 or we get a sub in here. But at some point, we can't just wait all night. At some point, we got to finish this map, and then they can hopefully sort it out.
I can wait all night, Summer. No, but it's fair. I mean, obviously, that's
whole production on the line here, Anders.
It's true. It's true.
Costs money.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, don't want to be extending this to a 5-hour-long match. So I guess that's fair. Yeah, we'll see if they could get Blade or someone else in here, or if it's gonna be Boomich finding his way back in time.
No, I just had this. Yeah, never mind.
All right.
You want to explain to Nyholm? Yeah, you're wasting his money, but then he's not there anymore. So
that's a good point.
That's how you wind up. What Copenhagen's on the seaboard, right? Like, yeah, it's the ocean.
Yeah, we're right there.
Yeah, okay. So I was about to say you're gonna find yourself at the bottom of a river.
You know what?
You would actually just find yourself at the bottom of a port or something.
Something like that. Yeah. Listen, it's so close to Sweden that what we used to do back in the day, is we would have cannons on our castles that were out to the sea. And we would tax anyone coming through.
Yeah. You guys were dicks.
Yeah, there's no other way to do it.
It's like the Vikings, and then after that...
It's kind of a genius scheme, though, as well, you know. It's like, you want to sail through, you're within reach of our cannons. And some of the time, like, the Swedes would show up and they would take over those castles just to try and stop that from happening, you know? Oh. It would be like a little war, like, please, no more taxation, guys.
Well, it's, I mean, we've got... We're seeing about an update here... For NAVI. Apparently it just takes a long time for Boomich to reconnect. Apparently they had the same thing happen 3 days ago.
All right. Maybe a question. Maybe they can find it out. I'm sure they'll tell us when something happens.
I like players just... Whatever, that's a different thing. No, I mean, it's just that the channel is so narrow that they just used to have mortars on both sides.
Yeah.
And so, you know, Swedes were just lobbing mortars and...
Yeah, but you know what was messed up?
Just like, if you're a ship, you're just kind of...
Eventually,
sailing serpentine, I guess.
Eventually, what the king realized, obviously, is that wait a minute, why are we taxing these people, you know, in the channel when we can just tax our own people?
Oh.
And they just said, you know what, forget about it. Look, people can sail through.
Wait, was this today?
Right now, it's been a while, but you know, still a thing. I actually went to visit one of those castles. It's not that far from where I live, like up north.
Oh.
It's really cool. It's really interesting. So yeah, if you're ever in the Denmark area, go see some castles or something.
It's what's amazing about being here in like old country, is Sweden, like Stockholm is just surrounded by old forts.
Yeah.
This used to be the spot, obviously, to the point where the ocean used to run up to certain points of the land, where now there's just these old forts, but the ocean is receded.
Oh,
and now you just got these old forts that used to cover the entrance into these maritime channels. Super sick. I mean, it's really, really cool to just walk around and soak that history in.
For me, what's so interesting is I was walking earlier today, and you know, I mean, Denmark's entirely flat, so I'm not used to, like, you know, rocks and cliffs and stuff like that. And for me, it just stands out in the like, you know, I love it. I think it's amazing. So
absolutely, man.
Huge fan of Swedish nature. Yeah, I think ultimately we're gonna get Boomich back. I feel like everyone's ready to.
Well, it sounds. I mean, simple as making it sound like this is something that they've dealt with in the past, guys. So. It seems like there is a method to the madness. We're not just kind of waiting and wondering. It seems like Navi know what they're doing, so hopefully we're going to have him back. I guess we can go ahead and just take a quick break, though, and when we come back, we'll be getting into it. So 3 minutes, and we will be back, hopefully with Boomich, and we'll finish this first map of the series.
And we have returned right into the 29th round. We've got Boomich back. Blade probably right at the edge, hoping to get to play, but not this time around. And it's 15-13 in favor of OG. We had a bit of a tech timeout, but they managed to solve it out, so we do apologize, but should be good to go. OG 1 round away from taking this map. I think they need to take this map. I don't think they're going to be winning Dust 2. I think if OG take this map, we're going to third map, but that is all yet to come. And they just need to survive this next round from Navi. Simple with an AWP, Tech-9s, a Galil, and an AK-47. So let's see if they can. It would be great for OG if they could close out this, I think, just a really remarkable game on Mirage. I'm so excited about how OG have been playing this.
Yes. Now it's that real test of the mental discipline.
Yeah.
Can you maintain your focus despite the fact that you just had to wait like 13 minutes or something for Boomich to get back into the server? And apparently for something that has happened before and that he didn't bother fixing. So a little bit annoyed with Boomich right now, but Simple's going to find that shot on Velda. The aggression paying off here for Na'Vi, and this is looking very good for them. They're trying to keep that pressure up, not let OG have a chance to recover.
Oh man, if Isa gets a double spray here, it's done. But if he goes down, I don't know. They've rotated everyone to the bomb site. And Perfecto, he was an underpass. Will he have hurt them, I wonder? That's a big question. No double spray happening at all. Isa going to be going down. The rest of them are here. And Navi, they could change this. They could go back like OG did when they were on the T side, but they're still committed to it. We'll see if that's going to be paying off. I mean, so far they're winning the fight, so maybe it doesn't even matter, but kind of risky to persist in attacking a bomb site when you've already been spotted and, you know, they know they've had enough time to rotate. Could definitely be a little bit scary. Bomb, though, will be planted, and I think OG, given the money they have, they need both these rifles alive. They need to find a way to get out. MBK, you have a smoke and a flashbang, so use them to escape. Smoke in front, and just flash your way out of there. It's not worth sticking around. Yeah, already Alexi is sneaking away. Nice round. Simple with a double kill. That's what, up to 29 now or something like that? Could still be in that 30 bomb.
Just get that 30 bomb again, Simple. I mean, this would be an insane retake if it happens.
No,
can't. But NBK right now, I think, is just trying to, he's trying to save the gun.
Yeah.
And both, you look at the state of the economy for OG, that's the painful thing looking at this, is that both of these teams really needed this round.
Only Flusher can introduce these rounds.
Okay, senor.
Exactly.
I mean, this is so painful for OG now.
It is.
Going for a force buy to try and keep Navi off of overtime. Simple saved his AWP. Navi are going to be full bot. I mean, you're trying to push a boulder up a hill now.
Yeah, and if what Sisyphus taught us anything, you want to avoid doing
that. Is just what I guess it must feel like playing against Simple.
Yeah.
You know, every round you're pushing that boulder up a hill, and then guess what? You got to push it up again the next round.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? Especially when he has that AWP. 30th round. It's gone the full distance, and it's still only the first map of the day, or it's second day of Blast Premier, obviously. Got so much more coming still that I just can't wait for. I mean, I think our second game of the day is also going to be really fun. Yeah. So don't want to be missing out on that either.
EG versus NIP. That's going to be straight fire.
Yeah, I really think that's a promising game as well. Minute and 15 seconds, plenty of time. Bomb leaning towards the B side of the map, while Flamey is over at the A side. Now, there's a bunch of different ways for Flamey to play this. He could try and, and make some noise and keep people in A, or he could wait for them to rotate and run and shoot them in the back. I mean, you pick a way to do it. Actually, they're going to go middle instead. They're calling it off. They're going to try and go middle. So now I think Flamey's definitely going to be the one to sort of jump out when they've made some contact in middle.
Yep. Alexi B making the information play, though, from short. Going to spot that presence in mid.
40 seconds, Navi, please.
And now you see the information play coming in here from OG, pushing into ramp. They're going to get that info on A, noting that nobody is there. This is going to get real interesting.
30 seconds now. I'm getting, well, then they're starting to group out towards connector, but real scary. There are no grenades left on OG. It's actually kind of tricky for them to win this round. That does nothing at all. The flashbang, and they're swinging into the bomb site. 20 seconds left on the clock. They should be able to find someone here. It's a team kill, but Boomich also picking up Alexi. Man2 with a nice return. 15 seconds. Bomb is on the ground, and there it is. 16-14. Man2 and Isa with a double kill each to close out the map. And no overtime or nothing. Huge victory here for OG and a great comeback given how it all started in the first half. We are going to go to a break, and then we'll be back with the second half. Stay tuned.
How mad are you at Boomich right now?
Ladies and gents, the time has come. Yet another rendition of the CS Money Skin Survivor. Ethan Arnold, how are you, my friend?
Excited to be here, thank you.
We've got 16 skins. You boil it down to just one, Ethan. And that last skin standing, well, we're gonna go ahead and give it away. So let me know. Are you ready?
Sounds good, let's do it. Blueprint, Orion, Dark Water, Royal Blue, Overgrowth, Cortex, Kill Confirm, Stainless.
From 16 skins down to only 8. You're gonna have to explain some of your choices. Let's get it on. Blueprint or Orion?
I think I like the Blueprint more. I think it stands out.
Dark Water or Royal Blue?
I guess the Royal Blue then again. It's literally the same exact skin pretty much.
An Overgrowth or the Cortex?
I think I'm gonna go Overgrowth on this one. It's the OG skin. I used to use it, I think, so I like that one better.
Kill Confirmed or Stainless?
I like the Stainless. It's clean. Kind of looks like the default one, but silver.
I'm a little surprised with that Stainless over the Kill Confirmed, though. I mean, all classic versus such a cool paint job. Round 3 gets even more serious. We've boiled it down to only 4 skins, and only 2 walk away from this one. USPS Blueprint or Royal Blue?
I'm gonna go with Blueprint on this. I think a little bit more work went into it.
So the Royal Blue sent packing, understandably. I think the Blueprint's got the edge. The Overgrowth or the always clean USPS Stainless?
Overgrowth, because I think it was like the first USP skin I used back in the day.
Okay, Ethan, there's only one decision left to make. As we stand with 2 skins left over, it's either the chic, clear Blueprint or one of the oldest added USPs from the Bravo case of all places, the Overgrowth. The decision is yours. Who wins?
Blueprint's my favorite color, and it's all blue, so there's that. But Overgrowth is like I've been saying, it's like the OG skin from back in the day. So that's always been my favorite USP skin. So I think I'm gonna go with that one.
The camouflaged Overgrowth seems like it has overtaken all its competition, and it's gonna take the cake here with Ethan for the CS Money Skin Survivor. The final thing we need, Ethan, is of course to find the new owner of your selected USPS Overgrowth. So I'm gonna have to ask you, between 1 and 4, please choose a number.
Number 1.
Gabagool X. I thank you, Ethan, for your time, and hope you have a good day, man.
Yeah, no problem, thanks for having me.
Of a technical pause, maybe an overextended one. Navi tried to mount a comeback, but it just wasn't meant to be. And, well, Perfecto, he's probably getting some strong words to him after that ending. What a blunder.
No, you cannot kill Simple in the last round. That is the fastest way to stop your career. You know, he's been doing great. Just waiting for the HLTV news. Should come in about 20 minutes.
I love the irony, you know. Simple coming into the game saying Perfecto's been working so hard. You know, he's showing progress, and what does he, what does he do? He kills Simple in the very most last round. Not really the way they wanted to end that one.
Now, one thing we were discussing, right, is Simple's amazing performance yesterday. Yes, this is Mirage. Yes, this is OG's pick, but he was doing it once again. Well, he was on course for it, but it can't just be him. Yes, it's great to see Electronic up there and shining, but you got to say, the rest of them really just look lost at times.
Yeah, they needed someone else to step up. I think Electronic has already kind of bounced back from his very, very quiet first day. He had some great moments on the A-bomb side, but the rest of the lineup is just too quiet. But you know, other than focusing on Navi, I want to give props to OG. I think that truly was a great comeback. They were down 11-8 on their CT side, and they mounted round after round after round, clutch after clutch, remaining calm, proving once more that Mirage is a very good map for them.
And it really is, right? We continue to enjoy what we get to see from the OG camp here. And this time around, it could have gone drastically, horribly wrong for them, but they managed to save themselves.
They managed to save it, and as Maniac said, they kept calm. You know, I think they had some good calls. They had some good ideas on how they wanted to approach the game, and they were successful in the majority of those rounds. Let's not forget they got off to a very poor start as well. Down 6-1, you know, they have to fight back against a team like Navi with Simple playing well. It's a tough task for a team like OG, but they showed some resilience today. They showed some character, and maybe that's some of the stuff that we've been missing for this OG lineup as of lately, right? To show that mental fortitude as well, coming in against a team like Navi, that is definitely a positive sign for me.
Now, Maniac, you've picked something out for us here. So what are we looking at this time, mate?
I mean, we talk about Alexibi a lot, and as Nigel obviously is magnificent, but I want to show you one of the moments, a clutch coming out of Alexibi, a 2 versus 4, make that a 2 versus 3 now, and just, you can appreciate the movement. You can appreciate the calm. He could take a shot now, he doesn't. They don't know where he is. Again, checks once more. When he strikes, it's already too late. Gets the second one, and that's a 1 versus 3 for Alexibi. That is absolutely insane. He maneuvered everything correctly. I also think that we have maybe the team speak for that action. Yeah, I would love to hear that. I would love to hear the reaction. Love to hear what's happening in that clutch if we can get that one rolling.
Default plant. Not diffusion, not diffusion, not diffusion, not diffusion.
One still car. Nice, bro.
Nice.
Nice, bro. Sick.
Nice, Alexi. Let's go, bro.
All around, bro. Nice.
Decisions that Alexibi is making at the same time in that action. He has to pretty much understand where everyone is, the timing that's left. Do they know where I am? No, they don't. And then he strikes at the very end. That was absolutely magnificent from Alexibi.
It really was. Now, one thing I want to look at as well, we keep hyping up how well Mantu is playing, but okay, not just him scoring well, but actually some of the impact he's been having has been huge.
Yeah, and he has good communication as well. I think Mantu has been doing a good job. You know, he went 6 for 8 in opening duels as well, having some very impactful rounds. I remember the AWP round where you and I were more or less screaming in the green room, Maniac. No scopes left, right, and center. I do want to switch back the focus towards Alexibi again, though, right? Because we can make this the Alexibi appreciation show just for some time. The way he communicates, the way he controls his teammates. I said it yesterday, it reminds me of playing with Glaive. And today I actually found an example of how that is, you know. So we can load up the clip right here of Alexibi talking to his teammate and basically guiding him through a clutch. It didn't really work out the way they wanted to, but just listen to the crisp communication.
Oh. No, okay, listen, I have a good plan. Valde and Issa go both long, and Mantu hold Van, okay?
Yeah.
They're gonna peek Van when you contact out of long. You're gonna kill the guy electric, and Mantu's gonna kill the guy backside.
Yep, let's
move to long, everyone, now. You need to go quite fast. Ready to strafe out? Mantu's gonna hold the side.
Good.
Go now, go now.
Boost, 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 boost.
Boosted.
Boost.
Short plant, short plant. Just
go
save
away,
it, bro.
go away.
Back right side.
That is fantastic from Alexibi. Right? You had a point you want to make. He's dead, Maniac. He's controlling the entire team.
It blew my mind. I realized halfway through the clutch that he was dead. That is so insane. He organized people playing like chess, mate. 4D chase with his teammate. He's dead. Well, okay, that blew my mind.
And the point I wanted to make with it, right? Normally you see the people alive because they have a better feeling for what's going to happen in the clutch, or at least it's their responsibility to make the decisions of what to do in a clutch. But Alexibi, he's so hands-on all the time. He want to micromanage every single player in this lineup. It's a very tech-setting way of doing it. It requires a lot of, effort, I would say, from Alexibi. It also requires a lot of trust from your teammates in order to believe in that. But the fact that he has the ability to do this is just absolutely amazing. Didn't work out this time around, no, but when you have a plan and you follow through with it, there's always a better chance of winning the round than if nobody was doing anything.
He's certainly rallying up the troops when it comes to moments like that. Very impressive stuff from Alexibi. But now we got to see what they can get done on Dust 2. Now, we've already touched on this a bit, guys. It's Dust 2. It's Navi's pick. It's the map they love to keep picking into. But I'm going to keep saying this until they just stop. No team should ever pick Dust 2 as its main map. Because everyone can play it. How many games have we played?
Listen, you have to calm down, Jim. It's going to be okay. I understand your frustration. I share it. Listen, for us analysts, it's always hard to stand here and explain why a team is going for Dust 2 and why they are going to win. I don't think we have these wins conditions anymore. Obviously, the one factor that they always come back to is the individual performance. If we can guarantee you now that both Simple, Electronic are going to pop off, there's going to be also maybe a third Flamey in the mix, happens once every 45 weeks right now. But if it does, sure, Navi could absolutely destroy OG. I think one thing that goes their way is that OG has been very organized, very disciplined. They know what they're doing. We've heard Alexibi organizing everything. Will they have that kind of, organization on Dust 2? I don't think so. I think it's going to be a bit more messy, a bit more brawly, and that could play into Navi.
It really needs to play into Navi, though, right? Because this is where it could be the end for them. They could be going drop down to the low and be seeing. We looked at this and we said a win condition that could be there for Navi is a 2-0 needing for them to take this, right? Because Nuke might not look good from Pimp. That's what you said.
No matter what's going to happen on Dust 2, whether they win it or lose, I think Nuke is going to be a tough map for them to win against a team like OG. But let's focus on Dust 2, right? Because I agree with you, Maniac, right? The win conditions for Navi has always been Simple and Electronic playing well. You even said it in the talk you had with Blade, right? They picked Dust 2 because they tried to cater to the individuals of their lineup. Flamey is not going to do it for them. Perfecto is not going to do it for them. Boomich sometimes have the potential to do it for them. But I think you guys were way too kind with Electronic on Mirage, right? He wasn't good at all. It wasn't Electronic at the level we expect him to be at. If you're a player that is a top 5 candidate in the entire world, and you can play, at a level where you can, go out and publicly say, I want to be better than Simple at some point, which he has said, you got to perform at a more consistent basis, and you got to pull off more than just 69 ADR. I don't think Electronic was good enough, and if he's not stepping up right now in Dust 2, OG is going to win this series 2-0, and that'll be a big surprise to all three of us, I guess.
It really would be, right? We all went for Navi with it, but I'll give 1 point on the Electronic situation. You've got to remember, this is why Navi is so good at LAN, because Electronic's in a situation, he's still quite young, right? He's also a dad, he's also at home with his kid around him. It's a very different environment, right? You've got a lot more going on, and yeah, it's something he has to deal with. It's his life choices when it comes to it, but it's not as easy to be as focused in a situation like that.
No, it cannot be. It cannot be. We would all like to think that we're all robots, whenever the game starts, you're 100% into it, you don't think about anything else, but you're right. There is an environment around you. This is also why LAN is so exciting. On LAN, everyone is laser focused. You have the public, you have the audience, the cast is in there. All the factors are coming in together to give you 100%. Now, we are playing online, and we are doing the best we can. There's also, I think, a blessing that Counter-Strike and esports can go on in these tough times. But yes, some players do drop out a little, and some players take off. Electronic, unfortunately, look to be on the downslope.
As much as I agree, right, some of those players may have just broken up with their girlfriend. Some of those players, may just wake up, having a rough day. It is Counter-Strike, and you got to perform when you're on the server. So I personally don't really care whether or not Electronic is sitting at home or not. You got to perform when you're in a tournament. And right now, Electronic is not playing the best Counter-Strike we've seen from him. That being said, though, we've seen him countless of times just all of a sudden turn it on, and he is one of the absolute best players in Dust 2 when he's really feeling it.
Well, he needs to be really feeling it for Navi to get the job done. But actually, at the start of Mirage, he looked like he was coming into that form, and then it just disappeared.
Yeah, and that's the problem for Electronic. I don't think he's been playing up to his best, right? He's been showing glimpses of his potential, and that is always good. When you have a team like Navi that relies so much on Simple and Electronic as a duo, well, he needs to step it up. It's not his fault they're losing, but it's his fault for himself, I guess, that he's not playing better than he is right now. That being said, though, there's still plenty of rounds to be played, and Dust 2 is his home map. Look out for him on the T side. Entry fracking ability, one of the best in the world in Dust 2. So if Electronic is going to bounce back, it's probably going to be in Dust 2 now.
Well, a conversation we don't have around Navi is if they're tactically sound. The dangerous duo in Electronic and Simple need to show up, and they need to grab this to take us to Nuke. We're heading to a break, and when we come back, it's game time.
All right, we're back. Map number 2 is going to be on Dust 2, and the odds have definitely switched quite a bit in favor of OG, as you could tell down there at the bottom. Makes sense. I think they put on a great performance. I really enjoyed this first map.
Listen, Anders.
It's all working out.
I'm at the king. You best not miss. When it comes to the predictions,
yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Dust 2, OG. It's a 50-50 kind of map for them. They've been playing against stiff opposition. I think that things could work out. I think that they can take this 2-0 versus NAVI. I think the odds reflect that. Thank you to our wonderful sponsor, Betway, for providing those odds. And, well, I mean, we're about to get into the thick of things here because the knife round is done.
Well, I said NAVI are going to win this map. I'm just going to stick to that. I think they had...
You want 3 maps?
I do want 3 maps, and I just think the way that the things that were worked out well for NAVI on Mirage are things that should put them in a pretty good position to win this Dust 2 map. So, but I just honestly, I've got nothing but cool things to say about how you were playing the map. So, yeah, we'll see. Dust 2 is a slightly different map. I think you have way less options than you do on Mirage as on the CT side of Dust 2 to be adventurous and go and look for things and do little cool skirmishes and all the rest of it. That's very hard to do on Dust 2. So, but we'll see. It's going to come down to this. NAVI, they're going to start on the T side, OG on the CT side. So let's get into it. Got plenty more Counter-Strike coming up in after the game. Got EG versus NIP, so you don't want to be missing that either. We'll see. Looking down the middle, they do have a P250 picked up on Simple. We saw what that did when they were on the T side of Mirage in the pistol round. It was brutal.
It was gross. And there's no reason why we shouldn't expect more of the same from Simple. Already getting into a skirmish at the middle there, mid doors. Challenge from Lexi B. He's going to be able to dance out of harm's way. A little information gained. And in the meantime, Simple ready to take point. At least holding towards Long House right now. This is shaping up to be that that A split rather, as it gets pushed on B. Great. NBK is going to work his way into Upper Dark along with Issa. And there's Matu to kick things off, taking down Boomich.
Yeah, this is one of the few things you actually can be aggressive about, just as I was saying earlier. You can't do it so much, but yeah, Upper Dark push, definitely very cool. They have the right idea. The bomb will be planted here, but can they hold the bomb side afterwards? Valda is playing very smartly. They know that Simple's out here, and they actually got a couple of people hunting for him at the moment. If they can find Simple, I'm sure they can retake the rest without too much trouble, but they need to be worried about that P250. He's going to get the 1 kill there on NBK, and that's a big problem. They don't currently have a kit picked up. I don't know if there's one on the ground, and then the headshot rings in from Simple, taking down Mantu, and now they're going to swing to try and see if anyone is defusing that bomb, and that's just not happening at the moment. Simple will find a 3rd kill. He is such a beast, and finally he's taken out. Perfecto needs to get away from this. Oh! He gets the headshot on Isa as he's running away, and NAVI win the round.
What a snap call from NAVI. Yeah, Lexi B looks not pleased with that. Issa knows that he's a second late. He's a second late the entire time there.
Yeah.
He needs to be in a position where he can support NBK as he pushes up against Simple. Simple getting that sandwich on short. Issa should be able to support that and stop that from happening. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for him, and that's a winnable situation for OG, and it just slips through their fingers.
I think MBK was in middle, and someone was flanking through T-spawn, and Valda was out on long. I actually thought Valda would join the other 2 in middle and look for Simple. I thought they would all like just triangle him.
Simple and get it over with. Yeah, man, that's such a tough one, but a great call from NAVI. They realized just get control of short. We're not going to fight over long. Just get control of short. Take it away from him, and we will be fine. And sure enough, NAVI get that pistol round on Dust 2. That's a real ball buster for OG. Tough break, but we'll see. They're going to go for the force buy in this one. They're not willing to give it up without a fight.
Double scout.
Full stack.
I'm in favor of this double scout. I think I said this. I don't think it really works that often, but I don't mind. It's about the dream. Maybe it can work. That works. CC always works. Great double kill. Scout will actually do some damage here. Flamey has to fall back. This is such a great start for OG. If they steal this round back, NAVI are not going to be happy. Alexi B finding Electronic, and could have almost caught another one there. Still Might in the middle. They've taken so much damage. They are getting shut down. What a wild round.
Scouts plus Deagles, man. Oh, and that HE's on top of it. Don't even need to hit him with the bullet.
And I think, it all started so weird out of long, right? Because I think he was underhanding a smoke, and then they jumped the corner right as he was doing that, and then the rest of the round collapsed from there. So one little bit of bad timing and some pretty good shooting out of Valda with the CC, and that is all it took. 3rd round. Nothing NAVI could do.
Yeah, redemption for OG.
Zeus on simple.
And now, oh, I was about to say a hard eco coming in from Navi, but they elect to go for the force buy in the end. Zeus plus Deagle combo, all the Deagles. Okay then. Hoping that OG were going to get greedy and start playing aggressive. Issa's holding very close with this M4. But he is in the anti-flash position. As that smoke clears, not going to make it out.
He get blocked. I don't know what happened there, but regardless, Man2 trying to make up for it. At least we'll get the one kill. And you just deny them the scout or the M4, whichever one. Definitely don't want them picking anything up here. So, trading only armor on 2 of those Navi players, so if they go down, the rest probably could be cleaned up here. And I think now, I mean, because of that engagement in the middle just now, I'm sure OG are aware and the callers come out, you know, don't mess this up. Don't go for any kind of weird fights. Just call it in if you need backup, and we'll, you know, if at worst, we'll retake the bomb site and we'll be fine.
I know you want to get frags every now and again, but sometimes, you know, holding close against pistols is not the best. Yeah. And then you get simple with the Deagle, will just still take your head off. This is getting a bit crazy. There we go. Mantu with a clean headshot. Not going to get that timing, though, unfortunately for him. Flamey's going to get the point-blank shot. Takes him down, and it's all on NBK now with the MAC-10, but he is very close to the bomb site. He is hoping the Perfecto peaks and gives him that 1v1 versus Flamey. Instead, he's going to have to push up, and now it's all about timing. Finds it, gets that M4, and now the bomb is not planted for Perfecto. 2 HP on Perfecto as well. There it is. NBK gets the job done. Incredibly expensive round for OG. That was way too close, but they stabilize, they get the round. That's what counts in the end.
I think you definitely are right that like the bomb plant there just made a huge difference, right? It forces Perfecto to sort of crouch out into that fight in some sense, whereas otherwise, you know, if it was the default plan towards the catwalk, he could have been playing it way more safely and try to sort of play around with NBK there at the end. So I don't know, still a bit of a rough round. They almost gave that up, and that is going to be hard to deal with potentially down the road. Again, it cost them a lot of money, but Navi, on the other hand, even with the bomb plant, are not able to buy. The next round they will be, but for now, they're going to have to keep it cool for just a while. And I mean, just think about this, right? Navi win the pistol round, but now they've lost the following 2 rounds. They forced up in one of them with Eagles. This next round, I mean, yeah, they could, I think, get an AWP on simple, but I mean, at any point, if you can delay that AWP on simple, or if Navi delay it themselves by how they buy, that is really, really great. Great news. Wait, simple just bought an AK. Oh, wait.
No, Perfecto bought the AK and dropped it for simple. What is going on here?
Can't believe it.
Simple's grinning, at least. Now you know why he's grinning.
Yeah, he's thinking.
He's about to get in there.
Let's do it. Apparently there is some TeamSpeak issue or voice communication issue at any rate. So, yeah, they're sorting that out. That is, after all, fairly critical to playing a game. So
I hear it's important, yeah.
Don't want to be screwing that up. We were listening to some of the on the analyst desk in between the 2 maps here. We were listening to some of the mic'd up moments from OG.
Yeah.
That one where Man2, no, sorry, was it Man2? Was it Lexi B? I think it was Lexi B getting the triple kill over at B when he sort of won it alone, hiding in the bomb site.
Mm-hmm.
And they were really calm about it. I thought they would be shouting and screaming and going crazy, but they were like, yeah.
It was only a single clock.
Yeah.
It was EG that got all like 10 clocks in their mic'd up moment there.
I know, yeah, but I mean, even if they're not swearing so much, I just thought, like, you know,
it was a 1 clocker.
Volume, you know, yeah, single clock.
Just a 1 clucker.
Get a horse in there or a dog or something. Get it all.
What's going on here? I like that. That's an interesting approach. Just start using in-game VoIP instead of TeamSpeak. Why not? You're all on the same team anyways.
Yeah. This is from the first map, obviously. The no scope at the end is really, really not bad at all. All right, we still haven't enhanced the background of MBK's poster there. I'm getting ever more curious about the
social media. Hook us up, guys. Come on.
Potential. Yeah, someone has got to do.
I'm waiting for the.
Got to do the research.
Sleuths out there to figure out where that poster comes from.
Could be important, you know.
Absolutely. I think deeply game-changing. We need it. We need to know.
Yeah, get that picture up there. I think in the meantime, I mean, The fact that they sort of almost did that, I wonder if that'll inspire Navi down the road to try that again. If they, you know, if they get close to it, right? It could be one of those things where they sort of feel like, yeah, we almost made that deagle buy work. So, you know, it's kind of worth it. I don't know if I want to say specifically that it wasn't, but again, I'm just always worried about Simple not getting the orb as early as possible. It's got to be the main point of Dust 2 on both sides. There he is.
There's the man in question. Lexiby's there as well.
Yeah, but not asleep, which has got to be considered a good sign, right?
Usually smiling.
MBK, talking to someone off the screen now.
We are truly... Well, actually, no, you were in Denmark and I was in Sweden back then, so it isn't like a true return to 2013, but, you know, the tech pauses, the delays, online CS.
Has some of the hallmarks, yes.
Yeah.
No, it's nowhere near as bad. There's no DDoSing going on or anything. Like, things have calmed down. Well, it's fine. Don't worry. We had whole days where, you know, like 2 best of 3s could have easily been 11 hours, you know.
Oh, yeah.
You'd never know.
Maps could have been 2-hour affairs. You're just, I still remember Forrest trying to play on 4G. Trying to get his phone, trying to get the connection of his phone.
You say that, but in the beginning I was streaming on 4G. I had a like.
You remember my dongle?
I had, yeah.
That sounded really weird. You remember that I had one of those dongles that you could plug in that had like just spare internet if you needed it. And so if the internet died, I would just plug that in and try and stream off of that for a second.
Yeah, whatever it took. But I actually bought like an outdoor antenna and like pointed it towards the nearest like 4G mast that I found on Google, and like, you know, it worked. You can actually do it, but it's not fun. But you can. Still fiddling around with the wiring, trying to figure out how they can get the TeamSpeak back up and running. He's really consistent with this gun. I mean, there's no reason for them not to do this, you know, as long as people will let him get away with it. 3 kills. I think it was the same on Mirage.
Yep.
It's just so effective.
Simple, so scary.
Yeah, it really is. They managed to steal an AK. I didn't even notice that, but MBK's got one, so I'll take that as a good sign. That one AK on Simple when we get back into it. And it'll be interesting to see if they could do some damage. Again, they haven't sacrificed a lot to do this, but you still want to get, you know, some kills. You want to make this hard on OG and not just a 1 kill and done.
Yeah.
Gotta be more than that. For sure.
NBK with the second monitor there. Probably reading manga or something.
Reading monitor just because it feels cool. I don't know.
Yeah, he's like reading manga or something.
You've got 2 of them.
Latest chapter of One Piece.
I got 3 at home because I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Space station.
What I wanted originally for this setup was to be able to have a TV above here as the third monitor, and then be able to cast off of that, so we can cast off the TV and just have a really big thing.
I started
the lighting
wondering,
doesn't work.
Should I be getting essentially you know, one of those curved monitors that's like the 34 inches, but like something like that? I don't know. Like, I just feel like I would not play on it really that much. So just have one that's like the play monitor and then the other. Just feels cool. I don't know if it is, but
it's that, or I mean, because it's always the best when you can cast off the TV. Cause there's like a big TV.
Yeah.
Man, it's great. You don't need to squint for info, looking at the mini map or anything. You can really just go ahead and just stand up and cast. So I was thinking that, or like maybe on this wall here, like just having a TV, a wall mount or something that can come out. But
there's room for improvement.
Room for improvement.
Dude.
Hopefully, I don't know. The thing is, like, do you want to invest in a home studio, or are we going to eventually get back to normal here and just start traveling again and the studio again?
I reckon things will get back to normal. So, but still, it could be cool. Like, why not? Every once in a while, or maybe it'll be.
You say that because you're here in Sweden.
I know.
If you were home in Denmark, you'd just be like,
yeah, it's not wrong.
Where the rest of these valiant guys are at the production right now. Shout out to you guys making the show happen over there in Köpenhamn.
Yeah, there we go. Swedish pronunciation. Yeah. I think Mohan's already there.
Mohan just landed.
Yeah.
Scrawny spent too much time tweeting and forgot some key paperwork that unfortunately delayed his flight for him. So he should be getting back soon, though.
It's fine.
Should be getting back soon.
I'll work it all out.
So hopefully we'll have the Scrawn dog out there.
Yes, indeed. So they're getting live. I was going to say we could talk about the second match as well, but we can't.
The second manwich?
No, the second man.
What? Where did this come from?
Can tweet your best art interpretation of what a manwich is to Semler if you want. Whatever's on your mind, man. It's fine.
Hit me. I'm waiting.
4th round. AK and some M4s and MP9s and 2 AKs, and like, this is gonna heavily delay that AWP on Navi. I'm no longer a fan of this. If they win, yeah, I'll have to eat my words and all the rest of it, but I think this is a mistake. Walking into a grenade, Mantu. He's channeling just in a Jedi, whatever it is, thinking about it. That's pretty good timing. That is going to be annoying, especially to Perfecto, who had no armor, so he's going to take a bit more damage from that. And they have a good presence here with the A-bombs that they could call in a third guy down from long. I think that's Valdo, who's going to be showing up with another M4. I think they've got a pretty good shot at defending this. MP9, when they get up close, that's Boomich turning the corner, and he'll actually win the fight. Oh, what a nice swing to take down Lexi B. That changes everything. That was really swift, and yeah, Valdo's going to get caught in the middle of it. Oh, gee, just, I don't even know if they're really caught sleeping. I just don't think anyone was expecting that Tech 9 to be that powerful. And now it's MBK and Easier on the retake here, 2 versus 3. Oh,
whoa, you're not going to pull a fast one like that on NBK. Sick play there, just walks right in, takes him out. NBK with the AK looking to get in here, close the distance. Simple is still alive with an AK of his own, however. So life is not going to be easy for OG by any means. Although Simple gets caught, the double team, Perfecto dancing on the edge, and he goes down. NBK once again coming up with the goods.
I'd love to see that from MBK's point of view. Maybe I'm just misremembering, but can't you see the shadow when he's standing there? Like when he's jumping up and looking down like that, Electronic?
Oh, that's why? Because, I mean, MBK, he was pre-firing. He knew exactly what was going on.
Maybe I'm...
Oh, no, we missed it. This is
wrong. Yeah, we'll go investigate some of the time. Anyway...
You wouldn't be wrong, though, because you do usually see the shadow there.
I feel like maybe. Anyway, they can buy a little bit more in Navi, just buying all the time. But now it's like a strange half buy again, someone dropping an AK for Simple. But I still just want to point out, right, we're 5 rounds deep and there's not been one AWP on Simple. And again, that's the super weapon that they have. It's the Iron Cannon from Command & Conquer.
There you go, references.
Wiping people out.
Montu's close, and this is finally going to be some action for NBK over here. Doesn't have to retake. Instead, just going to be trying to hit shots, and then his teammates are robbing him. Montu with the triple. Issa finds one of his own, and it's Simple alone once again.
Yeah, and listen, fair play. In the last round, they actually did a bunch of damage, 2 versus 1 at the end, so they took away 3 rifles from OG. This round, if Simple doesn't get any kills here, this is so good for OG. They've delayed the AWP, or Navi have, however you want to look at it, and they're starting to build some money, and you know they're stealing AKs. They got 2 of those as well. All of these things are really great signs for OG. So, yeah, a couple of kills here at minimum, but it might be a little bit late to ask for that kind of a thing, and he's going to go down. It's a flawless round out of OG. That's a problem.
3 AKs and AWP, and Alexi B just gets kind of left out in the cold. I was about to say that...
They can't even bind this round. I'm really... this is starting to really tick me off a little bit. So.
I mean, they're going to buy it. Come on. they're going to try, at least. It's not prettiest thing. Flamey has to go for Galil. You know, and Simple has to go for Deagle. But we've seen what Simple can do with a Deagle, so, you know, in his case, I'm not too worried. But you're right, no off. Again, this is just going to be the all-out kind of play coming in here from Navi.
I'm very, very confused about what they're doing at the moment. I hope our analysts that are surely watching can help try and make sense of this, because I don't quite understand it. You can, I mean, the logic usually, if you keep buying, is that, you know, you've got the other team so pressured that, you know, if you keep doing it, you win the round, or you do the economic damage and all the rest of it, but they seem to be doing it no matter what, so a little bit confusing. It's a missed shot from Mantu, but he was backing off so quickly anyway, so it's worth doing. Nice shot from Valda. Nice duck from Boomich, though. And Mantu now out on long. He's alone. If he misses a shot, it could be his last chance. So he's going to pick up that one, and it's back to Cap. Oh, not quite getting it. Alive on 13 health, and he's crouching in, lining them up, and it's a good spray. But he couldn't get the second one. Mantu, though, will clean it up, and again, they're going to survive with 3 members. A little bit scary, but good round out of OG.
Man, that's a real pucker kind of spray right there.
Yeah.
You're just clenching real hard. Doesn't quite get it there, but Mantu now not caught sleeping this time, actually connecting with some shots. One of the go-to positions for the AWP on Dust 2, camping out around car, watching long, watching Catwalk.
7 rounds and no AWP for Simple.
Yeah, no, that's kind of when you keep forcing over and over again. That's kind of the risk you run, right?
This is what they used to do to MBK for no, so not to Kenny S for no reason. It's been a bunch of games in the past where it's like you have this guy.
He's a god tier opper,
but magic on your team and you just won't.
Yeah, let's go ahead and not give him exactly what he needs to dominate. Hey, it's a lot to ask. Is Simple. He's still top fragging Anders. Electronic's up there at least with him this time, 4 frags, but even gimped, he will still get the goods.
Yeah, and I mean that's slightly encouraging, but still, I mean, like 5-1. I think this is also the side of the map where I would expect OG to be having a slightly harder time. So the fact that they're already up to 5 rounds, I think all of these signs are really looking good for them at the moment. See if they can come through this round more or less unscathed, because then their economy will actually start to look really, really good. Coming right through as they heard the extinction of that Molotov. Alexi just going to line up the 1 kill. He turns for it. It's a nice spray. He'll get 4 kills in a matter of a couple of seconds. So there we go, losing no one. And now they have so much money to work with. 6-1. And we had to get all the way to the 8th round before they had money for that all one Simple. That is...
Oh, man, I was just about to laugh like a hyena if he bought an AK just to spite you. All this time building up the off and then...
I would have been mad.
Get wrecked. No, this is
Real
it.
mad.
Let's see. AWP in the hands of Simple. What's he going to be capable of? OG going to go and challenge, set up long. But that smoke going down allows for Issa to make his way over towards the B site. NBK should be rotating back over there momentarily. No, he's actually electing to hang out on this A site. They were expecting early aggression towards A. OG.
It's putting a lot of trust in Valor over alone. Sorry, not Valor. Issa alone at the B bomb site. So, and they don't even have that much mid control. Now they're sort of starting to get there. Nice grenade. But that is, I mean, they would have been set up nicely to win an A attack in this round. But if there would have been some sort of a fast B split coming out here from NAVI, I think that would have been very unfortunate for them. Although NAVI tend to not be that fast of a team, so maybe that's just what they're saying to themselves.
Yeah, they're just playing against that, I suppose.
Yeah. Recognize it.
Certainly take that into account. And now, well, I mean, it's leaving NAVI. They still had, they got short at least, so it's going to be 45 seconds on the clock, and NAVI, once again, going to start moving their way up short. Flashes over the top. Montu's going to get blinded. NBK doing the best he can to try and stay alive in this situation. He needs to lock down that bomb site. As NAVI decide, actually, we're going to go ahead and just donate the bomb. Simple with the no-scope. Fair enough. It is Simple after all, but Velta's there to trade it. And it's a 2-man advantage for OG in this round. OG are just pummeling NAVI, and this is NAVI's map pick.
They're so low on time. Even if they slightly got close here in a 2-on-3, it doesn't really matter when there's no time left. Going to be Manta to get the last kill. Good double on him and on Valda. It was a cool jump from Electronic to get down into CT spawn, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, they couldn't find anyone there, right? That's what they wanted. They wanted to sandwich whoever it was that was in there and get the kill that way, but it wasn't going to be possible. 7-1.
Let's go.
It's gone, and so is everything else.
Let's go.
Simple is just so obscene as well, though. It's like, yeah, just go ahead and shotgun you with this AWP. At least he got kills with the AWP, or 1 kill.
It's true, but
all that time.
I don't know. I'm kind of shocked. I'm kind of shocked at the difference in sort of the, let's say, the well-functioning version of NAVI and this one that just bought, what, the first 5 or 6 rounds, just forced into every round. That's very confusing.
Is that just playing into Dust 2, though? I mean, Dust 2 does have that element of chance for the CT side, unlike other maps where it can just work against you on CT side. Things don't align, and you're taking risks, and they just don't line up, and maybe NAVI are just kind of hoping that 6 rounds in a row, it's going to break at some point, right? It's going to break our way. Well, now they're going to try and force it. They got the run and gun. Tech 9, Kevlar, handful of nades onto this B side, and then BK. He's about to be the life of the party here.
These are getting shot at the back. I don't think they even realized how quick that was. Perfecto and Boomage both getting a kill on that. Yeah, safe. There's really no reason to do anything else. I think they thought... I would need to rewatch that. I think they thought there was way more coming from middle, and so you see they were flashing into middle.
Yeah.
They just assumed that that's where, you know, most of the action was going to be.
Did they forget that the doors have changed sides? Did Issa think that they couldn't see him from upper dark? No, I'm sure not. But I mean, the way that Issa was just standing there in the middle of the doors, there's no way for NBK to stop them from shooting you in the back, dude.
Yeah, well, either he was thinking that NBK was swinging on the plateau to cover the way in a B, or he was thinking they wouldn't even come through that quickly. So like one or the other. But that was a nice rush. I'm just not even sure that makes me that much more excited because I mean that's something that's not necessarily that easy to repeat. I mean, sometimes you can I don't want to call it luck, but you can get a round in like this, but it's not one you can just keep calling again and again. A sigh of relief on Flamey there. I think he started to feel it as well, and he's only got the 1 kill as well. So yeah, 2-7. The 10th round is coming up, and an AWP back in the hands of Simple. Same setup, 4 out towards A, and a single person in the B bomb site. Kind of a rough deal if you're playing that one alone. This time it's NBK, I believe.
Oh, big spray through. Tremendous amounts of damage. Well, they're going to find the one. He's going to get traded by Flamey, though. Decides to go for a repeat, and that costs him. So we're back into a 4-on-4. Long control for NAVI. They can post up in the pit if they want to. They're thinking about it. Shot there from Mantu, just trying to catch him on the edge of the smoke. Catches Perfecto, but now Simple's got the angle on him.
Yeah, but he can probably stay here for a long time. They don't have a Molotov. He does not really have to move. He's got teammates right behind him that can make sure no one can walk close. I mean, it's a minute on the clock, but you could become a time sink, and eventually, I don't know. That did not look like Simple's visible at all. I know there was like a 1 second delay, but still. Between switching cameras, it looked really weird. Yeah, well, Electronic able to get that kill on Issa. Now OG moving around a fair bit. It's a 2-on-3. NAVI somehow finding themselves at a little bit of an advantage here. The bomb is up at the A bomb side as well. Alexi B, Molotov away from that position, and no more grenades really on either side, so this should be a very, very difficult retake, especially as they're getting flanked from behind. Even on 8 health, Electronic could win this round with a single kill.
And there it is. Lexi B's still going to be able to take down Simple, though. Flamey alive at long. Bomb planted for him, and there's the peek. Gets that jiggle. Face the reaction, and there's the shot. Runs out of bullets! He doesn't have enough bullets in the mag. Unbelievable. Second time around, he's going to get it. And, well, Electronic is too far away. If he sticks this is big. Electronic going for the jump shot. Not going to get it. The defuse. Alexi B with the triple, and he gets the job done.
That is so absurd. Running out of bullets, okay, fine. He picked up the AK. He didn't really realize. But the fact that he even gets the chance to go for that kind of a fight again, the fact that he's out that open with the AWP, and then, not hitting the shot twice in a row, and this is a very strange NAVI that we're seeing right now. Like, it's very hard to explain how this is working out. Issa somehow living in spite of peeking straight into that AWP. I'm calling shenanigans, Semler. We're in the twilight zone.
Into like 3 people.
Yeah.
Oh, gets that headshot. Molly's got him caught, though, and he's toasted. Electronic will take down Velda. That was a perfect Molotov. Velda just did not realize. And now Alexi B, does he win this fight versus Flamey? Flamey just going to be chilling out right now, holding for the push, hoping that somebody's going to get greedy. Well, that'll be the standoff for a good long while there. And in the meantime, NAVI have elected to just slow things down. No need to rush. It's on OG now to cover more ground with fewer bodies.
Holding on to some of the grenades, though, OG, probably a good idea for any kind of an afterplant. Mantu's at that corner, so he could get a shot and fall right back down again. And yeah, there's going to be no one jumping for him. He does get tagged, so he's down to 16, but whatever, he got the kill. That's probably just fine. 45 seconds, and a nice shot there. Lexi losing a bit of patience, so that battle was going on for, what, like 20 seconds at least, and finally works out for Flamey. So 3-on-3 with potential bomb plant coming in fairly soon. Single smoke on Issa. I'm just mentioning because there's a Molotov on Simple, so you always want to try and keep an eye on that here. Bomb is down, and there's this. Oh, what? They picked up another smoke, so Issa still has his. That's interesting.
But now Perfecto's going to be hiding. Perfecto's going to be the hero here. There's no way that NBK realizes there's a dude. That would have been hysterical if he just happens to throw that HE in there. They realize. NBK realizes that Perfecto's in the smoke.
Yeah, I think it was Easer even started the wallbang off, or not the wallbang, but shooting through the smoke here. Simple, waiting for it. He's already used the Molotov, and there's plenty of time on that bomb. He's going to get the one, but he can't transfer it up. That would have been beautiful. And now, yeah, they're up in the site. They're waiting a little bit. That's dangerous. He gets one of them through and tapping away Flamey. Big double kill to finish the round. I mean, it's so hard to... I know he made that look so easy, but it's surprising how often you just cannot find those shots coming through. So that is really well done. I don't think Navi should have won this round. I still think it's a very, very strange version of this team that we're seeing. So they are really struggling at the moment.
It's all over the place. Yeah, you can see the frustration from NBK as well. Just a little bit. I mean, he does usually stay pretty calm, cool, and collected, but that's definitely a winning situation for him, and they decided to stick the bomb instead. Electronic, that flash. Alexi B, unfortunately, that works against your teammate and ends up costing him. Electronic's still here. Yeah, there we go. That HE's got to finish him. Done.
Yeah, that actually landed right on him.
Well, let's see it. It's going to be the execute on B. Time's going to get interesting. 2 players alive, and it's NBK holding up close. 2 kills for NBK. Ooh, okay, just like that.
Yep, they just, I don't know if they were checking where they got shut down, and then the following smoke meant that the people that weren't already pushing couldn't even help out, right? There's no recovering that. Good defense, nicely done on MBK. And Simple now alone with a minute.
It's just another, you know, it's just another pug for Simple. Same as it ever was. And while he's going to be inching his way out here, I mean, it's a 1v2, but unfortunately for him, man, NBK's backing off just as Simple comes around the corner. Could not have gone better. So it's a 9th round on the board for OG on this CT side of Dust 2. 3 rounds for Navi. And just to remind you all, this is a best of 3. OG won the first map, 16-14 on Mirage. And so OG right now are setting themselves up magnificently.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, I think much of what I was sort of trying to highlight as my reason, shot against the scout, that's really well done. That's sort of my reason for saying why I thought Navi could really do this is because they were keeping up so well in frags on Mirage, but they're not here. I mean, they're just lacking.
They've dropped off a cliff. And I mean, again, Simple still top. No, he's not even top fragging. Electronic's top fragging right now. So it's just been an uphill struggle for Navi. Again, Issa is he just gets aggressive in these anti-ecos, man. He likes to get in there and try and find kills. NBK, though, just going to farm 2 kills for him. And that's double digits on the CT side. 10 rounds for OG on Dust 2. Just looking fantastic. And well, we will get that AWP for Simple once again. And now, I mean, Navi need to hit some shots.
Yeah, I can't really even explain, but it really feels like in the break between map 1 and 2, they just completely went mentally missing.
It was after the Boomich drop here.
Yeah.
No, it was Issa who had a team speed issue. That's what happened on Dust 2, the long break.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because I was going to say that Navi seemed to deal better with these long breaks because OG kind of struggled in that round, but then OG clutched it, and they've just kept rolling with it.
Yeah, kept going for it. I mean, MBK, Mantu, and LXCB each have only died, 5 times each. And that's in 13 rounds. So
yeah.
you got 3 players that just, keep staying alive. I mean, that's, again, a reflection of the idea that Navi... Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage from the Molotov.
The HE, double HE, and not on Boomich.
Yeah.
But still, it's Electronic getting dusted.
Yeah, I mean, and which is perfectly fine. I mean, now they got 2 players that are going to be in a little bit of trouble. Important, very important kill for Simple to take down LXCB. Navi absolutely the last 2 rounds here. Again, remember they won the pistol round, right? So I mean, this is really a disaster.
Yeah, but what do they think? Because if Alexi is there, it looks like Navi want to pinch. But that's the thing. They're going to hit this A site. Perhaps they get that it's going to be weak, but this is a full defense that they're running into. Issa gets a double before getting taken out. Velda's still alive. Navi have to know that Velda is here. Yep. Going to take Boomich. It's a 2-on-2 retake scenario, and NBK has so far done really well for OG on these retakes.
definitely has a bit of a flashbang to set it up. They've got one more on Simple, so he could do it again. I think Perfecto's just jiggle peeking to get that info, calling in the flashbang, and then he's going to go for it right afterwards, and that's a perfect setup. Very smartly done. That's the kind of focus that you really expect as sort of a base level out of a team like NAVI, and it's good to at least see that. NBK in a 1 versus 2 now, and time is really swiftly running out, and the bomb is planted in a great position with both players here, so Simple will get the kill, a triple on him, and they're going to keep that AWP. 4th round on the board. They must have the 5th as well, and at least there's not that much money in OG, so like a slight little blessing here for NAVI.
There you go. Got the fans.
There's a lot happening in that frame.
It's too much to absorb quickly. You know, you're looking and then you feel like you haven't even seen half of it. But they're there. Oh!
All right.
Oh, that was way too close. NBK is counting his lucky stars there.
But then the problem is you have to find some relevancy with 8 health, right? So like, what do I do? How can I have just one positive impact on my team in this round? Not always that easy. Similar kind of smoke. I really like that smoke because it can be just used in so many different ways. So it's when you see that coming on the CT side, it's kind of hard to call what is happening, you know? Like, are they setting up to look over it? Are they jumping down to CT spawn? Are they just running out behind it like this? Really, really hard to guess at, but this is a good call. And as long as they can keep flaming down at long in those double doors, he's going to be in a very, very good position. And they know it. They would love to go look for him, but that's also risky. I think this is a great round for NAVI. Maybe they could get that 5th round. Would go a long way for them.
Ooh, there it is. Oh, they line up though. NBK and Issa getting caught by Perfecto. Man advantage now for NAVI holding this bomb site. It is an uphill struggle now for OG coming in here. Bomic going to take down Alexi B. The remaining 2 for OG are at long and Simple. He's going to turn that into a turkey shoot. Both kills. 10-5, the final score at the end of the first half here. OG locking it down on the CT side of Dust 2, but now we got to see, after the break, what are they capable of on the T side.
Why is there an egg in there? Here there's a chicken
egg
and another chicken.
Khalil, right?
Yeah, that was Khalil, yeah. Easy enough. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
That was
P9.
Where's there an egg in there? Here there's a chicken
egg
and another chicken.
Mass producing chickens here, yeah.
3, 2, 1, go. Okay, enemies. Bots happen. Bots just appear down the map.
Did you hear? Oh, okay. Oh wait, this split.
I guess we have to go on your chicken.
Ah, okay. See you later.
So we have 3, 4, 5 bots. Additional.
Okay, I have an AK here.
You have an AK?
Yeah, I can't.
5 bots here.
I can't take it though. It's like locked.
Okay, can I open the door?
You can't unlock it somehow?
No, the bots are looking at me though, which is a bit scary.
Wait.
Well, actually, I think I can go back to. I think I can. Wait.
The door is closed.
No, I can't do that. Burner's grenade, you know what it is?
But yeah, you can.
Oh, maybe you can kill them through the wall.
Yeah, probably. I can see them if you throw that.
Perfect. I mean, go ahead, I guess. Right near you. I'm being lied to. Wait, this.
Oh, I got it.
Okay, I have only 1 grenade here.
Oh shit. One tap everyone.
Okay, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. I'm throwing the grenade. Good luck. I hope it's gonna work. Yep.
I only saw one. The hell?
You only saw one?
Yeah.
How can I...
Maybe you can...
Okay, so... Do you hear my steps?
Yeah.
Okay. Good here in that area. How many bullets do you have?
27 and 30.
Okay, so I just tap once. More? Yes, perfect. Bro, he's moving! This dickhead.
Okay, 11 bullets left. Nice.
Good job. Here we go. Perfect. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, wait.
Go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we're back once again. Second half, second map. It's Navi and OG here at Blast Premier, and right now, OG are well on the way to making Semler's predictions come true. In fact, they're 6 rounds away.
6 rounds away. And, I mean, it's looking pretty good, Anders.
It is.
They are on point. Navi have been scary in the pistol rounds, and then they've been lackluster otherwise.
Ooh, I have a whole long list of bad things to say about Navi right now. That
Ooh, buddy.
Just, you know.
Okay.
Trying to decide in my own mind,
Be
you
sure
know,
to take notes.
how, you know,
don't want to forget any of them.
How hard I want to go. We'll see.
You know, it's that thing, right, where it's like you're like, oh, I should note that down, and then you don't, and then you forget, and then you do it again.
But I've been through this. I've been to this circus many times with Navi. It's the same every time. It's sort of the same feeling. Like, come on, guys.
Right. What was that? Aggression from Boomich in mid. Okay, there's the pop flash leading it in as well. Perfecto there to support it. Man advantage now for Navi. This is big. Again, Navi on these pistol rounds have been super solid. OG struggling right now to find a way in.
And it almost looked like Isa was about to find a kill with that P250, but I think he got distracted from what was happening in middle, so a bit unfortunate. But he does have that setup, which is exactly what Simple was making work when they were on the T side. So still some chances here, I think. Let's see if he's gonna move forward from that position. Oh, the timing. He's waiting such a long time, and finally they show up, and that's just when he takes a step back himself.
Yeah, that's so painful.
Unfortunate.
That's Counter-Strike in a nutshell for you.
It is. Well, 50 seconds left, and Bomb is still in the middle waiting. OG just, they're thinking, just give us that one mistake, Navi. That's all we need.
Oh, CT smoke going down, and this is going to be it. Jumping on out, Mantu with the double! Still 2 players alive for Navi on the B side. Simple through the smoke is going to dart in and take Mantu down. This is just still shaping up. All Navi in the pistol. Despite Mantu's best efforts, it is still Navi picking up the pistol. So, Navi pick up pistols. Now do OG bounce back. No bomb plant puts them in an awkward spot.
Yeah, you're right. It does mean that they have some fewer options. A pause is being called for. I'm not sure why. I doubt it's a tactical one, so sure we'll figure it out. I think it's fine. I think that was a cool little idea. By the way, that did remind me something that we didn't really see out of Navi when they were on the T side of those classic B splits. And what's really confusing about that really is that you always kind of want to do that, I think, a couple of times to test if it works. Like, even if what you find out is that it doesn't and that the CT side is super well prepared. Some teams have really great protocols for dealing with B-splits, especially because they were so popular at one point in time that everyone had to learn how to deal with them.
Yeah.
But if you don't test it, then... And actually, you know, as we could tell, which now we didn't know, a lot of the time, it was just a single player playing on the B-bomb side. So if they would have tested it, it's entirely possible that would have been interesting and something they could have made work. So... yeah, I'm just so confused. It really does feel like watching just a different team when you compare Navi certainly from yesterday to today, but even from map 1 to map 2 here, I feel like it's just not really the same deal here. Can still bring it back and still chance, but they need to rediscover that fire that they had going on earlier on for sure.
I'm wondering where Isa is right now. Do you think he's over in Jordan, or do you think he's somewhere in Europe? I mean, he's pulling 60 ping.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I would guess he was with the rest of them, but maybe not.
I mean, the rest of them are kind of all over Europe in a sense. I mean, MBK, I think he's in Austria.
Yeah, you do make a good point. Probably wouldn't.
Well, there's more than likely down now.
Yeah, probably in Jordan then. 17th round. Here we go. We're back into the mix. Flamey gonna pick up a kill there with the AUG on the Lexi B, and they don't have anything to work with here, so it should be a slaughter, and it looks like it will be. Man2 only chance here with the Glock, and up against Simple with the MP9. Regardless, just, you know, Navi finding just any little thing right now, I think it all counts. I would say if you just happen to stumble into the stream right now and you look at the score and you say, oh, 10-7, that's pretty close. Say, don't be fooled. That scoreline does not really, I think, represent the current level difference between these two teams. But we'll see if OG could be as good as they were on the T side on this. On the CT side. On this T side, we'll see if they can figure it out.
Interesting. Goes for the Scout Kevlar instead of the Glass Cannon AWP. Man2.
I respect it.
I was gonna say I'm disappointed.
What if he makes it work though? That would be cool.
If he makes it work, he makes it work. But you know, Glass Cannon off, dude. That would have been the ballsy play. Flamey gonna get full flash though. Does he stay alive for this? Lexi B is charging him, spots him on the site as well. Going for the pre-fire, needs to find it, not gonna do it. Flamey's still alive. Electronic in on the retreat as well. And now it's NBK. Managing to bring it back, takes 2 kills, finds a 3rd as well. This could be Nathan Schmidt's round. And you're holding your breath waiting as Simple just plays it so patiently, does not throw himself in. Him and Boomich still alive for Navi, and Simple trying to create some space here for Boomich to work with.
Walking back into it. That is a little bit of a hiccup. His only job really, I think, at that point in time is trying to cover that because his teammates will have had all the rest of it. So slight mistake there. 2-on-2 all of a sudden. And Simple, oh, he misses the chance. He needed to hit that or there would have been, yeah, that would have happened every single time. So Boomich, 1 versus 2, creeping in around it. He's going to get the kill and now trying to see if he can pick up the AK and go to the war against Man2, who's holding inside of the site. He's got so low health and Man2 will take him down. It'll be OG to win the whole thing there. I just have so many questions.
I can't watch.
I don't understand why Perfecto ran the window. I think maybe Simple threw a flashbang for him from middle, but that was a 3-on-3.
I think he turned away from that flash. That was sick.
Yeah, it's a good job. But still, like, that's a 3-on-3, and you're saying the way that we can win this 3-on-3 is if you go alone before the rest of us even go up.
Yeah.
So even if that flashbang's really good, is it going to catch all 3? I don't know.
Oh, well, OG, they were looking to try and pile in here and hope to take advantage of this B site. It's a low buy for Navi, not the strongest. Simple still has his up, but it's 3 FAMASes, and Boomich just had to bite the bullet, and he's only got a USP now. So taking a look now, what is going to be the play here? Still gathered up outside of the B site. 2 players ready and waiting. No AWP though. Simple's on the other side of the map right now. So it's Flamey and Perfecto with FAMASes. They'll be the ones having to lock this down.
A lot of grenades. Using that open skybox. Perfecto though. With the FAMAS, that's a lot of output, but he's not getting any help at the moment. Flamey finally getting out and trying to see if he can find that angle. Again, it's MBK with a big double, and also Man2 helping out, taking down Boomich. They're very low on health. They should not be winning this 2-on-2, and certainly not now that Simple will find that kill. Man2, I mean, this would be a godlike 1 versus 2. You get to manage to pick it up. He's going to fake out the bomb and try and see if he can catch Simple. And if not for the smoke, maybe he would have. That's a very, very cool little move. He's still got 40 seconds. Let's see how long he could actually play this. Simple. It's going to come out. Oh, they're close as well. Spinning around. Yeah, that's... I mean, I don't know how he could have done that. Nice attempt from Man2. But Navi win the round. And I think right now that's all that matters for them. That's the only thing they have to think about.
It was a really nice try by Mantu, but you could hear Simple just saying in the background, you tried to play the pug on me. I was formed in the pug. Trying to make those plays. Well, of course he's 1 step ahead. And of course it's NBK to bring it right back here for OG in this round. Look at how frustrating. I mean, that is exceedingly frustrating that Perfecto manages to pick up 2 kills, boosted on the box like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't feel like it's an incorrect call for OG to go for B. Just moment's hesitation ends up costing them, and they are not able to secure that round. And that puts them in an awkward spot. No bomb plant means no money, means you're going to get a half by this round, or you're just going to have to eat the eco and let Navi get 1 round closer to double digits.
Yeah, I think they're gonna wait it out for a little bit. That makes sense. Just I'm sure they're still feeling quite confident. OG. I think, you know, they think like I mean, we saw what happened in Navi when they kept forcing. Why repeat that experiment for OG? There's no point. Just get the right weaponry, trust in the plan that you have, and execute that plan. Play a bit of soccer in the meantime.
Yeah, it's good. Relieves the stress, gets the blood flowing a little bit. You know, it's important.
All that stuff.
Got to stretch those legs. Everybody. Let's see though. I mean, could just go kind of barrel in through the mid doors here. Hope you catch somebody off guard. It's Flamey holding close with an MP9, so kind of low. I mean, him, Boomich, Perfecto. Actually, 3 of them have MP9, so there's a high potential for money here to be made by Navi in this round. Expecting the eco round. Simple forced off as well, so this opens it up. I like this. Very quick play. Right through mid. You'll get that smoke down, and now it's all about just cascading onto the B side. Get in there quick. Flamey already taking a bullet to the face. It's 2 MP9s that they have to worry about. That Molotov goes down, but it's not going to be fast enough. 1-for-1 trade. Perfecto going to hold the line, though. 2 kills for him, and Isa cannot find it either. It's all on Montu now, and he will not get a kill. So 11-9. No bomb plant once again. But
yeah.
Montu's got the money for the AWP.
You know bomb plant? Yeah, you're right with the money, and only the 1 kill on Flamey, so... It was funny, though. Flamey put up that Molotov, and he just had so much trust that no one would come through, and
yeah.
Someone did. He was like, well...
woe is me. Such is life.
How it works. 11-9 OG now down. The gap was pretty huge earlier, but now it's down to just 2 rounds between the teams here. Navi starting to put this second half together a little bit better. I'm still not feeling that confident, but it can change if they can prove that they can build an economy, which they haven't really done yet. But if they can start to get some money on board, I'm going to feel a little bit better about it. Ooh, Flamey looked like he had a chance there, and Isa looked like he was looking the wrong way. Boomich almost caught the corner in the middle of that long lane. He's going to be going down. Just a series of Navi players essentially getting caught. I don't even understand.
Pummeled Anders.
Yeah, but pummeled in a way where they actually... I mean, I don't know if Boomich had the advantage, but just all the decision-making there is confusing. You're just like, well, why? If you're playing that close corner on long and you run into someone there, your plan cannot be to run back alone with an MP9.
Yeah.
That is not a... Go fight. Like, at that point, you're in.
Yeah, there really is no way to... You're not taking a long-range fight at that point.
And I don't understand how Flamey... I mean, he saw the shadow in the model, and Isa was sort of looking halfway the wrong way. So at the very least, he would have had... Maybe he doesn't win the fight, but it looked like he had more of a chance to be early on that one. And I guess going through the smoke, you never know if someone's holding that. That's fair play, but...
What's interesting here to note is that Navi... I mean, this is critical that they managed to actually make it out with Simple's AWP and a rifle. Because the state of the money right now for Navi is not fantastic. They should be able to squeak a buy off of this. It won't be pretty, but they could buy and really try and go toe-to-toe with OG in the next round. But at that point, if they lose it, it's going to get real nasty real fast for Navi. OG, I mean, they're breathing down Navi's necks right now. And so, see 4,300 on electronic. I mean, they could squeak it. Simple can drop an M4 for somebody.
Yeah, and I think as long as Simple has the AWP,
yeah,
you can make more of a case that making a buy makes sense.
There's a CT timeout. This makes sense here from Navi. Take a break.
Think about it for a little bit.
Yeah, you got Blade waiting in the sidelines, just looking for an opportunity. I mean, he can speak at all times now because of how online CS is being played now. No way to stop that, so coaches get to talk at all times.
That's how it works.
I always forget, was it 2014 or 2015 when Valve decided that the coaches couldn't participate in that sense?
It's been a hot minute, hasn't it?
It has been a hot minute.
Simple and Mantu are actually tied for kills, both at 21. But I think what's interesting is, whereas before it was mostly Simple and none of his teammates were helping out, now they're all getting there. Like, you know, they're in terms of output for the kills here, Navi are really not that far away from making this work. But, you know, they don't have an endless amount of runway either. The problem is, you know, 12 already for OG, so got to be careful. Ooh, nice shot on Mantu.
I was about to say, you know, Mantu, there's a lot of focus going into this series as like the 2 stars, I guess. Well, the Op v Op, and they're neck and neck right now. Simple just took the lead, 22 frags, but Mantu's up there with 21 frags for OG. So that could probably be a big reason why OG are in this, is that their firepower is stepping up to the plate and going toe-to-toe with Navi. Just not this one. Mantu, unfortunately for him, he got bopped by Simple.
Yeah, a little bit of an exception. They must have known that that AWP was saved as well, so I don't know. We'll let it slide for now. Just don't do it again. Flamey is up close in the middle. And it's going to be slowly falling back, not really. I mean, that is a position that does get Molotov'd on a regular basis. Under a minute now, just under. And, you know, 2A, 2B, 1 middle. Super common setup for Navi, and that's just fine. I've got no objections. I'm worried about the lack of smokes or grenades in general on the Navi side here. So, I mean, you would love to have... That's the last smoke they had just put up right there. And it's a 40 seconds. You want to have some of those for the retakes as well, and they're not going to have that.
Well, that fresh smoke going down really threw a wrench things, but they are going to power on through. No problem at all here. Still some HEs and some flashes to make the plays, and Electronic eats one of those flashes, gives OG a little bit of room to maneuver with. Electronic tries to make the play, but it's not going to happen. NBK and LXCB stepping up with the kills for OG, and it's a man advantage
Save.
now. Yep. If you're Navi right now...
Love of God. Don't do this.
Well, I mean, if they get a kill fast, there's a flash.
I think it's a huge mistake. Again, they have no smokes. They have nothing to cover this bomb with. How are they going to find all these people? Getting a kill on Easter is good, but again, they're hiding on the catwalk, and this position here from Valde is also huge. Boomich doing nice work, but I'm still having a hard... Oh! Simple sneaking in a kill. This is actually really cool. He's on the bomb already. Not that far, but they can't check for Valde. He's going to get the kill, and now he has to hide for another 3 seconds. He's going to line it up and gets the guy defusing. And I think that's it, even in spite of the triple kill. And Simple's going to go with the bomb as well. That is OG stealing the round. Fair play to Navi. They made that way more competitive in the retake than I thought possible. But again, the lack of grenades is so devastating.
See, we just needed a little bit of proof that no matter how powerful your caster curse is, Anders, no matter how hard you try to stack it against them,
couldn't do it.
Just couldn't do it.
Really try to put my thumb on the scale there. Man.
Well, you know, Navi wanted to do everything they could to keep them off 13 rounds, but now OG, with this buy full, pretty much. Oh, man, this is so brutal. Navi have only got 2 rounds of loss bonus. Next one's going to, I mean, it's just... Whew. I guess Simple goes for the deagle because he knows that Boomich is going to drop him a knob. Nice to have teammates.
So, and because he's good at hitting shots.
Because he's simple and he can just, wreck your face.
Fine, cool.
Dude, what is he at now? He's at 25. It's actually, I mean, it's pretty ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Just how dominant Simple is.
And again, I'm not even sure this 13-9 score is really doing OG justice. I don't think Navi are putting on a very good show at all here.
Outrageous stuff, though. Well, he eventually goes down. They have they brought the silver bullet. Mantu had one ready to go. And so it's 13-9 situation. Should be soon to be 14, barring some kind of miracle, considering it's just 2 USPs and a deagle for Navi.
Is that silver bullet for just in case he was also a vampire?
Werewolf, vampire, you know, one of those. Lugaroo. No, it's just, I mean, Simple's a monster. That's kind of what I'm getting at. After that, you know, what flavor of monster gets you on? That's up to you.
Whatever your favorite one is.
Is it Sparkles? Or is it Fur?
Man.
Don't go there, Anders. It's all right.
I know. I'm
18-9.
I'm trying not to, to reveal too much about myself in this moment, so we'll leave it be. 24th round. This is I'm really trying to search my brain for things to say that would sort of go in favor of Navi. Somewhere I'm like, that's the key. That's what I want. I can't keep saying Simple getting more kills. I just don't think, like, as fun as it is when that works out, I'm not going to consider that an actual strategy. You know, like, that's just the luxury of having Simple in your team. Can't be the only thing that you bring to this party, can it? Can't show up and have Simple as your wingman. Like, you've got to have some skills yourself, Sam. You know, gotta at least try and have a conversation. I don't know, buy a drink or something like.
Right now, who's the kamikaze? Right? Who's the air commander? Who's the kamikaze? It is Perfecto doing the best he can, trading it 2-2. This still favors OG. The shot attempt. Simple makes it out in the nick of time. So close, but what a ballsy play! Just trying to do whatever he can here to stop OG. But now it's a retake onto the B side. Dust 2. And it's looking like Navi want to try and make it happen. Smoke goes down to block off upper. That's going to actually work here. Valda's going to be cut off from the rest of his team. So this is effectively a 3v2.
Yeah, but Val is smart. He's going to push through already. He's ready to try and help them out. He's already in the right position. Yeah, they're all going to get shot down here. Simple. Not even sure they're going to let him escape. 1 versus 2. He's still pushing, which is incredible considering the health that he had. NBK with a nice triple and OG at 15 and at match point here. Yeah, this is such a...
Simple is currently raging his tits off. Oh, man, he is mad.
Yeah, I can't blame him. I'm mad. I'm not even playing the game, Samler. I'm just watching it.
That's 4 rounds in a row for OG. You know, and yeah, that's just 26 frags for Simple. Runner-up is 14 frags on Boomich. And it's just been an uphill battle for Navi. Simple trying to get zoned in here. I mean, it's not done yet.
No, but I mean,
Deagle, Kevlar, it's CS, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that. I think even if Navi, let's just say, even if they brought it back and they somehow got into overtime right here.
Okay.
I'm so concerned about the whatever mentality it is that leads to this version of Navi. I feel like if we sat down and had the time and compared, you know, yesterday for today, just watching Navi playing, I feel like it would be glaringly obvious that they really are just 2 different teams from day 1 to 2. And it's fine that you can't obviously play the same game, you know, like the same level every single day, but this kind of a difference is just really concerning.
It's got me a little worried considering how Nip caved for my second prediction of the day versus this kind of Navi, because it was the same thing. Simple was just beasting on train.
Yeah, but Nip was keeping up nicely, I thought. Like, they were, I mean, they did end up losing, but I don't think, like, they stick, well, let's put it like this. Nip were never mentally out of it. Even if they were losing rounds, they just kept trying things.
They just got bodied.
Yeah, there was no point where you got a sense like, oh, well, now they don't have anything else to try, and they're just kind of like, they're just playing the default Counter-Strike, and it's not working. They really kept doing a bunch of cool stuff, so, whereas I'm not getting that feeling out of Navi at all, that what we're witnessing is sort of a, you know, really, you know, emotionally, like a dynamic team that's sort of really trying, and here's another thing, and here's like this trick, and so on and so forth. I feel like it's somewhat stale at the moment.
Well, they're caught. They're trying to grind it out, and so far it is proving to be very difficult. Smoke goes down on Catwalk, though. Only 30, waiting for it. 5 seconds left on the clock here for OG in this round. Nice spot. Boomich putting the pressure on, getting helped out by his mate as well. Simple trying to back off. Boomich going to hold the line. He's got his teammate there as well. The 2 of them trying to work together, but it's NBK takes point, removes Boomich from the board.
Fair play to Navi, it's fine. They tried to flash their way into a fight. I have no objection to any of what just happened. They just didn't have the weaponry really to make that happen. But the idea is still good. You could maybe ask why haven't they been doing that more when they have had rifles. 9 seconds left, and the bomb is going to be going down. It's a 2-on-3, and Valda will pick up both the kills. 16-9 as OG take down Navi on the second map as well as on the first one. So that's the victory for them. Really impressive. I think OG are just a fun, cool team to be watching at the moment. Definitely just want to be seeing more. And again, someone's going to have to break down what happened to Navi at some point here, because this was all very confusing.
They're making, well, OG are making the international dream work.
Yes, they are.
Everybody's stacked against you saying it's not possible.
Really awesome.
It's just too difficult to cross that language barrier, that cultural barrier. Once again, OG managing to go through, and well, they've got a clean 2-0 win versus Navi. So
love it.
I'm excited to hear what the analysts have to say about this. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will find out what the desk are thinking.
Warm-up game, warm-up game.
Okay, warm-up game.
We go again. Sprayer han. Sprayer. Jag ser att det är som mitt egna crosser. Ingen power spray. M4 player, yes sir. Galil player, ja. Ah.
Almost I never got it.
That's pretty good.
OG come through strong against NAVI and take the win. They march on forward in the winner's side of the bracket as NAVI, well, they look deflated and they look defeated because that is all that can be said about that performance. We questioned Dust2 going into it. We were confused by the veto on many accounts, Maniac, and now we understand why.
Yes, indeed. We can talk all day, all night about picking Dust2, but I do believe that the discussion goes beyond Dust2. It goes beyond the map. And Ender said it well during the cast. We've had just a different version of NAVI that we've seen on day one. But I don't want to take any credit away from OG. I think we should focus on what they've done right, because that was a whole performance coming out of the entire team.
This was it, right? Many great moments from the individuals of OG, but also you were listening to their comms constantly, Pimp, right? It's a team that seems to never be able to be taken out of the equation.
It's a team effort, right? It's a team where all the members of the lineup are chiming in once in a while. They're all trying to give ideas to LXB. He is the main guy. He is the caller of this lineup, and he's making them sure, you know, he's making sure that they know that as well, right? He's being very demanding by his team players as well. One player I do want to talk about is Manto. You see him on the scoreboard right here as well. He posted plus 100 ADR here in Dust2, and if you take all the opening duels throughout this entire series, he went 11 for 14. He won 11 out of 14 opening duels, going up against Simple, going up against Electronic. That is unheard of. He's playing some of the best Counter-Strike and some of the most consistent Counter-Strike we have ever seen Manto playing. And if he can continue this level, then I think everyone who's going to face OG throughout this entire tournament should be afraid of those guys, because he's playing some solid Counter-Strike right now.
Yep, and we've been praising him since the beginning, right? We've been saying of how well he's been able to step up, and now he's doing it against some of the best players we know and love within this game. Now, Maniac, we're going to be taking a little bit of a closer look at Alexi, right? Because not only is he being game leader we all know and love, but he has some magic moments himself in the game. This is a guy that delivers every step of the way.
Yeah, welcome to the Alexi B show. I guess that's how we call it now. Listen, I think clutches were a main point of focus in that game.
Yep.
And we have found another example, another great accomplishment coming out of the Finnish IGL. In that situation, though, I believe it was a 2 versus 3, and there is going to be mistakes made by the side of NAVI. I was a little bit confused. Alexi B here finding a kill onto Simple, and what's coming next blew my mind. Look at Flamey towards A-Long, completely peeking. He's out in the open. He could play from the pit position, he could play from the stair position, but he's out there. He has one chance. That was his get out of jail card, but he comes back once more to peek. Alexi B gets the kill. Electronic so far, he probably just picking mushrooms in the forest. viewers just doing, I don't exactly know, but it was a 1 versus 3 from Alexi B.
It was absolutely terrible played by NAVI right there. As Maniac said, they could have done so many different things. Just the way Electronic played so passively in towards CT spawn, you know, that was basically forced on him by flaming towards long, not making the right decisions. We also have the team speak we can listen into, and that is quite interesting as this class happened.
And CT the other one, right?
Man, no bullets.
Nice, Alex!
Nice!
Oh my god, bro.
I love it, Pimp. I love it. The thing is, even when we were all sat in the green room, right, and we heard him take the first few shots, and he's like, oh, no bullets. We all panicked then thinking, that's it. He's not got it. And he still does it.
And I bet you he didn't believe he was going to win that clutch himself. He was thinking to himself, oh, wait, there's nothing I can do. No smoke, no Molotov, no flashes, no nades, nothing to work with besides the AK with, you know, a limited amount of bullets. And yet NAVI still managed to screw that one up. We said it coming into this game. NAVI, they are good at winning rounds they're not supposed to win, but they are damn hell good at losing rounds they're not supposed to lose as well.
And when it comes to NAVI, right, we've been listening to their comms as well. We've been getting that extra insight. And it was a different NAVI this time around. Again, it was a bit of chaos. It was a bit of not being happy with each other and gone back to the way they said they've removed from their gameplay.
Yeah, you talk about chaos, and I think that's the key word. Because on their CT side, one of the main things that jumped in my eyes is the disconnect between players playing the same bomb side. Usually on the CT side, we should praise players giving flash for each other. Yep. The biggest example is a player in the pit A-long flashing for his teammate on the A-ramp. I didn't see that from NAVI. I thought it was a story of, is this player going to get the multi-kill? Yes, then they win the round. No, they lose it. It was very disconnected, very isolated, not a lot of cohesion between the members. And that's a huge problem because you just rely on individuals shining, and it wasn't the case here.
Just a final point before we move away from NAVI as well, right? We saw Simple in this game, again, posting 180 out. We saw him post 28 frags on Dust 2. But as I said to you, Maniac, in the green room, we didn't really see the impact he had, right? There will be a lot of defenders of Simple out there saying, now, once again, it's a Simple show. They can't win without him. Well, you know, he didn't really have any impact, right? He was not the guy taking shots at this lineup and making sure to win the rounds or close out the rounds. So, yeah, sure, he had nice stats, but it didn't really lead to anything whatsoever. And that is the big problem for NAVI. They're too one-dimensional right now, and it looks like a team that is just, as you said, a bit deflated.
Thank you for saying that as well, Pimp, right? Because everyone looks at the scores, everyone looks at numbers, and they're like, oh, Simple still did great. And it's like, no, guys, it's still a team game. But one team that we always want to hear from, especially after a game like that, we've got OG's Valde with us, who must be feeling pretty damn good. That was an impressive performance, my man. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm feeling really good, to be honest. I think it was a hard-fought win. We had some really tough games against NAVI in the past, and I'm really glad that we can finally overcome them and grab the win.
And there was many of these clutch moments, many of these moments where you guys were keeping your cool. Now, for you guys right now, you're on the rise, you're doing some serious damage here. But not only was this a win over NAVI, right, this was a 2-0 victory over them. What do you feel like the difference was between you guys yesterday going up against EG, where we were definitely seeing the huge back and forths, and then what you guys delivered today? Because we heard some of your comms, and you guys certainly kept it entertaining for us.
I think always when you start out the first game at a tournament, especially versus an American team, which we didn't play for like close to a year, it's always going to be tough, and there's always going to be a lot of mistakes. I think I heard Alexi as well in the post-game interview yesterday saying that we fucked up on a lot of occasions. And, you know, we did as well today. I really remember one of the first round on the Dust 2 T-half. Isa missed a flash that was really crucial to our strat. And, you know, it's these tiny details that makes or breaks the rounds. And especially for a team like us, we really need to, focus to close these games out.
Valde, how's the general mood within the team right now? Because as you said, you know, I was listening into the comms, and it seems like you guys are fairly calm, even though you sometimes do miss a certain flash. You sometimes do, you know, mess up a little bit. Overall, the team vibe seems to be good right now, and all of you guys are buying into the Alexi B project, so to speak. Would you agree with that sentiment, that the vibe within the team is right now feeling quite comfortable?
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think we realized at a point, before the break, that when we have these rough games where we maybe do some crucial errors, we maybe tended to tilt a little bit too much and turn on each other. And it goes without saying that if you want to beat any of these top teams, that's really not an option while you're playing the game. So we just try and stay focused, try and stay calm, and just move on.
Valde, I want to focus on you for a second. You're a very complete, very versatile player. And if you could explain to the viewers, what is your role in the team? What do you need to do right for OG to win?
To be honest, I don't know, man. Really hard question after a game. I think I'm like, it depends on the map, really. Like some maps, I'm really doing a lot of clutching. Other maps, I'm doing like entry fragging, you know, lurking. So it really depends on the map, I feel like. You know, I have quite a few different roles compared to when I played in North, for example.
Do you think that's exactly what you're bringing? You know, the ability to do different roles on different maps?
Yeah, I guess so. You know, I'm just trying to fill out the gaps. And I think the most important thing for us right now is have Manto rolling, because like he's a really strong AWPer, and once he's like confident in his game, I really feel like he can be like a world-class player.
Valde, we talked a lot about Manto and praised him for his great performances. When I listen to the team comps, he's not a guy that says a lot, right? He basically just obeys and sometimes chimes in. Would you say that Manto is just filling out his role, or do you sometimes miss a little bit of initiative? Because we see on the server how much, you know, he can produce in this game. In particular, he won 11 out of 14 opening duels. He was plus 100 ADR. He's a rock-solid player. Do you sometimes miss that he takes even more initiative to be even better?
I guess maybe in the close games, but I still think you have to keep in mind that he's only been playing at this level for like 10 months or something.
Sure.
Like most players, that only comes with like years of experience. So to me, he's like improving day by day, and I really think he knows himself that like some games he maybe needs to take better initiative, but to me it'll come with experience, honestly, and I'm really confident having him on the team.
Sounds good.
I'll be confident when he's putting up performances like that as well. Valde, congratulations on the big win over Navi. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Go off and enjoy the rest of your evening, mate.
Appreciate it. See you guys.
OG there, getting it done. They may have proved us wrong on the desk. I'm just going to take a moment to blame Anders, because he is the curse. You know, when he flips on over, he's just done it again. Why has he got to go do this to us?
I set you up for this, you know. Never, ever copy my homework. Just don't do it.
Also,
what is this?
James, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that means OG will make it to the fall final anyway.
Yes, the first
That is something to celebrate, right? They've made it. They have their spot. It's going to be a matter of seed, obviously, who wins the grand final of that group, but they are in the fall series final.
Let's take a look at that bracket as well, see how it's all going to work out, because that's what it's all about, right? We're going to see one team eliminated today, but OG are the first team all the way through to the final. Many people doubted them back in London for the same way, and guess what? They've proven it once again that they can get the job done.
And isn't that a bit ironic, right? If you'd pick one team from this bracket where you thought to yourself, all right, if you know, Navi probably going to go through, EG have a good chance of going through, NIP, I guess they're supposed to be better than OG. The one team you wouldn't necessarily pick to go through is the first one actually going through, and that is OG. And the main thing about this is that I feel that they 100% deserve it. They've been playing some solid Counter-Strike, especially today against Navi. You know, even in the pressure situations, they were calm. They remained, you know, resilient to the pressure Navi put on them, and they were today by far the best playing team. So fully deserved all the way into the next stage of the tournament. Let's put it that way.
Fully deserved indeed. It doesn't matter if it's Dota or CSGO. That OG name will cause some crazy upsets and show us that they are champions. They're the first team through. But now we've got to see who's going to be the first team going home. We're going to a quick break, but when we come back, it's EG taking on NIP for our first elimination match.
Okay. No, I'm saying,
Pushing.
Nathan.
Nice. Let's go, boys.
That's a win.
Nice, boys.
Good win, like honestly. Yeah, that's a good win. That's a super good win.
We beat Navi, man. Let's go.
Let's go, boys.
Welcome back to the Blast Premier Full Series, and we have had an amazing first game, but there is still one more to come your way. We're going to take a look at this bracket so you guys can see, if you're just joining us, how things have panned out so far. And no, do not adjust your screens. That is correct. OG took down NAVI with a 2-0, and they are our first team to qualify for the full finals. Now we get to see our first elimination match, and it's NIP going up against EG. And both these teams, they showed us quite interesting form when it came to it. We had a bit more hope in terms of what EG might have been able to deliver. But remember, they've been stuck in no man's land with poor CS for such a long time, Maniac.
That is exactly the meme I want to bring up. What if EG, after dominating, having good results over NA, just losing to FURIA, come to Europe, play 2BO3, and then are out? Would it be EU, NA? I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Not saying anything quite yet.
It's always been EU over NA. Come on, Maniac.
That's why they had to, bring us over there,
Yeah, you played in Liquid.
I used to play Liquid, yeah.
Yeah, right. Liquid, that was the one.
All right.
Why is this
moving on,
life?
James?
Yeah, please, quick. I'm so glad that Maniac never got invited to
We used to play in Titan, right?
Yeah, I used to play in Titan. You don't know that?
No. Do you want to fill me in,
No, it's okay. I'm good.
Okay, good.
You're going to ask me if I knew about Kali, and I want to talk about that. Moving on.
You'd get yourself into a dumpster with that one for sure, Maniac. But EG, right, this is a team right now that when you look at it on paper, it looks glorious. It looks beautiful. Breeze, Ethan, Cirque, Tariq, Stan.
Sure.
But yesterday, it didn't go to plan, especially when you look at a player like Breeze. I normally look at Ethan and Breeze, right? I see these two guys who just can absolutely take over a game. Well, it didn't really happen. Maybe a bit more for Ethan, but Breeze, where was he?
Yeah, he was nowhere to be found. He didn't necessarily have a bad game, as per se. His KD Reggie was one, he didn't do poorly, but he was just not the Breeze that we, I guess, come to expect, being, I would say, one of the best rifles in the world when he's really feeling it. His aim and his ability and his multi-kill potential is absolutely out of the roof, so he could be very, very good. He just didn't feel that yesterday. When you look towards EG, I think Maniac is onto something, saying that, what if this is too soon, right? What if they come over here and lose a couple of games? As a direct consequence to the fact that they haven't been able to practice against anyone good for quite some time. I wouldn't even be disappointed in EG. I think it would be a natural course, I'd be disappointed if it was the same thing in a couple of weeks when they had time to settle in for Europe. But right now, we got to give them to the fact that they haven't been able to play against anyone good for quite some time. And it is tough for them to go up against some top European opposition, especially NIP, who yesterday didn't play bad at all.
And you're giving them an edge here, though, right? You're giving them a get out of jail free card, pimp. You're not normally this nice.
Yeah, no, I normally wouldn't do that, but this time I feel like it's justified.
He's got himself.
I played bad cup today.
Oh, okay. So 5 days is not enough in pimp size with this, right? Maniac, though, when it comes to it, I did expect a bit more from them, right? I expect them to come out heavy hitting and hungry to do some serious damage now they're back over here.
Yeah, I think there are two main differences for EG when it comes to these games compared to what they usually do in NA. First of all, I think their opponents make fewer mistakes. There are fewer duels as well. We talk about Breeze. He's a man, rifle in the hand. When you take him straight on for a duel, he's going to beat you 80-90% of the time. Here in EU, a bit less of these dry duels, more flashes, more peaks and stuff like that. The other problem is they've been sloppy. We've seen them yesterday. They were sloppy in some of these situations, some of these clutches. I would call them advantageous clutches, 3 versus 3 with someone coming in from the back, not waiting for him. Tariq in the abs of Mirage comes into mind. So they've been doing mistakes they shouldn't.
But when it comes to NIP, right, we spoke so highly yesterday about Nork. He didn't maybe show up. Yes, he's just coming back in and trying to find his footing with it all. But overall, this was not a NIP that really showed us that they're ready for this big event here right now. Maybe they're feeling the effects of so much Counter-Strike because they've been busy boys.
And I guess that's the problem I have with NIP. I don't really know where to put him, right? We see this lineup, we see the potential, we see a guy like Nork. We know, as Maniac said the other day, he can potentially be a superstar within Swedish Counter-Strike for many years to come. At least he has the talent for it. Plopsky, we've seen what he's been able to do when he was in a good streak. Res, he used to be the star of this lineup. Maybe he's slowed down a little bit as of lately. NIP, they have a lot of interesting players, right? But maybe this is just the level we can expect from NIP. Maybe they're never going to be a top 5, top 7, top 8 team in the world. Maybe we just have to accept that NIP is a decent team, but they're never going to be better than just a top 10 team. Of course, it's very harsh to say. And I will say with the, with the youth they have within the lineup, with the prospect of having a guy like Nork, Hampus coming in still relatively new to the lineup, there's definitely a lot of potential that has been undiscovered within NIP, but we still, talk about the same NIP over and over again. It's always, top 7, top 8, top 10. It never really gets any better, does it?
To me, it's getting these NIP players activated, and there's a man that knows how to get them activated. He gets a lot of praise to try and make this team work, so let's hear from Fret.
But obviously coming on to this next match, it's going to be against EG. Of course, it's going to be the first time you're going to be facing an NA team in quite some time now. So from your perspective as a coach, how do you kind of get the players ready and sort of prepared for perhaps a different style of play that we normally see coming out from the NA region?
Well, in all honesty, the preparation is very similar. We do have a lot of demos, as there's been a lot of NA tournaments online, so there's a lot of data on EG. And I think we're just more excited playing a new team, like playing OG again. I mean, sure, it's always fun to play those guys, but I mean, we played them plenty of times already this year. So I think we're just very excited to play a new team.
Interesting. Hampus wasn't giving too much away to me earlier, but is there anything special you guys are going to be bringing, considering we're going to be, well, you're going to be facing sort of a new team for the first time in months? Is there anything particular we can expect from NIP today?
I don't want to spoil anything, but there will be some surprises, definitely.
Oh, I love that. And just from your perspective as a coach, of course, we saw you standing in for Nork for a period of time whilst he was on medical leave. And I was speaking to Twist a couple of days ago about it, and he was saying actually he felt like you got a little bit of a new perspective actually being inside the team. Did it kind of help you adapt your way that you were viewing stuff as a coach? Did you kind of learn anything from that experience going back into your coaching role?
I think I sort of have a bit more, I already respect the players, but rather I was reminded on how hard some of the things are, right? So we were playing Nuke, and I was sort of reminded, okay, it is really hard to keep track of all the rotations of both my own team and the opponents. But in all honesty, I would just keep pressuring them to be better anyway.
Wise words coming out there from Threat, and we praise him so highly, and he's had enough time though now of these guys, right? Okay, the changes have come in, but ultimately this is now a NIP that should start to raise up in form.
You're right, and I do believe that the changes required for NIP to go further are personal changes, growth even. There is a word that came from that interview, and it's excitement. We need to see some fire coming out of NIP. If the viewers don't know, we in the green room have the luxury of seeing the webcams, and we hear the team's play, so we can have some sort of a thermometer as to how the team is behaving. NIP, calm in hard time, but also no one is really rising up to bring to rally the troops together and, you know, fight back. And I think they are missing that. They're calm, yes, but there needs to be a fire.
Well, a player and a team that certainly have fire is the EG camp. So we're going to hear from Cirque, because these guys get real crazy, real loud when it comes to their games.
You come from the Bulgarian region. Originally, that's where you sort of first started playing CS. Now coming back closer to that region again. What is that like for you as a player? Is it affecting you, and is it kind of allowing you to flourish at all? Because you've been in NA for such a long time now. What is your sort of personal viewpoint of being back in the region now?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I had a talk with my team before coming back, because we were supposed to all be in Serbia, and I pretty much said that with all the Corona stuff happening, it was like I got pretty homesick. So I just asked them if I could be in Bulgaria for the time being, because yeah, I just got pretty homesick and I wasn't at a happy place, and thankfully they allowed me. So yeah, it's pretty nice, like, to be around your family. It's pretty nice, yeah.
That's awesome. So how's it kind of working with the team at the moment? Obviously, we see them in that boot camp sort of facility. So what's it been like with your current relationship with the team? Has it actually been quite a good thing for you, you know, to get rid of that homesickness, as you were saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good for me for the long run, because after that we go back to America, and then after that we're back to Europe. But at the moment where we'll be back in Europe, I won't be going home. So, I mean, it's pretty good for me. And pretty much there's nothing changed. It's like I'm there, but I'm not really there. Like, even when we're doing stuff, we'll be on Discord, my cam will be on, their cam will be on. Like, it's like we see each other at the same time. Like, it's not the same, obviously. I'm not there in person, but we're trying to make it as good as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be look great, fantastic for you that you can sort of get rid of a bit of that homesickness. That's a really good thing about this kind of situation. I'm interested as well in terms of yourself developing in that AWPing role. I spoke to Tarek yesterday, and he said, you know, he was aware of becoming stagnant over in NA when you're practicing against the same competition time and time again. How did you kind of avoid that happening to you? Is there anything you were focusing on? And then moving over into EU, is there anything you're continuing to focus on as a player?
Well, playing in NA the last couple of months was pretty rough. Like there was no FPO, there was no nothing. So pretty much my practice went to almost none. So I'm in a kind of a slump right now that I'm trying to get out of. And yeah, I mean, it didn't go well for me. I'll just say that. So I'm hoping that this European trip puts me on the right track and I can get back.
Yeah, I hope so too. Fingers crossed. And I mean, coming up against NIP is your next opposition. How are you viewing them at the moment? We've obviously seen a bit of resurgence in form of them, finishing very well at the most recent EU RMR event. So what are your kind of thoughts on them overall as a team?
I mean, when back in NA, like before starting our match, we'll be watching European matches. So we've watched them play before our matches, and I don't think we've ever played this lineup with Knock and Hampus. And I know those guys from back in the day when I was still playing in a Bulgarian team, so I'm very excited to play them. And yeah, I just can't wait. I think it's going to be a very fun match again.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what is going to be going down in that server. Thank you so much for chatting with me, Cirque. Best of luck for your next match.
Now, that is an eye-opener, right? Obviously, we saw yesterday Cirque not being with them, but it's certainly tough when you've been on the road for so long. And Pimp, I know you can agree with that, because many of the time we don't feel like we got a home when it comes to it. And it's not easy being away for all that time.
Nah, you're constantly on the move. You're having a hard time, you know, settle. And I think Cirque has been in North America for 3 years now, so he's really had his due diligence towards staying in North America, especially during these times. It's only fair that he gets some time at home. So respect to the guy. You know, he's been dedicating his entire life to Counter-Strike, and he is a very, very strong AWP player, and I think we're going to see that later on today.
And that's what we want to see, and Nork is the one who's going to have to step up to the challenge when it comes to it. Now, instantly we see the Dust 2 ban come out, and that's what you've got to respect, because we know how dangerous EG can be on that.
All right, that's a vertigo ban coming out of EG as well. That was going to be my question. EG notoriously plays 7 maps at the moment, at least the stats do so. They decided to go for the vertigo pick, which means Overpass is open. My point exactly. Overpass is going to be picked by NIP. That has been a decent map for them. Now, Jacob, I'm not exactly sure. I think EG could take different roles. They could go for Nuke. They've had rather good stats. They could go for an Inferno as well. Yeah. I don't know where you fancy it.
I think Inferno is going to be the go-to pick for EG, at least what we saw yesterday. They were very well performing on Inferno against a strong OG, and we got it right there, especially considering the results they've had, right? We mentioned them yesterday. They won, 16-6, 16-5, 16-3, 16-1 against some, lower tier American opposition. But then again, yesterday, they went up against OG, and they also beat them relatively convincingly on a map like Inferno. So for them to pick Inferno makes sense. As for this third and deciding map right here, I don't really know, Maniac. It can go both ways.
Ooh, I think we're going Nuke.
Yeah, I hope we're going Nuke.
Nuke could be a possibility. It used to be a really good map for EG. They've had a little bit of a bad streak at the very end. They're going to go for Nuke. Even though they've lost 4 maps in a row now, it still is a good map for them. What do you say? Nuke's a good map? Oh, yeah, Nuke's a good map. Pretty cute. Oh.
Yes, Nuke finally on there, right? But will we get there is the question, guys. When it comes to it, a lot of us were believing in what EG could offer, but this is still a NIP that have been able to pull out big wins time and time again, just maybe not to the level that we expect.
That's the thing, right? Because what is NIP? What is our expectations for NIP? Do we really expect NIP to be a top 5 team in the world? Because I personally do not, at least not as of right now. Maybe in half a year, maybe in a year when Nok is stepping it up, maybe when he's becoming the superstar that we think he potentially could be. But as of right now, I don't really expect NIP to be able to beat a team like EG. That being said, though, with the play they showed yesterday and with the sloppy mistakes EG had, there's definitely a chance for a game right here.
Well, let's see this game right here. That's what's coming up next. It's NIP taking on EG, our final best of 3 of the day, and it's elimination time.
All right, here we are, second map of the second day of Blast Premier. It's EG versus NIP, and the odds are sort of kind of close, but you know, slightly favoring EG. I picked them to win. You had to pick NIP for obvious reasons.
Yeah, just because I like winning, Anders.
Oh, all right.
So, you know,
thought it was peer pressure. Thought it was
nothing to do with that.
All right.
Everything to do with my faith in the Svensk CS.
Yeah.
The Swedish guys are going to get it done. And
They are cool.
I don't see Evil Geniuses managing to handle it.
You know, maybe we don't talk enough about this, but there's something cool about the idea that these guys had to pick up from like the unbelievable mythical team that was the original lineup. Those are some pretty big shoes to fill, and like, you know, a lot of pressure on you, and I think they've done a very good job. So I actually think it's really cool that they've managed to put together a really well functioning team at the moment. I picked EG for just actually, I'm not even sure having good reasons, yeah. But I think they're fun. I think EG play a fun kind of Counter-Strike. I like it. I think NIP do. I think this is going to be a great game. I really look forward to it. So we're already into it. NIP on the T side of Overpass and EG on the CT side. So big welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Get your friends in here. Get everyone involved. I think this is going to be some pretty high-powered Counter-Strike that we've got coming your way. And already, they're down in that connector in the middle of stairs and actually sneaking back. That's potentially a little bit scary to be doing that. But yeah, he makes it out all right. I think it was Circa, someone running through there. Ethan just taking a quick look. They are backing up. NIP got to bring the bomb all the way along, maybe? Or just restrooms. But it looks like they're leaning A. And I think EG know that there's not much happening outside of B. Look at how they're rotating back. Oh, they know everything. Oh, dear.
I think NIP are going to be hard-pressed here at the beginning of this match, considering Evil Genius's performance versus OG, how it was just so close yesterday, that loss.
It was.
I think Evil Geniuses will be a little bit dialed in on the map. They'll be feeling it. And NIP might be caught trying to warm up a bit going into this first map of this best of three. But let's see it now. NIP are moving on to the side. Beautiful flash. Going to slow Stanislaw down, but that does not shut down Breeze. And Cirque is there as well. Well, that was a total annihilation. NIP just ran into the blender.
They knew they just knew exactly what was coming. Oh no, do it, get him on. Oh, he's gonna get to the headshot. What an absolute mistake. Get it, please, one more knock. This is beautiful. He's picked up a USB, he could do this. If he aces them, that is just way out of control. Don't jump against him. He's got a chance. 15 seconds, though. He has to push. He has to find Stanislaw, or at least get a chance to get the bomb down. Otherwise, this is going to be a disaster. Bomb is on the other side. 8 seconds left. He's running for it and thinking about it. He's one bullet away. He does make it around the corner, and he's going to try and hold it in, and he's definitely dead. Oh, what a shame. That was still just very, very cool out of Nork. And listen, EG had they knew what was coming, but at the end, they were like, we got it. We're already celebrating. It's already won.
Just take a breath there. I mean, if EG were feeling good about themselves, yeah, guys, we got this. Fantastic.
Actually, in some ways, it is slighter.
I love Stan. He's got such a great attitude, that guy. What a baller.
Definitely got to pray. I don't know. I think it's all that was. In some sense, that could be like a blessing in disguise, because that will wake up the whole EG team to say, oh, that's a lesson that we already know and have learned many times, but, you know, we forget every once in a while. It's really just never over until it's over, right?
We should be taking this, you know, don't let your foot off of the gas.
Yeah.
Is the essential message there. For whatever reason, if you're going at it and you charge a player like Nock, they can take your head off. Shadows are there to give it away, and that still does not help Tarek. Gets bopped by Rez. Quick trades, man advantage now for NIP, and they have recovered 2 guns, or at least 1. So this is going to get real spicy. They've got 2 rifles to play with. And the hard rotate coming in here from Evil Geniuses, but they've been smoked off, and now it's going to be on Stanislaw to try and make a play. Flashes himself through the smokes, channeling his inner stew, looking for the fight. He's going to take it and win it. Flopske not going to connect on the second bullet. That had to happen, but Hampus is still alive in a 1v2.
He was very, very good last time they were playing against OG. He's definitely had some great kills on the board. So looking for a shot with the Deagle. The timing is great, and he'll find Breeze and take him right down. So 25 seconds. He's going to pick up the bomb, and Ethan is very low on health. So he's a Deagle shot away from death. From us, I mean, that'll do the trick. He's going to fake it and run to the B-bomb side. Maybe a little bit overkill, but whatever. It all works in the end, and it's just going to be very hard, I think, for Ethan to find. You know, by the time he realizes the bomb is in B, He's got a million corners to check. I mean, Hampus could go even further away than this, but he's playing it just fine at the moment. What a great round out of NIP so far. They just need this one last shot on Ethan.
It's the same thing for Hampus, though. Because you can see, he's trying to cover as many as possible, and it's just the one that he's not watching. That's the problem when you completely lose track of where your opponent is. You have no idea where he is. He could be anywhere on the map. The shoe fits on the other foot as well.
I guess at that point in time, you probably could have made a strong choice that if he had gone down to the ramp instead, you know, he would have...
He's tried to cover CT and he tried to cover short at the same time, right?
Yeah.
It's like 2 out of 3.
Yeah, but if he's down by a monster and then looking into the tunnel, then he at least can't be shot from anywhere else, right? And he can still hear the bomb. I don't know. It's always so easy to second guess people.
Of course, and it's so insanely close right now.
It is, man. That was I don't know, another wake up call for EG, but also NIP showing like I would say a certain kind of attitude early on here. Like they had all the smokes and everything. That wasn't just like, oh, we'll buy an AK and see what happens. They really had a plan going into that.
Yeah, it was cool. It was very cool.
Yeah,
I'm glad to see this. I mean, this is about an even spread for both of these teams on this map. Nip are slightly favored, and Rez is going to take down Tarek here. So we're starting to see that. I mean, 2 very close rounds indeed. Evil Geniuses squeak on through. And well, now it's going to be on NIP with this buy round to make something happen. Cirque playing very patiently. Rez can't see through the wall as he can. But now it's going to be Bree setting it up. Rez again going to find the other. Nice attempt at the spray transfer from Cirque. That was so close, but he does not get the kill. And now, I mean, look at this. I mean, it feels like Nip have just been sitting and waiting. It's Evil Geniuses who tried to play aggressive and set the tone here, and that just completely backfired on him.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it definitely looked like NIP were aware that was a possibility, and they made that work out just fine. Ethan and Stanislaw, 2 versus 4 at the moment, and we'll see how this is going to play out in the end. 3rd round, and already we've got a very, very contentious game on our hands, which is what we love. Stanislaw actually getting that kill, but there's no one at the A bomb site, so, I mean, even if they realize, and it looks like they do right now, it's not quite going to be in time, is it, though? They're going to be there too late, and I would probably suggest saving is the better option. Seems like they are anyway, so... Yeah, what an interesting emphasis on the aggression and the buying early on here. But for NIP, it makes sense. Again, like, you know, they weren't just buying to see what happened. They clearly are super focused, so not caught off guard by the aggression in this round over by the A side of the map. And the previous round, they got the restrooms. They just execute a smoke, you know, execute into that bomb site and nearly win it. So this round, they will win. All right.
Yeah, they're getting on the board, and really it feels like it could have gone either way. But Nip right now, they've got some confidence going their way. Evil Geniuses ran into them this time around. Evil Geniuses, I admire that play from Evil Geniuses as well, though. Right, like trying to shake it off. It's been way too close the first 2 rounds. Let's get at them. Let's take the fight to them and get that going. Didn't work out for them this time, but you still have to admire it, and you can't let that just completely ruin things for you here. Their economy is going to be ruined because obviously they just haven't been saving money. That's how it goes. But they held on to 2 rifles, so I'm very curious to see where they set up with these 2 rifles to get maximum impact. And already Ethan, you can see him hightailing right up. All right, he's just setting up the molly.
Yeah. Works out just fine. They do deal with it pretty quickly. And a bit of a fight here in the connector. Ethan there get at least 1 return. And I think Tarek stepped on the gun, but he couldn't actually get it out in time, so kind of a shame. Yeah, I like the fact that they're going aggressive over on the A side anyway, because, I mean, you have to assume that a team with threat standing behind them is going to be able to do some pretty cool executes if you give them the space for it. So to the extent that you can make that rough on them, or at least, again, make them use the grenades to get those staging positions, just try and make it harder on them. I think that's what they have to do, EG, to switch it up a bit. Let's see what Stanislaw could do here. He's got an idea that someone's here. I don't think they've heard him yet. He's just running in. Ooh, that is quick. Galil to the face, and it will be a 2nd round for NIP. That's not bad at all. Quickly challenging EG are the Swedish side, and yeah, they're gonna have to save at this point in time. There's no other way around it. Ethan will pick up the single deagle, but not expecting too much out of it. How quick are they gonna be? Are they gonna keep going? There they go, a little bit of a stack. Nice attempt.
Nice attempt. I mean, you got to try and make plays like that, and you don't really risk much when it's a hard eco. So, I mean, Plops is going to get in there, start making that money with that MAC-10. And then, ooh, you see, there it is. Ethan was doing serious damage for Evil Geniuses yesterday. He is definitely going to be a player that we need to keep an eye on throughout this series. Top fragged for them, top performer. And so he had many high impact rounds. Definitely not a guy you want to sleep on. He is going to be one trying to make plays here for Evil Geniuses. But it is 2-2. And this is still a hard eco coming in from Evil Geniuses. So, I mean, let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. It would be really, really difficult for them to win this round, even from this point. But a cascade could work.
They get the hot shot in. Cirque will find one more kill. Yeah, I agree. It's still going to be very, very rough, but you know, doing some damage here, making sure that NIP don't feel too confident early on in the game. Blobski going to get shot from above, and Ethan will eventually take him down. They don't have a kit, so yeah, picking up the AK and running away is a much better choice. And Twist read that absolutely perfectly. He's going to get that AK himself instead. So that's a close round. That's a huge victory for EG to be able to do that much damage. And again, recover, you know, a little bit of confidence, I would say. Interesting stuff. 6th round is coming your way, and
don't mind the noise.
No, don't mind the noise at all. Go away in a second, guys. Yeah, AWP is on Cirque, who, I mean, even when he's not playing his best, is still really dangerous. And I think that's what the EG and OG game was so interesting, partly because it felt like EG weren't really hitting sort of their top level with many of their players, and they were still really competitive. So on a day where all of those players are feeling great and they're all sort of tuned in, it could be drastically different from what we saw against OG. So that's something to think about as well.
Absolutely. Still getting in the feel a little bit. I mean, it did feel like Evil Geniuses took them a map and a half to really warm up yesterday.
Yeah.
To get going, to get comfortable. And it's that's nice HE. Right on for decent damage. And oh, he gets spotted as well, Stan. Great awareness there from the Ninja. Is going to go ahead and spot him out and chase Stan away. So far, things are looking pretty decent here for a push onto this B side. At least Hampus is now in control of short. He is going to be trying to keep a little bit of pressure here on the Geniuses. You still have Rez creating a little bit of room over there, getting that info. Long restroom. But the bomb is outside B with 45 seconds left. It makes you think like this is where the Ninjas are going to strike.
See if Rez could find anything. Not even a kill is necessary, but he's going to find just that. Walking in behind, pulls out the Molotov. Oh! But quick with the AK. What a monstrous switch that he just made. He should have been dead. I mean, maybe even the first time around. That is hard to explain, but it looked really cool. And that's obviously the round. Nothing that they could do about that. Oh, and Hampus still hanging out down here. This is even smarter, isn't it? He's going to go for the kill and pick up one. Trying to deny anything. A reload, maybe a little bit scary, but he still gets it. It's a flawless round. NIP end up winning it, and it's 4-2. Really, I don't know, a tremendous amount of work being done here by the Swedes. They look so tuned in at the moment.
It's I mean, obviously barring the 2 miracles in the first 2 rounds there, this could very easily be 6-0 for NIP and them just kind of traipsing on through. Definitely some spice here for the Ninjas. And well, Evil Geniuses, this is just one of those rounds where you're going to just get kicked in the teeth. Although they have invested in some pistols, the Eagles are keeping 50s across the board. It is an eco round. NIP should be heavily favored. And already NIP getting aggressive, kind of bullying with these rifles, just trying to get in there and take those fights. Interestingly enough, they do not go for long. They do not take that over. Instead, focusing on B. And so it is going to be a play for Sewers here. Evil Genius is going to get Ethan in. There's plenty of, like, exactly, little spots for him to hide. Oh, no way. Had he got the second one, that would have been obscene.
I was going to say, the fact that he was pre-firing it made me think he's dead, like, as soon as he reveals that position, but somehow not. Hampus staying alive at 12 health. Some long-range fighting coming out of Tarek, but it doesn't connect.
Dude, Hampus is no joke.
No, he's really impressive. For the longest time, and I mean much more, I feel like, than in other scenes, it was really confusing why there was no new up-and-coming Swedish talent for just such a long time.
Considering the strong start from Sweden.
And the history going just so far back into 1.6 and all the rest of it. You know, like everything in Sweden should be lined up for it, right? And it had a really huge lag in CSGO for, I don't know, whatever, any number of reasons, right? But now there are many, and I mean, I keep hearing the names of many more that are, you know, playing in lower level teams now that are just out there waiting. So I think it's, you know, it took a while, but I think it's coming. I think this is sort of the first, maybe some sense the first wave of the new talent. Let's just say that all of Crimson and all the rest of them are sort of old by now.
Yeah, you're not going to call, I mean, they've been...
Yeah, but I guess behind the original NIP team, you know, there was a point in time when those guys were, you know, like, oh, who's Olof? He's just playing public games. He's just an onliner.
Too true, too true. And then sure enough, made his name.
Yep. 8th round. They've lost Hampus right at the beginning, and now they're moving long, and there's no one holding A at the moment. I'm sure someone will be rotating back. The sort of the double emphasis on connector here for EG is not necessarily that bad, even if it is an A push, because you can run up the stairs and be there to shoot them in the back. But obviously, it would suck if they just got a quick bomb plant here in a 4 and 5 for not that much effort. We'll see if they're able to do that. And the weird fact that Twist is also in between them, I don't even know what happens if they get the bomb down here and Twist is down at the sewer. That would be interesting. No. He still will, so that could see how much of a distraction that's going to cause. He's going to stumble right into them, so yeah, they know that he was walking away, and that is a lot of info to work off of. And they've checked all the way out into T spawn. It's a very odd round, but it's working out brilliantly for EG, in spite of them just, I don't know, not really realizing how many people were right at the A bomb site. Good kill there, and running into the fire is Breeze, and that will be only the one casualty on the EG side as they pick up a 3rd round. I think that's a good job.
Yeah, real powerful way to bounce back into this map. You needed a definitive victory.
Yeah,
something that's going to show you that, hey, you know, it's not all bad here. We can still work this out. We can still make it happen. And early enough as well before it really started running away with you, because it felt like NIP was starting to develop all the confidence necessary to get a real strong first half. Now Evil Genius is showing some fight. Wonder how much. I mean, Zeus is pacing. Zeus is there with the players as well, so he'll be in the back line there, keeping an eye on things. But 5-3, NIP in the lead still on the T side of Overpass in this first half, and NIP. Oh, change of pace here. All out, and Evil Geniuses have called it. They know what's coming.
Spraying them down. Breeze just only out of bullets. Ethan will help it out, but yeah, that's locked down. And they went for that smoke into that tunnel from CT spawn, and NIP just said, you know what, we're just going to go through anyway, and you saw the result right then and there.
Hard counter.
Yeah, that was... I mean, it's still maybe worth it, because oddly enough, right, sometimes when you throw that CT spawn smoke, the CTs that are actually playing in the B bomb site will just take it for granted that, well, that calls off everything, like it's all fine. If you make that assumption and suddenly people get flashed through the smoke, I mean, you could still get caught, right? So I don't think it's actually not that crazy of a gamble. But I mean, the next problem obviously is the first guy through the smoke is the one to go down immediately, and everyone else gets stopped from the bullets coming through. And like, you know, you need to at least make it through the smoke on the first player, otherwise it's you see like it's all getting slowed down behind it as soon as that happens.
They're all flash. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
Breeze is flash as well. But, I mean, that's a must-win, and now it's nightmare mode. Evil Geniuses have full AKs across the board, plus an AWP for Cirque on that CT side. That is rough. And so NIP now, they've got their work cut out for them. Cirque, again, aggressive, straight into Birthday, looking for that shot. The flash comes through. Rez opens it up, takes down Tarek, who's having a bit of a rough time here in this first half. And, well, Tarek donates his life, and they get nothing for it. And there's nobody in B. This is outrageous.
Where they have some money, EG, so they could feel tempted to try and retake this, but the bomb's going to go down so quickly here that I'd love to hear their comms at this point in time if they even knew or what was going on. Breeze is going to get caught now. Definitely called a save, yeah, and they're gonna walk away almost immediately.
Ooh, that was cool. The trick HE.
He's just styling on him.
I love it. Stan, of course, Stan knows that sort of thing, right? Plofsky, sorry, dude. It's not gonna be something.
But he wanted to play along, you know. Wanted to have his say.
That was sick.
What an emphasis from EG to take over Connector and Birthday and Playground even. They just said, we're doing this, even if it costs us having no defense in B.
But that's the thing. There it is. It just shows you that, I mean, Evil Geniuses are kind of just swinging haymakers. Last round, that haymaker connected. You know, Nip got rocked out. This time, they hit nothing but air, right? And so had Nip, right, they're like, oh man, we got blasted on B. Let's go fast A this time or take over A or get a presence there. Evil Geniuses were counting on that. And well, you can see, it just doesn't pan out. Not the right place, not the right time. And so Nip get a round for free, essentially. 6-4. And well, let's see. I mean, Evil Geniuses, they've got money. They've got a full buy. Let's see what they're capable of here. Once again, it's going to be Cirque getting aggressive. All out. And Stanislaus the one to get tickled down to 50.
Yeah, he didn't want to stick around though. He just wants to snipe at someone and run away essentially, and that's fine. Gonna go out on long instead towards the flower bed and try and hold that position. NIP taking a pretty conservative approach in this round again. Not really trying too hard to take over any part of the map at the moment. Checking out restrooms, and this position from Stanislaw though could be really great. Very easy to get a kill on someone there. Just seeing the kneecaps.
How does he survive the counter?
He's got a teammate there with him, doesn't he?
Ethan's got his back, but you're still... Does Plopsky know that? Just... Come on! Oh, if only Plopsky knew that HE as well, that would have been sick, but the smoke is blocking up the lineup. No, it's not. That would have been ridiculous.
Could have given some of his own medicine back. That would have been interesting.
That would have been insane, but unfortunately, no. We get to imagine.
I'm so curious because if this was, I'm just gonna say, if this was Navi playing, the fact that there's only 30 seconds would maybe think, oh no, they've kind of lost track of the map. But NIP have shown a lot of focus. So I'm wondering if they still feel like, you know, they have a plan. It's gonna have to be executed really fast because otherwise it's not even really worth it. 18 seconds and running through his circuit. That's a tremendous kill, taking down the bomb carrier and Plopsky, and easy shot there as well, right in front, and I think he probably could have almost had that, but somehow it's a 2-on-2, and with 7 seconds, they still get the bomb plant. It's a tremendous amount of focus on the NIP side. It's really, really hard to do what they've just been doing here. Even if they don't win the round, I still think this is quite good. 2 versus 1, Twist is low on health. They have a flashbang and a Molotov. If they know where he is, they could throw that Molotov, and he would never get out from that corner, so we'll find out. He's set up for a quick headshot, the spray. Ooh, Ethan almost ducking into it, and EG only barely win the round.
So close. Ethan, I mean, talk about Stanislaw getting, he started the half at half HP, or the round at half HP as well. Yeah. Getting 2 kills out of that, still getting value, not playing scared. That is remarkable stuff from Stanislaw. Well, NIP now, they still managed to get a bomb plant with like 7 seconds left on the clock. That is crazy as well. Twist practically fed Cirque that AK.
There we go. That is a level of fan engagement that I am looking for.
There you go.
Get that guy a ticket to an arena, or 2021 or whatever it is. 12th round. And, yeah, I mean, NIP losing that round, but I still think that says something about, you know, what kind of a team we're dealing with here.
I think
level of focus.
It's worth mentioning real quick, if you want to get in on those fan cams, watch together, be sure to follow Blast on the social. You'll find the details there. So get in on that Twitter, Instagram, all that sort of stuff, and you'll get informed.
Yeah, make your own artwork background. I don't know, do something crazy. It's fine. Rez goes down. Nice little flick down from Cirque. Not particularly creative, but doesn't matter. Output was there. Oh, that though. That was cool. Wallbang headshot through the entire wall to take down Hampus. He is going to be angry.
Yeah, we can take that. I'm cool with that. That was definitely very cool.
And now a 5 versus 3. That, you know, I think the main focus for EG Shorty right now is to keep as many guns as alive as possible. This is your chance to you know, cool down NIP a little bit and regain a little bit of confidence. They're playing a pretty good game right now, Nips. You don't really want them to feel too good about this whole scenario. So a very hard position to clear someone out. If you're swinging in from the restaurant on the T side here, just not easy. You spot him out. He's got Tarek there to try and help him out in case they try and rush him down. And ooh, they get both the kills, and just like that, it's a 3-on-3. Just one good flashbang set up by Plopsky. maybe the you know, the unnoticed hero in that particular engagement.
And just how close they're cutting it each time. 10 seconds, bomb is planted. Once again, Nip just playing with fire, but this time they're solid. Breeze is ready and waiting. Is Plopsy going to back his teammate up? As soon as this smoke clears, it's about to get nasty. They have to line up, and they do! Twist not going to get the follow-up, but there it is. Plopsky takes down Breeze. Man advantage now for NIP. And Stanislaw, well, he's worked his magic before. He knows where Plopsky's playing from, but Nock is there to watch his teammates back. Unreal.
That really is an obscene round for NIB. There's a 5-on-3 where EG have everything they could want, basically. I mean, you're getting one kill for free with the sniper, more or less. The other one, obviously, ridiculous wall bang to the wall, and then you still cannot hold on to it. That is it's very bad news, I think, for EG at the moment. 13th round coming up. It's a 7-5 lead for the Swedish Ninjas.
I thought they were perfectly lined up for Twist as well there.
Looked like
it looked like it, right?
Yeah.
There's just going to be this perfect spray. Not quite, though. Not quite. What a fantastic first half here so far between these two teams. Really back and forth.
Ethan wanted to repeat it and didn't work out that way.
Not this time.
Down to 10 health. Oh, and a grenade put him down to...
Oh, come on.
They almost found him playing battleships.
Right? There it is, but he is not sunk just yet. Cirque blind, still gets the shot on Hampus. Key firepower lost for NIP, so we'll see. Can they stabilize on this? And you still got Twist kind of working around on the edges over here. 3 players on B for uses, and there's a beautiful shot. Breezy laid low. Oh, could have got the follow-up too. Twist. Not quite going to find it though. Stanislaw, he has that lineup. We're back into a 4-on-4. 3 players towards A for NIP. Cirque ready to just lock it down though. This guy is a real threat.
They've been so good at those executes, though. That's what really scares me. And again, look at what they're saving. 3 Molotovs, 2 smokes. Wish they had a flashbang, but it's still a lot to have at 40 seconds after a whole fight at the other side. There's Tarek going down, and now they have the smokes to make life really, really hard on Cirque. Even if he has that orb up there, they'll be firebombing him every which way. He has to just escape, run for the smoke to try and get out. Stan is going to follow him. And they're just going to back out. They have so low health, they don't even want to try and do it. It's the grenade. Once they have the restrooms, NIP, they're feeling so confident in their game plan here.
That is so cool.
It really is.
I mean, just know it. Each one knows the Molotov, and they napalm the entire site. That is really cool. I feel like I'm saying that a lot right now, but I'm just enjoying this match. I hope as much as you guys are at home, because this is fun to see. We're getting some creative stuff here. And while NIP are going to get up on that 8th round, T-side overpass, 8 rounds. They're starting to cook with gas. Evil Genius's next round, it is going to be a bit touch and go because they don't have that loss bonus really firmly established. So the money is not going to be fantastic. They'll be able to squeak by, but it's not going to be the strongest buy.
I mean, this is, we're learning a lot out of it. I mean, look at this. The bottom fragger is Twist with 8 and top is Rez at 10. So
Tarek is having a real rough time, though, for EG right now. I don't know what's going on with no TV, no shirt TV.
That's been a while, hasn't it? They changed the TOS, outlawed his channel.
I had to put a shirt on.
Hard times.
I don't get it. I mean, dudes, shirts, why?
I guess, you know what? It's a whole long discussion, isn't it? But I liked it. I had like his own brand, I guess.
Yeah.
This 14th round that's coming up, again, I really think once they have the restrooms, you could just tell. And they're not just doing the same execute. That's also what's kind of fun to be watching here. This isn't just you get the restrooms, do the same thing again. They have a bunch of different ways of doing this. So EG either, I don't know. I mean, they have been trying to fight further forward. Maybe they just, it seems like they need to do more to not make the restrooms such a safe harbor for NIP once they have it. But I'm not sure how exactly to do that. I mean, it's tough if you get beaten up trying to push aggressively. They're pushing forward 3 people this time, so they're thinking about it. Waiting for some aggression that they're not going to find just yet. This, though, Hampus, right idea. Ethan is right on the other side. He's going to get a slightly favorable angle for a headshot to take him down, so early advantage for EG. That usually means you can relax a little bit more, but again, I'm still worried about them giving up restrooms.
You don't want to give up too much room, but with 3 players over there for Evil Geniuses right now. It's going to be very tough indeed for NIP to get any kind of room to work with over there. Instead, it's looking like it's going to be a focus towards B here for NIP. Bomb outside of Monster, and Twist has worked his way up onto short. Ethan and Breeze are ready and waiting, however. And playing passive. Oh, Twist! Well, that's how you do it.
If I'm playing out on long, I'm just, oh man, like.
Well, how did that happen? Use your words.
Yeah. Nobody covering that. I actually think Rez was trying to make enough of a distraction at long so that someone would be rotating inside of B. I think they were sort of, waiting around for someone to run across the bomb site. And then they just found the kills anyway. Outrageous. NIP just looking like a far superior team, at least on this map. I think probably the map has a fair bit to do with it, but still absolutely cool to be seeing.
Well, keep in mind that we are going to Inferno next, and that really is EG's map. Like, if they had a home map, Inferno would be it.
That'd be it, yeah.
So it's not end of days here for all the EG fans tuning in just yet.
No, it's definitely not. And you've got to assume as well they're not going to be mentally so broken. I'm sure they've, maybe seen some of this coming a little bit. But saying all of that, I still don't want to take anything really away from NIP. The game plan here was just terrific, and it's a real delight to see. 9-5 in their favor, the 15th round coming up. And I don't know if EG at all look like a team that could recover this at the moment. I just think they look so well dialed in here. Love to be proven wrong. Again, maybe the one thing that you always really have to keep in mind with EG is just that some of the individual performances that you can get out of some of these players on occasion is very, very hard to stop. I mean, if Breeze sort of, clocks into his A game somehow, that alone will be a problem on any map.
Oh, Breeze just ate an HE and found that it wasn't too tasty. Rez, is he going to get flashed in here? Oh, buddy. Well, that's one way to do it. Sacrifice Hampus. The Hampus, a true team player. What a hero.
Yeah.
What a hero. But do they realize that there's this third man over there? No. It's going to be the backing off here from Evil Geniuses. They're going to peel off towards that A site on long. And now there is an opportunity here for NIP to move on to the B site before this rotation comes through from EG.
I mean, last time this B defense just got shot down by Twist. This time, they're a little bit further back, a little bit harder to find. Still got 40 seconds left, and right now Tarek is actually looking and seeing no one around the restrooms. That's some good play from Tarek to find that information. That's one of the things they've been lacking. And they started to rotate people towards the B bomb site. I think they know what's coming, but are they going to be there in time? The quick jump down, and Twist shooting Ethan as he was trying to take down Plopsky. Shooting through the box and not connecting, and another successful take of a bomb site, this time the B bomb site, and shooting while blind as well. There is nothing that is not working out for NIP at the moment, and through the smoke. Oh my god, what a disgusting round. But this was delicious from NIP. I really, really admire what they put together here. Fantastic play. First half done, 10-5 in their favor. We'll be back in the second half right after the break. Stay tuned.
Gamers rejoice! It's time for yet another episode of the CS Money Skin Survivor. Today we're joined by nobody other than EG's Breeze. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to be here.
We've tasked him with taking 16 Desert Eagle skins and of course chopping down the block until there's only one left over. That last Deagle skin, Breeze, it's going to be given away to one lucky Blast fan thanks to you. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's get into it.
Crimson Web, Hypnotic, Heirloom, Conspiracy, the Golden Koi, Code Red, the Pilot, the Sunset.
First round, quick and easy. Breeze, how was that?
No, I think I've seen all those skins. I think I've had them once or twice.
From 16 skins down to only 8. Let's get it on.
Yeah, let's do it.
The Hypnotic or Crimson Web?
I prefer the Crimson Webs because not every single one has the same pattern.
Conspiracy or Heirloom?
I like the Conspiracy just because it's black and it looks nice.
Golden Koi or Code Red?
The Golden Koi, because I think it's the one I'm using right now.
And finally, the Sunset Storm or the Pilot?
The Sunset Storm, I used to use that Eagle a while back for a long time.
From 16 skins to 8 to only 4, the semifinals start now.
Yeah, let's go.
Conspiracy or the Crimson Web?
I think the Crimson Web still. I like the uniqueness of it.
Yeah, I think that's really cool, actually. You know, Crimson Webs, they come in all sorts of variations, some better than others. The Golden Koi versus Sunset Storm.
I'm a little biased because I'm using the Golden Koi right now. I'd say the Golden Koi.
Now, Breeze, you've done it. You've got us with only 2 skins left over, and this is where things reach their pinnacle point. On one side, you've got that always sleek and shiny Golden Koi scaled to the teeth with those golden trimmings. Or, of course, the spooky, cobble-webbed spread Crimson Web. Please, make your final choice.
I'm using the Golden Koi right now. Maybe if I had a Crimson Web, I'd use it, but I don't. So I guess I'd have to pick the Golden Koi because I don't have a Crimson Web, and it's my favorite one right now.
A difficult decision, but you've done it. The Golden Koi takes the cake. This beautiful Golden Koi needs a beautiful new owner. So Breeze, between 1 and 4, please pick a number.
Let's do 1.
At Professor Xander, congratulations, my friend. I just want to say thank you for your time. Hope you have a good day, my dude.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, guys.
Here we are, second map. It's NIP versus EG, and second match really, not second map. Still first map in this one, and it's been a real delight. I think NIP have just brought a fantastic game plan to this Overpass map, and they're executing it pretty much flawlessly at the moment. They're some of the coolest plays I've seen out on the T side in a little while. So more power to them, and they got 10 rounds for that reason.
They did. They definitely managed to keep a very clean kind of CS. They had the fragging. I mean, look at it. It's almost dead even across the board. When you get that sort of thing, it's just like there's a method to the madness, and there are no weak links right now for the Ninjas. They are looking very well prepared for this Evil Geniuses on Overpass, and right now Evil Geniuses are looking a little stumped, but it's a new half, and it's on the T side now for EG, and you cannot let this get to you. You have to just kind of run the gun. That's what you do with Glocks.
Typically, yeah. Oh, Rez is off on his own. Now, he's got some backup in Nok there at the L-bend, but he's still... Oh, he's going to get the headshot, and not quite the follow-up, but Nok will be there to still make it work. Plopsky failing a couple of shots, and that will cost him his life as Breeze takes him down to 3-on-3 now. Still a minute and 20 seconds. Plenty of time here if EG want to slow it down, but they're still rushing straight in, and Nok almost caught reloading, but he was low on health, and Breeze will land a headshot and twist up at the sniper spot, leaving Hampus in a 1 versus 3 with the bomb already down. Looking good for EG at the moment, although winning a pistol round is not going to be anywhere near enough. It's still a good step in the right direction. Jumping past and getting caught at least by a couple of people. Good job on Cirque and Breeze.
Man, those are the kinds of kills where it really just sucks. Because Rez, that shot he hits, mid-air headshot, just clean. And Nok as well. When you hit shots that are like that, and you're like, right, cool, we did our job, we did our part, we've set our team up for success in this pistol round, and then the rest of your team just get run over completely. Plopsky, what was going on there at Monster, dude? That's a rough one. So Nip had a chance to just really put their foot down and claim this first map, or at least claim the momentum in the second half. But it's Evil Genius is showing some real fight. They're not willing to go down without it. And it is all aggression here towards B. Line up, Ethan. Going to get tagged, but he does trade it. And there is Plopsky on the point. Not going to find a kill either.
It's actually a 4-man stack at the bomb site, so kind of wish that they could have maybe... I think they were close. Look at Ethan and Tarek, both low on health. That's... There's probably going to be a round when near VG. Yeah, they're gonna back out, but there was a chance here. This wasn't completely crazy for NIP. They had 4 people at the bomb site. They just couldn't really find a way to fight at the same time, I guess. The scout got run down, and the next line...
One after the other.
Yeah.
One after the other, you're right. That's a good way, good thing to point out. Felt a little disjointed.
And I think that's because they were being rushed. I'm assuming if it had been more of a setup, you know, NIP would have said, okay, well, let's fall back, let's wait till we can all fight, but I don't know. That was just out of their control. That's fine. Good job on EG again, making it swift. I mean, I think that plays into their style as well. I think it's not that they don't have strategy at all on EG. I think they definitely do, but, you know, it's nice to get the players warmed up. And come on, we're going to roll into this one. Let's take it back.
Well, this means that we've got a map on our hands.
We do. We definitely do. And I mean, again, the skill ceiling on EG is so high that you really don't want to let them out of the box. Like, once you've got that What you've got to lock down, finish the map, keep them, you know, demotivated. Because if they start to wake up, it can get really frightening. Again, I mean, look at the top fraggers right on the server are Ethan and Cirque at 16-14. No one in IP has that, and if just 1 or 2 people more join them at that level, it could really turn around.
Oh!
Sit down.
Oh, that was brutal.
Not even a lullaby, he just put to bed.
He just got clapped. Oh, well, the rest of his team, they can't really do too much. That is just all-out pressure. Just as clean as it gets. F1 race car around the corner, headshot.
You are really so fast with this guy.
It's crazy. Oh, man. But, you know, that's why he's just walking around, scoped up. No worries. Don't mind me.
They took their time with that bomb
plant. They did take their time with that bomb plant, yeah.
Sees it. Misses the chance. And we're going to get away. Still, a good little kill in that round. That's all fine. That's all we asked for. 8-10, 19th round, and now it'll be interesting to see what happens. You know, NIP so well prepared for the CT side, or sorry, for the T side. It doesn't always translate. You can't just make the assumption that the team will also be playing well on the once the halves change. There are some teams that that just, you know, whatever, for maybe they don't have enough time to prepare for both halves or whatever. That definitely happens on a regular basis. So we'll see if NIP are going to be struggling with that. And also EG could likewise just be more favoring the T side on this map. So we'll see. Learn as we go and all that.
And all that jazz. Patience this time around. As Evil Geniuses take over connector, and much more of a focus towards A this time for Evil Geniuses. They're about to test this defense, and with NIP, they had 4 players down there on that B side. Quick rotate coming up now. They are hightailing it up to the A site. Now NIP, Knock, and Twist have both rotated. And it looks like Evil Geniuses, with a minute left on the clock, they're perfectly fine with this. They haven't committed to A. What they've done is they've succeeded in spreading out the defense. So NIP, now when the opportunity is there, they have to hit the shots.
Yeah, and they're still within the acceptable time limit here. I mean, 50 seconds-ish. And they will get caught, though. I don't know if Twist would have seen the bomb or not, but regardless, that's a pretty important kill. Because now, all of a sudden, the time does actually matter. Twist is still up there. He's still hearing no one walking towards him. He's not hearing any grenades or anything. So, yeah, they're gonna rotate people towards B. They're already doing it. This is a very good read coming out of NIP at the moment. Plobsky flashed just as he wanted to take that fight, but it doesn't even matter. Hampus with 2 big kills, and then coming through is Plobsky. And again, they had so many people at this bomb site. It's a nice shutdown. And again, the 50 seconds was fine, but once they got that kill and they weren't pushed back, you know, Twist could stick around, and he did. That's super important.
Yeah, this was everybody just locking in together and playing off. Yeah. You know, it's fun when you watch NIP play like this and everything lines up. You get a real feel of threat. You know?
Yeah.
Like his just measured style of CS. It feels clinical.
Well, and I think some of the criticism that certainly I've had, and many other people have had in the past as well, whenever he's been on a team in this kind of a role, is that it takes time to make the system work. Like, you have to give him more than just like 4 or 5 months. Otherwise, I would say don't even employ him, because it doesn't even make any sense. And he's been with his team for a while now, and I agree that's one of the things that's starting to sort of seep into it a little bit more. Like, you're getting more of that.
Yeah, he's here in
commitment.
He's here in Stockholm full time now. That's it. So glad to see it. I mean, glad to see it. He always looks so happy. Really a dude living the dream. But this has just been a bit of a standoff now. Look at all of the utility that Evil Geniuses still have to use with a minute left on the clock. That is bonkers.
It's a cool boost that they were trying to do there, but
didn't quite pan out.
Which also must feel slightly weird, you know? You're there for such a long time looking, and you actually don't see anyone at all. But they're still not falling back from the speed defense, and that is going to be really good in a second, because if they did, you know, you could have thought if they were boosting and not seeing it, they're like, okay, maybe it's an A push, right? Like, there's no one in the connection. Usually there will be at some point in the first, 30 seconds of any round. But they're sticking around with the 3-man stack at the bomb site, so all they need is a good conversion on this first one. It's going to be Twister shot down 2, Hampus with the third one. That's better than good. That's great on the defense. And now they can just fall back. It's only 20 seconds. They can get the kills too, but they don't actually have to fight any longer. Surge with that AWP is going to get hunted, and no one goes down for NIP. And they're on their head 12-8. Things working out fantastically.
It feels like they're really stabilizing. When Evil Geniuses are trying to go for these executes onto the B site, that's twice now when they're ready and waiting. And they did not miss the opportunity when given to them. So you can see it's just a perfect crossfire kind of setup. Even with the anti-flashes, I mean, Twist just holds his own. And that is NIP just looking very comfortable indeed. 4-round lead now for them, 12-8 on that CT side for NIP. And Evil Geniuses now have to go for a half buy. Finally! I mean, money is easy to come by these days in CSGO, but they are finally the ones who kind of have to chill out here and take it in the teeth for a round. NIP are the ones who are going to have to just withstand the pressure here. It's going to be all-out B play. 3 players on the B side right now for NIP, and so things are going to get real interesting real fast for Evil Geniuses, just getting mowed down by Plopsky.
Nice control of the AK-47. That can get awkward really quickly, but he handled himself just fine. 13-8. Again, in terms of kills, they're just all sticking within 1 or 2 kills of each other. It's odd to see. And I was saying earlier, if anyone would join Ethan and Cirque on the output level, but no one is really, and Terry is still far behind, so they are just lacking a little bit. 2 out of 5, it's not quite enough. They need just a little bit more out of the rest here. They're running out of rounds, though, to try and get those players really fired up, so NIP well on their way to winning this first map. Now taking over Connector, and they're going to get Molotov. Oh, they just go for it. Say, whatever. I don't think Terry's going to be expecting this. Yeah, I don't know. I understand why he's confused. Like, I threw the Molotov. Why would you push into the tunnel?
Poor Tarek. I mean, he just can't. Dude, he's what? What?
Yeah.
Oh man, Tarek is really having a rough map here. 3 frags. We're 22 rounds in. This is where you just start tilting off the face of the planet.
Well, I mean, hopefully not. This is where, you know, as a professional player, you've got to find a way to stay relevant. I think it was Apex at some point that tried to articulate this at some LAN in 2015. It was like, if you have one of those, like, just find something that you can do for your team, right? If you can't get the kills, find out how you could be useful, come up with ideas, like, just do anything other than just mentally tapping out. Nok will go down, but still a pretty favorable trade right now for NIP, and only 35 seconds left here. Hampers will spot them out. Could have got caught maybe with a grenade in hand, but Twist is going to be there as well. Then yeah, they're getting shut down pretty much across the board. There's just there is really no light at the end of the tunnel here for EG. 14-8.
They even have time to min-max the rifles. Get the 2 AKs and save the op. Just ditch that M4. And the low NIP fan. Shout out to this dude. What a baller.
Yeah, he picked right.
That's right, dude.
He's got it going on. Listen, that's all that matters if you're right. Like, you know, doesn't matter how many other people are on the other side.
Got 1 fan out there, man. Hell yeah. Get after it.
23rd. I like the idea of min-maxing, like they're dropping armor in a World of Warcraft raid or something, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, when I think min-max, yes, that's definitely the origin, I guess, like classic and all that, but it's also like PoE or Diablo, you know?
Yeah.
It's like min-maxing my build. Oh, buddy. Dude, they just got rattled here, Evil Geniuses. A lot of damage dealt across the board. No kills, but 3 players very low for Evil Geniuses, so 14-8. NIP on that CT side very comfortably ahead. And it's an eco round essentially coming in from Evil Geniuses, the half buy. And well, I mean, Evil Geniuses, at least now they're kind of gathered up in mid. That restroom area looking like they're just going to try and cascade onto the A site. And they are slightly out of position. Rez is going to be late to the party.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but if you can still just get... I mean, they don't have any weapons, really, so just getting him a couple of kills here and equalizing the whole thing was the chance for Hampus. Nork smartly waiting, don't want to be giving away an AWP in the middle of all of this. And LIP again, not looking stressed, just taking it slowly, saying, yeah, we'll come clean you out one at a time. And that's exactly what they do. Good spray transfer. There are so many things to admire by NIP right now. Their T-side was great. CT-side's been great. Even in a situation like this where, you know, you could be panicking, you try and run around the corner, get there too quickly, you know, Nord could be up sniping into the bomb site before his team gets there. Lots of little opportunities to make mistakes that they're not making. And, I mean, I want to see that, you know, for all future games. Because once those tiny mistakes are exactly how you lose rounds. And once you go on LAN and you go deep into tournaments, all this stuff, like, you know, it gets worse and worse and worse. So keep that mentality alive and well. 15-8, ladies and gentlemen. EG not having almost any say on this particular map. And that's, again, it's so strange in spite of the fact that Ethan and Cirque are getting kills on the board. But EG as a team have not looked well prepared on Overpass, to put it mildly.
It's too even for NIP, just across it, right? There's no weak link on the when you can have all 5 players fragging just as hard, one as the other. I mean, where do you go if you're Evil Geniuses? Like, okay, cool, we can exploit it. I mean, everything just has to work out perfectly for you.
Yeah.
And well, that's hard to come by sometimes.
Also, maybe suggest that some of the rounds that EG have won have been, you know, Ethan and Cirque putting in the majority of the work, so they end up with a lot of kills. But
well, both pistols.
Yeah.
Right? So I mean, yeah, like the both pistols. For Evil Geniuses, 5 of their rounds essentially are just off of pistols. And we saw how close the first 2 rounds of this map were. Just bonkers. But it is going to be the group and gather here from Evil Geniuses. Connector control for them. Stanislaw making up his mind. They are outside of B, and it's looking like it is going to be the gather.
But again, look at Rez.
35 seconds though.
He's checking. He knows. He's already at the connector. They have all the information. This is really good. I hope you guys are enjoying this, because this is very good Counter-Strike coming out from NIP. They just know everything that's coming. Plobsky 2 big kills on the Org, and Cirque is going to be the last one left, and that will be the map, ladies and gentlemen. 16-8 in favor of an incredibly well-prepared NIP team. This was some world-class stuff that you just saw on Overpass. We are going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll have the desk and the second map and all of that. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
I have 2 bullets, I'm scared. I don't want to do this. Are you in a prison cell as well?
Yeah, I see you. Yes, I see you.
Oh yeah, you're there, yeah.
So we're locked in here, okay.
Yeah, how did we get out? Can we get a hint? You just started. Okay, there's a midweight tablet.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, I gotta go. Hold on.
Can you shoot it?
Yeah, let me try.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, you got it?
Yeah, our key card acquired. I guess this.
Okay, you can open it. 3, 2, 1, click.
Yeah, now we can leave. Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. I see. So we both need to go to the other side.
Yeah, probably. Check if there's nothing that opened behind us.
I don't know.
Like there's nothing. Yeah, maybe we can try from this.
From here, I think.
Oh, from here. Nope, didn't work.
Oh, let's try again. I think.
Oh, you want to try again?
Okay. Yeah, no.
It did work. Oh. Okay, I have another Glock, but only 3 bullets in that one.
Okay.
Okay, I need to get you
How do I get over?
For some reason. I have 2 bullets, I'm scared. I don't want to do this. I don't know what I can shoot.
It's the only logical thing.
Yeah,
I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, what do I shoot?
Try shoot different like parts, like the hook.
Okay, that works. Okay, I shot the hook, but... Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, grenades, medi-shot, decoys.
Okay, I'm gonna get the attack in here.
You got some of them?
Yeah, I got some.
Okay.
Guess this is some, this is some mace.
Oh!
Okay, what way you wanna go?
The light! I missed this! I think there's only one way. I think this way is stuck.
Yeah.
Alright. Of course. Of course they put those lights up. Something's gonna happen.
Decoy here. This
Oh, the decoys are meant to do this.
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna stun here and wait.
I'm just looks. Oh yeah, I got it.
Yeah, nice. I'm here.
Okay, wait, there's. Wait, can I go to my clock again? It's 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, some of you may not think that was a game, and to be honest, neither did I, because it looked like NIP had it all in their hands. At no point was I scared for NIP losing that game, Pimp. It was just a complete, convincing demolishing of EG.
I think that was the most convincing win we had in this tournament so far. I think there was not a single point where I was fearing for NIP. Of course, in the beginning of the game, it was, somewhat close, I would say, but EG never really got into it, right? It felt like NIP was just constantly a step ahead, and, the last 10 rounds, you just sat back with a feeling it's only a question whether NIP is going to win 16-8 or 16-11. There was no danger for them whatsoever, and Twist playing well for the love of God. When he's playing well for NIP, this team has potential, maybe to be better than the top 10, the top 8 team we discussed, coming into the matchup.
And we've spoken about Twist, right, Maniac? We said, taking him off the AWP, this allows him to open up and be this versatile player.
Yeah, he can have a lot of impact with the rifle, as we are watching right now on your screen, AK in hand, making the difference. And you know what? I think the scoreline doesn't even make justice to that game. It was 16 at NIP. EG won both pistol rounds, and they converted. These are the rounds they won. They actually won, what, about maybe 5 or 6 rounds max? That was bleak. That was really bleak. NIP, they surpassed them completely as soon as both teams were weaponed up, geared up. They had all the economy going for them. NIP were miles ahead.
And I've got to comment on this conversation because, yes, this was really impressive from NIP for sure, right? But when it comes to EG, I'm going to come back to this. I remember many games in my mind where EG looked great on Overpass.
Yeah, there's a couple of problems within EG right now. If you look at the scoreboard, you have Cirque, Ethan, and Breeze being the top 3 fraggers, right? So and you think to yourself, when that happens, that's a good sign because those are the best players of the EG lineup. I hate to do this, but there's a big problem with an EG right now, and especially in this game. And we cannot, single Tarek out for being the reason why EG lost, but he had an absolute terrible showing right here.
I think we should.
He went 3 and 20, right? 3 kills and 20 deaths. Out of all the opening duels he took 8. He didn't win a single one. He finished on 30.9 ADR. He didn't do anything whatsoever in this game. I don't want to blame it all on Tarek, but he's a big part of the reason for why EG didn't make this any closer.
And do you remember, though, he tweeted out before the tournament that he just wasn't feeling it. He wasn't feeling good at all since coming into it. It's a mentality problem there.
Yeah, and I think a point that Jacob is making about the entry duels that he was taking, I think it's okay to have a game where you don't feel it, right? And maybe skill-wise, you're just not connected, but then you have to adjust your position. You have to adjust your role on the fly. Say, listen to your IGL, I'm not feeling it. Like, can we do something? Have me a second wave, third wave, not being the one guy that's fighting when you're not having any confidence, any success. 8 duels when you have 3 kills, quick math, it's not working.
And just to make another point about that, when you look towards the NIP side, Riz, he was the bottom fragger for NIP, but he won 8 out of 9 entry duels, right? He won 8 out of 9 despite being the guy with the least kills. So despite not him having a lot of frags, he was feeling it in those entry duels. He was taking responsibility, wasn't farming frags, no, but he won the opening duels that was needed, and especially a lot of them against Terry.
And it sets the team up nicely. That's exactly what they want, and that's why we get a game like we've just seen. But we got something special for you guys at home right now. We're going to take a look at an eco play. Eco play, Maniac. You've picked this one out for us. You picked out something special here coming out. So what are we going to delve right into?
Yeah, listen, I'm trying to bring some bright light to EG.
Oh, okay.
Because I think we should do that just a little bit. And I've picked a clip just to show the impact of the economy. That was, I believe, round number 8. Exactly, and that is going to be an execute from NIP on the A side. It starts with that great AWP shot from Cirque. Then we see his Rez here, leading the charge, getting picked off by Ethan, cleverly hiding in the bank. Now only 2 players alive on the side of NIP. The retake is going to be organized quite cleanly, quite nice, just a trade coming in. And the key point, and the reason why I call it an economy play, is that you have 4 members of EG being alive. When you're down in the dumps 5-2, you need at least 3 to 4 players being alive because you want to build that bank. You want to have that security to mount that comeback. They were almost there, but then they stopped quite quick.
I was just about to say, in the context of this game, right, this was the only time where you felt EG was close of fighting back. Had they won the following round, it would have been NIP, would have been in an economical struggle, so to speak, but that just didn't happen. And NIP, as we saw, by far the best team.
That's something that the guys at home should be trying to do in their games, right? Build that bank, make it work, try and form some sort of a comeback when it comes into these games. But we got some positives in a bigger way now when it comes to EG, because Inferno, their home map, you were talking about it, Pimp.
Yeah.
So many wins, so many good performances coming onto it. But from what you've seen from them so far this tournament, is that enough? Is this where they can at least get the map?
I think it's going to be a different game at the very least, right? Tarek, he's not going to finish another game with only 3 kills. He's going to step it up a little bit. You know, he had a rough showing on Overpass, and let's not, you know, go more into depth with that. We can do that later. But Tarek is going to play better, and that is very important for them, because Tarek is a vital part of the defense for Evil Geniuses. I think the way they played Inferno yesterday against OG, especially with the banana control they took, it's going to be very tough for NIP. So I'm looking forward to hear the comps. I'm looking forward to see how NIP is going to approach that banana area when we get into the game. If they can win that fight, I don't think EG is going to be good enough to hold NIP back. But if their banana take is strong as it was yesterday, it's going to be incredibly tough for NIP. And
this is really interesting. We're bringing up Tarek camera while we're talking about this. He's actually deathmatching ahead of this fight. And do you know what? This is one thing you'll give Tarek. If you know him, if you've seen him from time and time again, he may have a bad game. He may bow out times now and again, but he will always fight back for sure.
He's a fighter. You're absolutely right. He is a fighter. And I just wanted to touch on NIP's stats on Inferno quite quickly.
Cool.
Because if you look at the first glance, it's only 37% win rate for NIP. Yep. So you might think, oh, not too good on Inferno, right? Let me just give you the names of the people they play against. Astralis, Vitality, Fnatic, Faze, Fnatic, NAVI. These are the teams they go up against on Inferno. So you have to be careful when you maneuver these numbers. Yes, it's only 37%, but they play against the very best.
Yeah, and when it comes to EG, though, we already know, right? They've only been playing NNA for quite some time on this. But realistically, when we came into this, when we look at how the maps went down and looked at the video, I would have definitely said, okay, cool. We're going to 3 maps here for sure between these 2 teams. But right now, I just feel if NIP can play that kind of style again, right? And you were listening to their comms, Pimp, you were saying they were even having fun with it. They were even laughing a bit more. We don't normally get that from the Swedes.
No, they were having a blast, you know, especially in halftime. It was basically 2 minutes of constant laugh, you know, just having a good time. So if they can carry on that mood into Inferno, of course, it is looking good for NIP, especially considering that you got a 3rd map where they should feel comfortable as well. So they sort of, you know, play with no pressure coming into the second one. They know they can afford to lose. I will say, though, as bleak as it was for EG, as bad as it was looking here on Overpass, I think they're going to perform much better on Inferno. We saw it yesterday against OG. They've been basically humiliating everyone they've been playing against in North America on the map. So I would expect them to come out here and fight. Tarek playing some deathmatch. The rest of the guys, they know they have to win. So it's going to be a complete different game.
Now, one thing we didn't get too much time to talk on, right, as we were going into the opening game, is just the Cirque situation of him being in Bulgaria, being away from his teammates when it comes to it. Now, for me, right, it's a good thing right now, given the situation. It's going to put him in a nice feeling spot. But you might be slightly worried, right, if he gets comfortable with that it's somewhere he might want to stay too long.
I agree with you. I just honestly believe that there are no blueprints right now as to how to handle that situation.
Sure.
I think we all try and make the best in the current times. Would it be with or without the family? Some people really suffer from isolation. They're not with their loved one at the moment, so I can understand why Cirque would want to do that. But you're right. There are some risk with that. You know, you feel good at home. You started being maybe with your past online, whatever, and then you don't want to go back. That's a risk. And I also think that it might be a bit harder to feel implicated, to feel invested in the team. Right? You're not together. You're not part of that whole vibe. Maybe you can have a bad game, can fall off on your own because there's no one behind you. There's no safety net, no social safety net around you to make sure you're still into the game. So that can be a risk. You're right, and we have to keep an eye on Cirque for that.
And when it comes to it, right, when it comes to being there, when it comes to actually delivering, sometimes you need that little pickup, you need that boost. And I love the fact that we can definitely see that Tarek is still DMing throughout all of this. He's still trying to make sure he brings that A game no matter what. When it comes to the NIP side, though, right, we've seen the progress that Fret's been trying to make with them. But I still, other than Nork, I still lack in seeing someone else that could regularly be there to be the superstar player. And this is the thing we keep coming back to with this roster. They clearly want to make it work. They've got some great pieces in there. But how do they break the mold? How do they take it a step further?
I think that's the annoying thing about NIP, because when you're a fan and you're looking towards the squad, you have guys like Plopsky. He had a period when he was playing, you know, some solid Counter-Strike. He was definitely a top 10, top 15 rifler in the entire world at that point being. He was consistently performing well. You've seen Res in a period when Forrest and Get White still was on the lineup. He was MVP of some of the biggest tournaments NIP has ever won in recent time. So the skill is there. A guy that I talked about, I even just did a tweet about, Twist, as we have spoken about a couple of times. He's probably one of the most most hardcore skilled Counter-Strike players out there in the entire world. For whatever reason, the last couple of years, he haven't been able to translate that into the game, but I see progress. I see him getting better and better and better, and I saw in this game on Overpass, he was winning a lot of the entry duels as well. If they can all, find a way to perform at the same time, sure, NIP can be a top 5 team in the world. We just haven't seen it yet, so for me, it's hard to believe.
I'll throw in a name, Hampus. Keep your eye on Hampus on that map. I've seen his lurks on the T side. Anytime he can find in a CT spawn, we've seen it yesterday, he was very successful. Man, we have right here, he might be an X factor.
So you're putting it on Hampus with it. See, I was
he went 0 for 7 in opening duels on Overpass, right? So confidence may not be
I mean, he's not opening, technically. He's
lurking now.
He's closing. He's closing.
There you go, like, we're trying to shine some positive, right? Man, it's like happens, then Pim's like, no, do you know what? He's not going to be good enough. He's not going to be there.
If he stays alive,
That's got to be the aim of the game, right? That's got to be the aim of the game when it goes into this. Inferno is coming up next. It's time for EG to try and shine. It's their home map. It's the one they deliver on, but can they do it against the Ninjas? We'll be finding out after the break.
Well, here we are. It's the second match of the day, second map as well. Inferno is coming up between NIP and EG, and the odds, not surprisingly, have switched pretty heavily in favor of NIP. Yeah, I think it started off in favor of EG, and now they've swapped. And I can understand why, although I think people should be careful. The different map, I expect EG will be slightly better than this one on this one.
Just listen to me.
Just listen. Well, you know, I said that I would on the first day, and I forgot immediately, so I can only really blame myself, I guess.
Yes, and
that was my strategy for all of one day.
Listen, the king cometh. And, well, you know, he was caught in traffic on the first day, but now he's about to show up in a big way. This is going to be it.
Defend that title.
Indeed. Indeed. We do not let them go easily. And, well, now it is going to be Inferno, which is Evil Geniuses. If any team had a home map, e.g. Inferno, that's essentially it. It is their home map. They've got like an 80-something% win rate on it. It's bonkers. And so this was a must-win sort of scenario for NIP. They had to win Overpass. Going into Inferno now, it's going to be tight.
Oh, Ethan not even checking the corner. Rez with the dualies. 2 big kills. Then he's got more bullets, but can't find that headshot. So a 2-on-3, still doable here for EG. But they were so quick, they didn't even check as they crossed in. And Hampus, hiding in the back, could easily go for the execute. He's going to find the headshot, and probably more than that. Yeah, there's Tarek going down again. Yeah, nice opening here for NIP. That's real interesting.
Is that not what we saw yesterday? Same thing.
Oh, with the dualies? Yeah, we did see the dualies on. I don't think they were quite as effective. That was great. That looked really cool.
Yeah, it was the same thing versus NAVI yesterday. That was the same setup, exactly, with Rez holding close. Freaking cool.
Yeah.
And that time it worked. Well, that's a start. I mean, if you're going to take down Evil Geniuses on their map, you need to start like that for NIP. So excellent work on their side. They hit the ground running. They just go ahead and get 4 MP9s, because why not? Makes perfect sense. Just make the money. I mean, there is a kind of break-even point, though, for SMGs, right? Where not everybody is going to make all the money.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But on a map like this, you probably don't mind as much carrying them into a round where even EG have AKs.
Okay.
You still do a lot with them, right?
That's fair. Inferno, a lot of close quarters at combat you can, that's possible.
Yeah, you do a lot with it, so I think they're going to be all right.
Is it just weird to NIP turn the lights off in their room? Are they OG LAN right now? Is it DreamHack?
It's nice, isn't it? You know, at night you get you know,
playing in the dark.
Screen. Yeah.
Yeah, get that blue light just straight in the face.
Exactly. Don't actually know what's better, but oh, look at this. Got the MP9. He wants to fight. He's going to be rushing down. Ethan knows he's flashed and pre-firing it anyway, and well, they could have maybe got that kill as well on Cirque, but it doesn't quite come through. So some damage being dished out still to Tarek and Cirque, but it is a 4-on-3 aggression from NIP. And again, it's the same persistent focus and just relentlessly pressuring EG and not allowing them to feel safe really anywhere.
All right, now Evil Geniuses every round are just going to be wondering, are they doing that again? Is it going to be the charge again? And while as the smoke's clear, this is going to be putting NIP in a little bit of an awkward spot now. Rez, and you can see how they've chosen to address this. They've stacked A site NIP. So if Evil Geniuses go A, fantastic. If they don't, NIP hold on to what they've got, and we just rinse repeat for the next round.
Yeah, I think that's all right.
I like the call.
Yeah. Less exciting than maybe it could be, but
yeah, it's that 50-50, right? If it works out, fantastic. If it doesn't, well, you know, shucks. But Hampus has got enough money in the bank. Because these MP9s, I mean, they got enough money in the bank where they actually want to risk them because they can buy M4s next round if they die. Nock should be the one who's kind of hanging back with that M4.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's looking for an exit kill or two, and so is Rez. I think that's all right. Yeah, this rifle right there. There's a kit as well. Oh, they're shooting him into him. Oh, no.
That's so nice. How thoughtful.
He actually has a kit, so if they run too far away, that could get really awkward. Oh, if we could make them stay close to the bomb as well, that would be annoying. I don't know, Cirque and Breeze are not low enough that they should be worried about the bomb at this range. They'll be fine. Yeah, I don't know. That's still somewhat of a decent round, given what they had. They upgrade into the AK, they get to keep the other M4, and they can buy whatever they want in this round. So, kind of interesting, but also EG keeping it cool, which is good to see.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, that was a team headshot, and that was just Cirque and Tarek popping up, saving the day there. Tarek just nick of time. Could have got real awkward otherwise. But there we go. Hampus got that AWP in play. He's certainly had a fantastic start to this map. 6 frags already. And Twist with the MP9, but he's no slouch, so it's going to get fun real fast. And now we get to see the nade combinations. Double HE right on top of Ethan. He is not happy about it. Pretty much default start for anybody who takes point in Banana. You just lose all your health. You have to play with less than 40 HP.
Yeah, you should just... In practice games, just have a friend shoot you in the back every round and say, here we go.
Yeah, this is it.
get used to it eventually.
But it is the game within the game. This map has that kind of unique characteristic of Banana and the variety of nade combinations you can do in there on that particular part of the map, and it's so important that it's very difficult for teams to adjust. And I think even, I mean, you can see teams struggle a little bit with it as they adapt, but still very early days, of course.
Yeah, there's a whole meta game in there that I think most of us just will never really know enough about. It changes, you know, every once in a while. Someone will come up with something new, and it'll work for a week, and then there'll be a counter, and then there'll be a new grenade, and it sort of keeps going. Nice flashbang in towards the A apartments there, taking down Tarek. And 30 seconds on the EG side. Now, they have some grenades, some flashbangs, but there are some counters as well, which is kind of a problem here. That Molotov is one of them, and that's going to slow them down. Jumping down into the pit, though, is Breeze, and he'll take down Twist. Still just only 20 seconds left, and now the counter grenades are coming in from EG. Want to try and see if they can run this bomb site down in the next 15 seconds. Rez drops, Nok is in the back here, and they're going to swing wide for him, and he can't cover all of it. Yeah, as soon as they get that angle against him, he's in trouble. 7 seconds, the bomb is being planted in the back of the site, so they will be able to do that. And now it's a 2-on-3. They are a little bit low on health, so especially this M4 on Popski, if he'd find a quick kill, there's a little bit of help from Hampus, taking down Circuit. They've been a huge shot right through the lip of that wall, and they're both stuck right on top of each other. There's one, and the second one, he nearly had it. Bullet does not go through, and now he's just going to try and see if he can run it down. He almost gets it, but Ethan with a headshot, a great triple kill, and EG pick up the round.
Tarek's smile says it all. Feels like they just managed to steal a whole bunch of candy from a school's worth of children and get away with it. They got away with it, Anders.
Maybe it's not
real.
Saving them from cavities, I don't know.
Unreal, just how close that was.
I'm sure you could find a good moral argument for stealing candy from kids. You know?
Sure, it's not good for them.
Exactly.
You're actually doing a good thing. Take the candy away. Of course, you know, all Swedish children and Swedes on the listening to the stream just screamed internally now, considering how much candy Swedes eat. The goodies.
Yeah, that's one of the few Swedish words that
Nej, mina goodies. But
they have
not good for you guys. Come on.
They have these candy stores running up along like the central Swedish highway that are like a bus and an airplane and stuff. That's just like it's very busy. It's a whole thing in Denmark. We used to, it's very enjoyable.
Danes and Swedes go way back though, right?
Yeah, well, we're not raiding just for their candy now. We're not taking anything, so it's fine. It's much better. Much more wholesome kind of warfare that we're engaging in at the moment. Say we keep it that way. 5th round, Orc on Nok. It's got some strange rhyme to it. But they don't have a lot to work with here in NIP, so being pressured much earlier. I mean, you know, try and contrast this with Overpass, where you're just like, oh, here's NIP, they're winning all the time. Not quite the same here. You're getting a sense already that it's, you know, a little bit more tough. And we want that. I really enjoy watching NIP and Overpass, but I'd love to see it just a little bit out of EG, right? It would suck if they just, you know, didn't even bother to do anything on this one. And again, this is an elimination game, so it's actually a little bit more serious than you might think. Nice shot there. Oh, the time that's left, 15 seconds. If they can't take out Nok, they might lose this round right here. 10 seconds now, and he's just swinging around. There's only Tarek left in a 1 versus 3, and I don't think he'll never get this bomb down. That slipped right out of their hands, and I'm not even sure how.
And wow! And they pick up 2 AKs, and Rez picks up the AWP. There was no money for Nip to buy an AWP this round, but they managed to sneak that away.
They were ridiculous. I mean, all of EG was so spread out. One was fighting second mid. You saw that second kill there in middle, and then Nork got a kill. It was just EG all over the map. There was no chance for refragging or anything. And they then also ran out of time.
Well, Twist getting a second kill. I mean, a kill there. Just a kill.
Yeah.
That was big. I thought he was done for. I thought they were just going to run right over him, and he would be a freebie. But they did. Oh, man. Nip just showing a hell of a fight here. And Nok takes down Breeze to kick things off here in this all-important 6th round. Hemp is going to catch Stanislaw out in the open, and Banana. And while this could very well be Nip just establishing a strong lead here at the beginning of this first half, 3-2.
Yeah.
And they're doing everything right to get a 4th round here.
That's an incredibly pivotal round. It's early on, so we obviously don't know the consequences of it yet, but it's entirely possible that they're going to be really Really brave. Yeah, didn't check for the second one.
But Nock saw the second one. How does he not communicate that? Twist is going to be a little confused there. Just, you know, eroding the trust.
Maybe. Keeping him on his toes.
I trusted you, dude.
Just saying, training real so I want to see if you can do this on your own.
Well, they still save the AKs at least, and the AWP. So let's get into the thick of things here now. After that round,
no money on EG.
No money on Evil Genius's side. The force buy did not pan out, and you need a bomb plant. But Tarek is not looking too pleased. At least he is definitely doing better on this map. 5 frags for Tarek. He is redeeming himself.
It's more than he had on all of Overpass.
Indeed.
Which I don't. You know, it's not really cause for celebration, but still.
Hey, dude, anything better than 3, right? At that point, you get 4 frags from you.
You did it. We're good to go.
But this is a very confident NIP. They are definitely looking like they are hitting their stride, and they are going to start building some money. This should be a great opportunity for them to build money. Hard eco for Evil Geniuses. The NIP ideal world, they don't lose anybody in this round. They just farm it up, maximize their bank, and really set themselves up for success in the 8th round.
Very much expect that's what is going to happen here. Tarek has a 1 flashbang. You could get a really good one that'll trap someone and just run them down with the Glocks, but it's not easy. So far, they're not even really trying. This is that 1 round. I kind of want to go back and all right.
What the hell?
The arrow key.
This guy surf? That's a slow turn key though.
Yeah. What he's doing. Role playing as a turret.
Beep beep. Nice recovery there by Nock. Oh, and Hampus had to just ruin it. Or should I say Cirque? Yeah, that turret, you know, that bolt fell out or something.
Yeah. Didn't do the job quite well enough. That 1 round, I mean, I wish we could just rewatch it in slow motion from when there was about 17 seconds left in that one. It was so confusing. Now another chance though for EG. I mean, this is where they can put an end to the damage from that round in this one here. Some good money's been built up on the NIP side, and not an overwhelming amount. Not so much that EG can never reset this economy, but they need to start right here. Looks like they want to fight for bananas, so they're going to throwing in a couple of grenades. They'll receive 1 as well. Just the Molotov for now and the smoke. So if that had been an HE grenade, it would have been real painful. Instead, Twist taking a look up in the apps and almost sticking around, which could have been potentially dangerous. And not really that much of a fight for banana after all. Just a quick exchange of grenades and then they're done with it.
That's been pretty tame over there, you're right. Instead, it's going to be Tarek kind of setting up for the flank. And now we're going to get Evil Geniuses putting that pressure on Banana, swarming on up. Stanislaw, no fear. Right up to the entrance of B site. Well, that's just unfortunate, Tarek. And he just stepped right into it and stopped. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know did they know the opposite play? I can't remember.
They must have.
And Breeze like, thanks for not putting me in first.
Yeah, exactly. Tarek, I mean, at least Tarek is fragging. Don't let that guy go down just yet.
Rez is here in the middle. He's going to spot a couple of them. Nork also getting a kill. Yeah, and he saw 1 more at least, so that's a pretty good giveaway right there. Trying to fall back is Rez. He did think Cirque, and with the time that's left, I don't see them losing this round. Nice little pickup there from Nork as well. They lose a couple of players. Nork with the triple. He's 9-1-1. And NIP are, again, I have to keep tracing it back to that 1 round. You know, the mistakes in this case are as big as the consequences that they entail. And right now, the consequences are absolutely massive for them.
Oh, this is brutal. It's a supremely confident ninja right now that they're dealing with. And just like in the movies, they can't seem to grasp him. They can't get a hold of him. He's just in and out of the smoke, in and out of the shadows, using the shadows cast by the moon in the trees. Cirque rubbing his eyes, wondering, did I just see Nock there or not? It's too late, he's dead.
haven't watched nearly enough anime stuff to keep up with this.
Dude, I wasn't going for the anime. I was going for the old action, you know?
Fair enough.
Action flicks. Let's go.
They don't really make modern ninja movies, do they?
Not really. They kind of fell out of style, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Naruto.
Regardless, this round was just all pistols for the EG side. Rez with a triple of his own this round, and Ethan again. Kills really, they do all matter. I know it seems silly because of what a strong show NIP are putting up, but you just want to get some damage in. They're doing everything really well at the moment. From memory, one of the cool things that NIP have going for them on the T side of this map is the fact that Plopsky is really quite good at taking that banana fight. Seems to be doing it a lot, you know, like leading the charge up there and winning some of those fights. 7-2, ladies and gentlemen. This is turning into just a completely different affair from what I was expecting. So far, I haven't really seen EG show up to the match yet.
No, at the beginning, it was a fight. And this will be the first timeout called by EG. Glad to see it happen now, going into a big buy round and before things get completely out of control. Yeah. I mean, NIP won the pistol, the follow-up, and then they lost the last two, and now they've won 5 in a row. So they were on fire efficiently now, NIP. And this is where you kind of have to, if you're evil geniuses, I mean, this is supposed to be your map. This is supposed to be the map that you can consistently win on.
We've got so much going on.
Solid. Solid.
Like an enthusiasm for sure. 7-2. Yeah, I don't know. I would love to hear the comms from EG in that round. If we could find that, that would be exciting because there's got to be some confusion. I'm confused, still confused, and it's about 5 rounds ago that it happened. Not really fighting for banana or NIP. They haven't really been doing that. They've been throwing grenades in them. They've said, you can have it. It's fine. And, you know, to be fair, EG haven't shown that if they get banana, that's a danger to the B-bomb side, which is usually what, you know, what is the end result is if you don't fight for banana on the CD side, you get some pretty good executes into the B-bomb side. And EG haven't really taken them up on that. I think partially because they haven't had the, you know, enough grenades and everything else to try and do it, but still. You'd think that eventually they would want to try and push that. Clearing out top mid, which could well be the sort of preparation for an actual B execute. You still want the control here. But we'll see. No, they're still going to keep going. Rez flashing his way through, and spray down is beautiful. They did lose hampers in the mix, but I think they'll be fine with it. And the bomb is still in the middle.
Oh, does this happen? Oh, are we playing this game? We are playing this game. They actually crossed the smoke together.
Oh, Popsky.
No idea. Here's the... Oh my god! That's the bomb! This is all over the place now. Clown fiesta, Anders.
It really is. Sug is going to be so confused. And Breeze wants to come in and try and help out, but it's not going to happen. 10 seconds left at the end here as well. Plopsky, what a genius move. That's a cool way to play that.
That it works out that way.
Yeah.
They think about it, and then they just bounce past. This play here from Rez saved him, though.
It did. But to be honest, here's how people even like a couple of months ago were playing around with these smokes. Red can't believe that. Damn, I'm good. I've taught these kids well. Normally, what has happened a lot is that CTs will have been looking for, you know, holding that smoke, holding it. But because of how smokes work, the people inside of the smoke have a better advantage. So then you just get shut down. So Plopsky, I think, is just saying, why play that game? Why not just instead, you know, go live inside the smoke with whoever is in there and then see what happens? So I think that might just be like a slow evolution of that metagame around, you know, playing inside of smokes and what do you do about it? So that's a cool idea. 8-2, back to pistols. Got some armor, got some grenades. They're gonna try and go for this. But there's 3 people here, and that's gonna get it all shut down. I don't think it matters what they do at this point in time. Yeah, they're finding nothing at all.
If you're Tarek, you're just, I mean, what can you really hope to do here? Fresh smoke goes up. You're just going to kind of consider...
Try not to get knifed.
Yeah. Try not to get knifed. That's a good one, yeah. I mean, I kind of hope that Plosky doesn't... There we go. They find him in the end. 9 rounds on the CT side of Inferno for NIP. This has been a fantastic performance from the Swedes so far.
Nox only died once.
Yeah, 11-1 and 11. Or 11-1 and 1.
Lot of
11-11. There you go.
Point.
You get the point. It's a lot of ones. And a second timeout called now going into the buy round for Evil Geniuses. Let's see. From Evil Geniuses cans, I mean, Cirque always looks like he's not very happy. Well, no, sometimes he smiles, but like he's looking pretty concerned right now, you know?
Yeah.
He's not looking pleased.
Can't really blame him.
But I mean, I kind of want to call him Al Capone, you know?
Yeah, young Capone.
Yeah, let's go to babyface stuff. You know? Just getting in there.
He's a gangster, isn't he? So it's fair enough.
He's a gangster. Yeah.
I
not the kind that gets you put away for life.
Short life at that point in time. I really don't know. I don't know what to say. I had some confidence that EG would, you know, live up to the current win rate on this map, you know, for themselves, right? Something, at least like just a, you know, a feeling that they were way more into it and they had way more to say. So then, does that just become a reflection of how good NIP are at this point in time? It's really stepping it up. Still getting Ethan, and ooh, that could have been like almost a fadeaway kill there. But look at who's pushing up. It's Twist.
Dude, so that finely crafted strategy that you guys were just taking a time out to work out for, you know, to figure out what you needed to do in the playbook. Yeah, about that. We're just not going to let you get anywhere near it. Oh, he could have caught a freebie there as well.
Sledgehammer, but he could find the bomb right here. That's the bomb just picked up. He's going to have a heart attack. Oh, Twist. Yeah, you know you want to.
Oh, knife!
He really is living up to this ninja theme, isn't he?
No way. Twist.
He's tagging along. He's following him. Dude. He's just observing him in the wild, recording a nature documentary at the same time.
We need oh, there was a stand cam. There was a stand cam. Shout out to production. That was sick.
Oh, man.
Dude, the realization when you get shot in the back there.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to have a heart attack.
You're like, how long was he following me? I mean, the bomb is still down there. 30 seconds, 2 on 4. Good headshot. But will it really matter? Hampers will drop Tarek. Now it definitely won't matter. Cirque will get the 1 kill. If they go and fight him, maybe. But if they don't, he can't make it to B. It's going to take just a little bit too long. And A is pretty well defended, even on low health there. Popsky, it's so hard to spot him. I mean, how would you check all those positions? So 10-2. Man.
What a call. What a read. Yeah, I mean, Tarek's face, Cirque's face, it says it all. That's the face where you figure it out like, right, okay, this is what we're going to do, guys. We're going to get it back under control. We got this. We're not out of this yet. And it just freaking haymakered you in the face. Yeah, none of that matters, actually. We're just going to smash you. That's disheartening. Oh, nice little run boost. Okay. Just sped up a little bit, and yeah, terrific damage dealt to Ethan and Cirque. Holy smokes, Anders. This is wild.
It is. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what the backbone of EG is at the moment, because you'd still be normally you would be looking for some of the really high output players. Unless you say, well, at least, you know, during the course of like the first 15 rounds, you would have a couple of rounds in there where someone like a Breeze or someone like, you know, a Cirque would just win you the round almost on their own, right? Like you know, they just get a triple kill, boom, 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 and you're done. And you know, that's not even happening. And not even close to happening. So
80% win rate across 15 maps for Inferno, for EG. And you're getting bodied 11-2.
Yeah, I mean, 80%, you know.
Fine, fair enough. I know what you want to say. It's like, oh, those are North American teams. Last 3 months have been NA, right?
Now, I was
fair.
I was going to say, like, you know.
Fair.
If you did odds that way, you know, 1 in 5, it'll come up a lot, right? Like, you know, the 20%, it happens more than you think when you do it. But
I mean, it's fair enough, but you are saying, like,
Yeah.
I mean, come on. This way. I'm not even close.
Yeah, I know. I think that's the point, isn't it? Like, you're not even really feeling the heart of it. This kind of round is great. Like, what? This is powerful. Out quick, not so much messing around. Just swipe into the pit, get that kill. And then they also got the follow-up kill over on the other side. But just, you know, some decision-making, some actual initiative being brought to this by EG.
This could be some old Inferno, Anders. We just missed the memo.
Yeah?
You know, where it's really CT-sided again.
We're back there again.
We're back there again. You're going to get your 4 or 5 rounds. Be happy about that and
really doubt it.
Lock it down for the next half. Possible. Just saying. There's Molly. Stan, Ethan cleaning up. Knock. Does he donate?
Get him that AWP.
Yeah, don't donate the
They can't actually buy it, so if they wanted it, you know, this would be how they get it.
Yeah, just run away.
Yeah. It's a small thing, but yeah, probably should.
But he's just thinking, but if I pad my stats,
I could get more kills.
I could get more.
He still has only died the once, so actually that's a bigger reason to not go for it. Just keep that alive. Wow, 11-3 as we go into the 15th round. That was a very long break for EG to not be getting any rounds. Long hiatus, long siesta. Just going on vacation.
Taking it easy, kicking up the heels, you know?
Retirement, practically.
A little bit of a margarita on the coast.
Exactly.
If, you know, they're just sitting there going, man, if this is evil, then I never want to be good. Oh, knock. That's it. We cursed him. 2 deaths, and Breeze is done. He is going to pick up 2 beautiful kills.
These kind of rounds are what I would, you know, on average, you should get some rounds like that where Breeze just does it, but then Rez comes right back and shuts it down. Big triple spray, at least gives them a 2-on-2 opportunity here in IP. Hampus and Plopsky, one of them coming in from behind. That's Hampus sneaking through the middle. He's making a little bit of noise. Got to be careful that they don't leak that out, because that could be a problem. And Plopsky going way before Hampus. I do not approve.
Before the bomb is even planted.
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, this is going to be really tough. Oh, but the first one. Whoa, he hits the headshot. Oh, unbelievable.
So close, isn't it? Well, 11-4 anyway at the end of the half. What a powerful start for NIP. Once again, we'll go to a break, and then we'll be back with the second half. Stay tuned.
Why is there an egg in there? Here there's a chicken
egg and
another chicken.
Galil, right? That's pretty
yeah,
sure.
that was Galil, yeah. Easy enough. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
That was
P9.
See, why is there an egg in there? Here there's a chicken
egg and
another chicken.
Mass producing chickens here, yeah.
3, 2, 1, go. Okay, enemies. Bots happen. Bots just appeared on the map.
Did you hear? Oh, okay. Oh wait, this split.
I guess we have to go on each other.
Ah, okay. See you later.
So we have 3, 4, 5 bots.
Okay, I have an AK here.
You have an AK?
Yeah, I can't.
5 bots here.
I can't take it though. It's like locked.
Okay, can I open the door?
You can't unlock it somehow?
No, the bots are looking at me though, which is a bit scary.
Wait.
Well, actually, I think I can go back to... I think I can... Wait.
The door is closed.
No, can't do that. Burner's grenade, you know what it is?
Well, yeah, you can...
Oh, maybe you can kill them through the wall.
Yeah, probably. I can see them if you throw that.
Perfect. I mean, go ahead, I guess. Right near you. I'm being lied to. Wait, this.
Oh, I got it.
Okay, okay, I have only one grenade here.
Oh shit. One tap everyone.
Okay, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. I'm throwing the grenade. Good luck. I hope it's gonna work. Yep.
I only saw one. What the hell?
I only saw one?
Yeah.
How can I...
Maybe you can...
Okay, so do you hear my steps?
Yeah.
Okay. Shoot here in that area. How many bullets do you have?
27 and 30.
Okay, so just tap once. More? Yes, perfect. Bro, he's moving! This dickhead.
Okay, 11 bullets left. Nice.
Good job. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, wait. Go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Here we are. It's 11-4 in favor of NIP on the second map versus Evil Geniuses. They got badly beat up, the American boys, on the first one on Overpass, and it's not looking any better on this one, in spite of the fact that this should be their map. All the stats seem to indicate it, but NIP don't care. They're just winning.
They're just winning. Look at that smile from Rez. Rez has been hitting shots, too. 20 frags. He is topping the map right now, as far as kills are concerned. But yeah, 11-4, T-side now for NIP, well in the lead. And let's see, do they lock down this pistol as well as they lock down the CT pistol? Because that was pretty one-sided. Or is Evil Geniuses going to show us some fight here going into the second half?
I mean, apart from like the odd burst of kills coming out, we're really not seeing much out of them. Wonder what that is about. I wonder what is going on, because again, it's so odd to see the round that the Cirque just had, where he sort of barreled into apartments with an AK and just killed 2 people. Like, that's the kind of round you would expect to get way more. That's a nice little trick there. Rez, oh, he's got some backup behind him as well, but Ethan almost getting it. Nice shot from Rez. Now he's going to pick up the USP. Breeze, very, very important refrag. It's a 2-on-3, but there's still so much time left to look at Plopsky. He's got the graveyard. They know.
They have all the info.
How did he get here?
Rez knows the stand is up there, and they also know where Breeze was coming from as well. So this is, they have all the info, NIP. Yeah. This is where they just lock this down. Bomb is going to get planted, and Rez can just watch the back line. Now he hears Stanislav Thunderfooting in. Oh.
Right down.
Oh, Breeze. You ended the first half strong, and I can't even finish the sentence before you die. So 12-4 for NIP, and Rez, this is a star level performance from Rez. This is fantastic. He is looking so good.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really, really well done. 12-4. They're not just winning against EG right now. Again, this is the elimination game, right? If they lose this one, EG, it's bad news all across the board. And I mean, EG are making a strong case for why they should be the ones remaining here at Blast Premier. I hope they keep playing exactly like this and just keep this level of focus, because it is so cool to watch.
Oh, there we go. Plopsky. Ready to pop around the corner, jumps on in. The Deegs are too good. The Deegs are too good.
And they were flashed
by their own team.
Yeah, by their own team.
Up close Deeg, at range Deeg. Just go for the Deeg.
That was, yeah, a bit unfortunate on the timing there, but I mean, good job. Good job on Ethan. You like to see it. Breeze now hiding down here and hearing at least one set of footsteps there. Wait. What? That's just the damage. What?
How does he take a point of damage down there?
I am actually confused. I need a detective to help me out.
All right. Yeah, that makes you wonder. I do like Nip showing some reserve here, though.
I didn't even hear a grenade bounce.
Neither did I.
Like, I
just grenade.
Out of nowhere. Like maybe an unexploded one.
Maybe it was a decoy or something that got thrown? No, what?
No. Still, you'd have heard the shots coming out.
Yeah. I don't know. Ethan, though, going to find the headshot on Hampus. There's Twist on the flank, though. Doesn't realize that Tarek has been boosted up. That's so unfortunate. And just like that, Nip, after a terrific first round of the half, well, they got battered in the second one. So 12-5. Evil Genius is fighting back, and they save 2 AKs to boot.
Yeah, nicely done. Good round out of Ethan. Good eagle action. Yeah, Ethan just, even when they're not flashed, Zeus.
Yeah, you always know what Zeus is thinking.
Strong clap. He was feeling that one. Saying, come on, now is the chance. Let's not go out on 2 maps. Not like this, you know. Gotta put up more of a fight. Well, is it Nuke that's the 3rd one?
Nuke is the 3rd map, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, they still have some Deagles and some P250s to fight with, and a fair few grenades. So NIP could be dangerous. Normally for this kind of round to work out, I want to say you do need the entry frag. You need that strong kill as you're sort of like, you know, following through, and then just keep going, keep powering through. Without that early kill, though, you're gonna get shut down. So we'll see. Oh no! Grenades at his own feet. They got no entry frags. Oh. They can't even find their way out of the apartments. They're lost and confused.
That was a bit too straightforward. It looks like Evil Geniuses were ready for that one. Dude, this is Evil Genius's money after this round is going to be so solid. Look at the nades they have left as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you think about, you know, saving those AKs and all the rest of it, like, it all adds up. And they lose nobody, so job well done.
Brutal. All right. This is definitely a feel-good scenario for Evil Geniuses. Perfectly capable of running it back. That was a force buy from NIP that got them nothing, not even a bomb plant.
I'm sure at some point when they teach people in the army whatever to throw grenades, they tell them not when you're inside of smoke and can't see where you're throwing it. Must have clear vision or something like.
Dude, I don't know. I've seen some clips that are pretty crazy of guys just chucking nades all over the place. All right, that would make me just a little nervous.
Yeah. I've always thought about how they train that. Maybe someone can tell us. That grenade did almost no damage, but it looked like it was a good lineup. And now they are all Glocks and no armor, so they could take a minute to talk things through, but shouldn't be able to do too much damage in this round either.
Nice. Yeah, that's a painful one. I mean, slow round here from NIP. Probably just taking some time to talk things over. It's a hard eco. You can treat this as a timeout almost. Breeze and Sir working together as a duo. Tarek going to chime in as well, get 2 kills. And so that round is done with. Again, the issue here is that NIP aren't getting bomb plants. So these rounds of eco, it's painful for them because they're not maximizing that money. They're not getting that bonus to work with.
And not getting the kills on EG either to damage their economy. And look at the scoreboard. I mean, EG in terms of kills, I know many of these have just been kills against pistols, but it's pretty good. They're starting to work it out. And everyone is good to go once again after a slight little timeout there. That guy has... Is that a mod?
Face paint.
All right.
Looked like face paint there. The tiger. Rawr.
That's very exciting.
I don't even, dude.
5-round gap. I mean, it feels absurd to be saying it, but it can be done by EG. If they can recover some kind of a winning mentality here, surely there's still a way back here. We'll see if NIP are as well prepared though on this T side as they were on Overpass, because if you missed that first map, you should really go and watch the VOD of it or something, because they just put on such a great show on Overpass T side. It was really cool to watch. I felt like it was a teaching moment for all of us on how to play a good game.
Real big fan of those HEs at top banana like that. We've seen that set up so many times now, where one teammate's holding and the other one's turned away close by the wall to dodge the flash. Well, 2 HEs right on top of Polopsky. Just, you know, punishing.
Turning away from those doesn't actually help.
Yeah, it doesn't help you. You don't see it coming at least. But
true.
You still hear it. You get to grit your teeth. And while there's one of those valuable smokes getting used now by NIP, Hampus gets his head taken off. And Evil Genius says this is looking impregnable. Oh, but then Polopsky shows up with the double! Twist takes another! Just like that! Okay, then. That was looking impregnable, and then how does Polopsky get a double there? I'm looking forward to seeing the replay.
Again, I mean, they had all the players in the right positions there, EG. And what does it take? Less than 3 seconds, and they're just wiped out. So that's really, really cool. Job well done.
Somewhat ridiculous.
Yeah, that wraparound from Arch is so hard to deal with. I mean, that's especially when you're in if you're playing like that open pit position and you're sort of running around down there. You suddenly there's someone from Arch as well, like, oh, I can't go any of the place that I would want to go normally. I can't really. Bit of an issue. Fantastic round, and yeah, the gap widens a little bit further. 13-7 now, favoring NIP. It also obviously, you know, costs EG a fair bit. So yeah, this is just all so quick. It's the speed of it, catching everyone off guard.
Yeah, NIP really looking like they're enjoying themselves right now. But that was so important now. That's going to put a real dent in the economy for Evil Geniuses going forward. All that money getting spent up here by Evil Geniuses, and now we have to see NIP, can they capitalize on this? 13-7, NIP on that T side in the lead. And an opportunity now to push to 14. Let's go. We're seeing much more of a focus here from NIP on Banana as well early in the round versus Evil Geniuses, who are pretty much just giving it up.
But EG similarly on the CT side, right, not really trying to fight so much. I mean, they're happy to throw out some of these grenades at different intervals and trying to catch NIP, but they're not really setting up, at least so far, for big swinging fights where they, you know, like come barreling out. There's the double nade after the Molotov, so they're sort of thinking, we throw the Molotov, maybe they'll fall back, and then, you know, once it's out, they'll start to move forward, then we throw the double nade. Yeah, like a whole sequence of potential traps set up by EG. I think that's all very cool. They didn't catch anyone, but I like the idea of it.
Look at the hard rotate, though.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Do NIP commit to this? Do they get a read on it? Because this is big for Evil Geniuses. They've now got 4 players on A, soon to be a 5th player. They're going to run into a brick wall here, the Ninjas. It is not going to go as smoothly as it did last round.
No, definitely shouldn't. Some good kills. Zerg with a double there, even close range on the AWP, and yeah, they definitely walked right into the stacked bomb side. That is a gamble from EG, but I mean, they had the perfect read. A lot of credit to them. That is the kind of round they need, and need a fair few off to start to get back in the game.
Holding on to the nades. So this will be the shot from Zerg, but holding on to the nades, late enough into the round to be able to make the play for information. You see Tarek get to the top of Banana. They find nobody there, and it's just that snap decision. Rotate over. It's not going to be B. It's going to be A. Get out of dodge. And that really puts the pressure on NIP now to fight back here. They go for the, I mean, they're going for a hero AK, but it's still a half buy. So interestingly enough, Rez is just getting naded into oblivion. 13 health. Just give the AK to somebody else now. Give it over to Knock.
Yeah, he has some armor as well. Then they will take you up on that, Semler. They feel the same way. Now what have we got? I mean, now I'm really that much to work with here. That AK is meant to lead the charge, and maybe it's cursed to keep falling into trouble whenever they pick it up. Tarek to follow it up, and that's great. A nice quad kill to help him out a bit. He's doing all right even before then, but I mean, 13-9, they're kind of doing it here, EG. I don't know if NIP are getting nervous yet, but we're not far off. You know, look at the money on EG. There are a bunch of things that are looking better.
Oh, they've got cash. Evil Genius.
Cash
It's
money.
kind of what you'd expect from Evil Geniuses, you know? It's kind of hard to be an Evil Genius if you're broke. So
I always wonder about that. Typically those villains, they just have things, don't they? Like underground layers and all the rest of it. You never know who's funding it.
I mean, if you're going to be evil. Oh! There you go.
Sit down. That was violent, wasn't it?
That was key, though. Hampus getting that trade. Stanislav backing off as well, and there is going to be a backup. They are putting some pressure on this A side. Rotations come through from Tarek, and it's Breeze on the balcony to take Twist down. Twist has had a quiet game so far on Inferno. And just like that, NIP just walk their way, stumble their way onto that site one after another, and it isn't pretty. There we go. Now NIP are deciding enough is enough. We need a breather here.
Yeah. Let's take a moment and think this through. 10-13, real interesting. I think it's also tech time up potentially. Yeah, walking in slowly, you're right. Not really too much speed behind anything they were doing towards the A bomb side, at least in that round. That shot over at top banana and res though, that looked really cool.
Yeah, that was
shooting right out of the sky.
That was pretty dope. I mean, they're getting all right. So let's see what is threat. What has he picked up on here? Because they're looking a little shell shocked on Nip's side. There was a lot of laughing. Now.
I imagine to some extent, right, the sort of the reality of the fact that now it's just a 3-round gap. They have all the money. Their CT side is obviously working much better than their T side was. I could understand if they're starting to feel like, oh man, we don't have that much time left before every round is going to really count. So it's kind of that time right about now.
These guys are rushing it. We saw how quickly you put your headsets back on.
They're ready to go.
Hampus sound issue. What is Hampus' sound issue?
We'll never know. Could be any number of things. Check the cause.
Bjorn is just like, come on, new boys.
Yeah.
Soya.
Listen, you know, how do you learn Swedish on average? Do you just pick up conversations with random people?
Conversations and then memorize. Combination of memorize and Duolingo.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, there's also SFE, but I haven't been able to sign up for that, unfortunately. So I'm just doing it myself.
All right. Great. That's. You know, sometimes I feel lazy. I feel like I should learn another language at some point.
Get after it, dude. I mean, it's so easy now with the apps on the phone.
Yeah.
I mean, you really don't. You can feel guilty because you got no excuse anymore.
It's true, isn't it?
It's right there on the phone. And you just do 5 minutes a day.
Thought it would be great fun to learn Russian.
Oh, Russian.
Yeah.
Okay then. I was not expecting that one. You gonna go move to Kyiv with James?
Maybe Kyiv. Yeah.
Then again, they speak Ukrainian there, but you know, just.
I think I'm sure if I learn Russian, it'll be close enough, right? I'll get along. Yeah, I don't know. I think like there's something cool about that, you know. There's something about the history, the culture, like that I just think is interesting, you know.
Sure.
I've got that really dark view on life that I can relate to.
Hey, you're just gonna go and find all those old copies of Pravda. Just read them.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
13-10, and we're in the 24th round. We've got pistols and a little bit of armor, some upgraded pistols on the NIP side. They're congregating outside of the B-bomb side, and they are going to run into some trouble over here that they just can't really deal with. So it will be another round where EG can make quite a bit of money, it looks like, and also taking a step closer to making this comeback happen. I'd be really impressed if they were able to do that and actually win this one. Oh, it looked like it should have been a headshot. I don't know where the bullet went. Cirque with a triple, though. 11-13, and EG, I mean, this is...
this is it, though. That was a wash. This is the round, Anders.
This is the real round, you think so?
This is the round. That last round was pretty much a hard eco. Whatever. Get it out of the way. Get it over with. 13-11, Nip in lead on T-side, but now is it. This is a full buy from NIP. They have an op on knock, and who's done a whole lot of dying. 14 kills, 10 deaths now when he was at like, what, 11-1-1? So yeah. He's done a whole lot of dying, not a whole lot of fragging. And there you go. Rez played it patient, and he gets the punish on Tarek. Man advantage for NIP.
One of the few times that they've actually tried EG to swing for the fight and not just do it with grenades. And it does blow up in their faces just a bit. They still get the banana control, and I wonder how long they want to keep. They can't really keep two people here. I don't think this is a solution.
This is going to be this uphill battle, though, for NIP. This is what, money for days on Evil Geniuses.
Yeah. They have 2 on banana and 2 at A. I think banana is going to be really, well defended. I don't think this is the problem, but if NIP come for the A bomb site, that's a 2-on-5 fight.
Nobody there to trade.
Now it's looking good. Or at least slightly better. Yeah, and they realize they're rotating back in. Good call on EG. Let's see if they're going to be there in time. Cirque, quick pick-off. That'll slow it down even further for the rest of the team to show up. But they're making good calls and also hitting the shots as well. Molotov to force them back, but a smoke as well, and they can't really find the players inside. Stan comes running through, and even just that quick kill is going to be helpful. Down to 30 seconds now, and inside of the pit, Plopsky with a big kill. He's got the bomb as well. Oh, what a nice flick coming in. Twist taking down Ethan, and Circus waiting in the back. A missed shot from this AWP, and he's surely going to be dead. He has to be so sharp and so on point right now, or I don't think they can win the round, and NIP will get the 14. Time is running out. 14 seconds. He's going to flash and try and swing for it, but he's already taking a bit of damage. He's got no idea. Plopsky's up there. Brilliant kill here from the young Swede. Third in the round for him. And a 14-11 scoreline.
So that is now, it's now becoming evident that NIP just need to hit A site and do whatever they can to get Plopsky into that position up short.
Yeah.
It feels like every time he's there, he's getting 2 kills or 3 kills. And in key rounds where NIP really needed it, he shows up. Twist shot was disgusting as well, to be fair. Yeah. But Plopsky, whatever you got to do to get this guy in there, just put him on short A and let him go to work. He just keeps finding results. But 14-11 now. Man, NIP are just looking so good. And let's see it. Oh, the shot from Cirque, he's too quick. You're not getting through that in one piece. And they're just running right into the blender, NIP.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, there was a pretty big 3-way crossfire set up at the top of mid there. So they absolutely get shot down. Hampus in a 1 versus 4. The bomb is in front of him, but it's the only really good thing we could say, and it's just nowhere near enough.
Just the gamble. They're expecting them to put a big pressure, put a big presence on B, and I'm guessing that's the play, right?
Yeah.
Just thinking, okay, they're going to put a big presence on B. It's going to be the nade control of B. They're going to be focused there with 3, and no, there was just a rock solid crossfire for Evil Geniuses at top mid, and NIP ran right into it. So, man, what do you do if you're NIP now? You're going into this half-buy sort of scenario. Absolutely possible for Evil Geniuses to tie it up now. 14-12. But it's a half-buy for NIP. And look at this. Evil Genius is playing with confidence. I like that from Cirque.
Yep, I agree. Like and you need that. Cirque's style of AWPing is obviously based around that stuff, right? You can't even just fall back and play passive and hold angles all the time. That's not where the power is in his style. And when he's good, it's magnificent to watch. So yeah, I agree. Get him out there. Some good kills being picked up from Stanislaw, and the rest of his team will certainly help out as well. Nork up there trying to go for the swing. It's a pretty good headshot to start off with, but that's also the last one that he's going to get in the round. 13-14. They're bringing it back. NIP could buy, though, but EG, they are so close. I feel like it might even be almost more heartbreaking if they fail at the end. Stumble right at the end, like one of those videos on YouTube where people celebrate.
Dude, that would just be a kick in the nuts for Evil Geniuses. After yesterday, losing a 30-rounder to OG as well on Overpass.
Yeah.
3rd map, you grind it all the way back. Right. You lose it in that fashion for Evil Geniuses. If you were to lose it now versus NIP after freaking clawing your way back the entire way in the second half, yeah, I think they would have an excuse to be a little depressed. just feel a little down.
Like, guys, just all we needed was, you know, a slightly better start in any of these games, and maybe we could do something. But yeah.
What's the read here? Do you realize that there's a rotation off? It's not a full one. Still a presence here from Tarek. 2 players on B, but now Plopsy's going to make his way up. Top banana. They have the utility to help him out as well, or is he just going to dry? Jiggle. Hits the headshot. Brilliant. Ethan even had the angle, but he still gets it done.
See, when I was talking about that T side, right? This is what I meant with Plopsky winning that banana fight. He hasn't had that many chances to really get it. Like, there just hasn't been much of a banana fight at all. But he actually is very, very good at that role. That's huge. And inside of the bomb site, he had a teammate there that could never help him out, apart from flashing, obviously.
Tarek, yeah.
Yeah, so Tarek could have thrown that flashbang, but he has to know when to throw it, you know. I don't know. In a setup where Ethan doesn't die immediately, but just, you know, so like, you know, they fall back and try and re-engage, then there's probably time for the flashbang. Maybe hard to judge. A little bit of a shoulder peek coming in. Breeze definitely sees it, wants to go for it again, and he has to win this fight, and he won't. And that is doomed to this A-bomb side. Stanislaw is alone. They do line up. Oh, no! All 3 of them! How does that work? And he's going to get the 4th one! Tech9's out, and he's gunning for the ace! It's Nork left alone. He does take him down, but it's only 10 seconds, and that is shocking. That was NIP's ticket to a quick 2-0, and now, who knows?
It's just not allowed to happen.
Well,
this is knock. This is knocking the pistol on Overpass. He almost ace reverses it, right? Reverse ace clutch. And this time it works for Evil Geniuses. They actually make it happen.
They just line up for him.
Unbelievable.
They lined up for him across like 3 different levels on the map.
It's exactly 3 different planes, like just straight down, death from above. Unreal. And they just walked right into it. It's the bait and switch. Breeze, you know, he's taking that fight. If he wins it, he wins it. Otherwise, that can happen. They don't check the balcony. They assume that balcony is clear. Nip, that is.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
well,
this is agonizing.
Especially when you think about the money on NIP, they could buy AK and armor and nothing else, at least on 4 out of 5. So
I want to see Evil Geniuses just go straight up again. Do what Nip did. Nip, when Evil Geniuses pressure was on, they do a timeout, and Nip are like, yeah, actually, we're just gonna freaking bully you everywhere, just run all across the map and take it to you. I almost want to see that play from Evil Geniuses now, just straight up, like, oh yeah, Nip, you had this really cool strategy and everything that you were gonna try and do. Yeah, no, we're just not gonna let that happen. We're gonna grind you under our boot heel.
I don't know. We've had a lot of criticism for EG along the way, and I think hopefully it's been justified. But this round from NIP really that was painful, and that's one that they're gonna certainly look back on and think, how did we give that one away? At the very least, we secure overtime. At the very least, we've got that going on. They still would have been up against rifles anyway. Nice couple of grenades, and Plopsky's still living that banana entry lifestyle.
I'm just so happy to see Tarek hitting some shots. You know, he had such a rough performance on Overpass.
Yeah.
And here Tarek is just doing his job, getting in there, finding kills. It's a big deal. So that's super cool. But yeah, this is it. Distance, Sanders, distance. 14-14.
They went for 5. No real surprise. Not so much with the AKs, but they wanted the grenades as well, and I can't really blame them for it. Ethan, though, alone on this entire side of the map. He's still got him with the first fight. Up next is Nok, and Ethan just standing tall on his own. That is everything, and then some, you could ask, out of someone playing this position completely solo. Stanislaw will go down, Twist, though, will fall, and out of the Plopsky again, he got double-naded early. 20 health. A bullet away from death, and there it is. Hampus, right through the smoke, and Tarek will take him down 15-14. EG, tremendous comeback from that first half, which was just devastating. And here they are, a single round away from taking Inferno, which, again, all the more credit to him. It's not been easy. It was 11-4 in the first half, favoring NIP.
Spacing is off. They're just falling apart, Nip. They're starting to just make really, Nok knows. Just really weird errors coming in here from Nip. And now you're playing for overtime on the side of Nip. So it's now or never. You had this map in the bag and you let it slip through your fingers. What a ridiculous shot from Cirque. Unreal.
I would love to see Hampus' camera at that point in time. He knew, he was like, I've got him. He's scoped up, there's no way. Tarek does go down to Twist, and Ethan, he saved them once before playing this bomb site, or at least Banana solo. See if he can do it again. He does a tiny bit of damage, but they're hunting him down with their MAC-10. See if they can get a quick bomb plant at the very least and put some pressure on the retake. One of them is still the A bomb site. There's Ethan gone down, and this rotation, it's going to take a while, I think, before Stanislaw really gets here, so obviously, they're going to be fighting for it, but Cirque is low on health. I think we could be seeing overtime. This is not going to be an easy retake, although there are no more grenades on the NIP side, but they've got the weaponry. They've got it all lined up here. That Molotov won't help them out, and except to not check the corner, really. It's a bit of a swing, and Breeze is down and out, and that is definitely it. Cirque, ooh, he's going to get that one, but they could just hide from him. They don't actually have to fight. He's already low on health, and they know that. It would have been called in by Hampus already. Yeah, time should be up. Cirque, he's... Oh! He goes for it. He turns around. I think he's going to be 1 second off, isn't he? Oh, devastating. It's overtime between NIP and EG. He needed, what? I don't know, a third of a second more, and that would have been it.
Who was it that team killed on Nip there as well?
I don't know. Just trying to make it more exciting.
Yeah, somebody at the end there, team killed. They had that advantage, and I'm sweating, Anders. My palms are sweaty right now watching this game. I don't know about you, but this is it's hard to watch these moments.
It's getting there right now. It certainly is.
It's just so tense. Okay, so what was it that happened there? Plopsky got shot by Rez, was it?
But Twist, he ran right in front of it. That wasn't even Twist's fault, really.
You say that.
I mean, again, it's high pressure, but in that 2 versus 1 against Cirque, they should not be fighting. They need to really, like, that was real scary. So a bit of a pause to figure out a potential mouse issue, and then they should be good to go. But 15-15, it's come down to this overtime in effect. We're looking for the first and 19 now, I believe. It looks like 10,000.
There's a lot of copy pasta going on here in the chat right now.
Gotta have those ready, obviously. Do you have a copy pasta config yourself somehow?
What's going on here?
They're figuring out. It's all live. It's all good. Good luck. Have fun. It's been called. Good to go. They have money now. NIP, they were struggling with that. And EG were not. So for EG, this is just, sort of a re-one a little bit. They actually have less money than they had in the regulation. But NIP certainly have more. All right.
All right. Reset. Breath. Just breathe. And let's see what happens here. I don't know if I can handle it. Nipco that entire time and barely force OT. And Evil Geniuses have had a fantastic CT side, so it is not going to get any easier for NIP here. Look at all the nades that have been used already by NIP as well. Holy smokes.
For what? You wanna try and find out, right? They still have the 3 smokes and the 3 flashbangs, so they can do an execute, but you can't see at the moment what it is they really would have got out of that. 3 men over at the B bomb site, so EG hoping for an attack on that side. Certainly would be very well set up for it. It's a risk to take at the moment. And they are starting to ease it off.
Well, just so you guys know, the HUD is under construction. Or at least they're trying to fix it.
Yeah, it'll be back.
It'll be back.
35 seconds. Cutting it close, and now that 3-man setup is not there anymore. And that boost on Ethan, that gets checked very, very often, although not yet. Hampus, a nice shot on Tarek, and somehow Ethan, I don't know if he swung wide enough to even see that. They're going to cross right in front, and no one checking it. That is surprising for NIP. 18 seconds left, and they're going to go for the bomb plant. That smoke, if that had faded, it would have been the end of Hampus, probably the end of the round right then and there. 3 people alive for NIP, 4 on EG, and just the 1 smoke. Maybe could try and smoke the bomb and go for it, but Cirque goes down, so the smoke is gone, so is the AWP, and now it's a 3-on-3, and this is where it gets really, really scary here for EG.
Hampus and Rez at half HP as well, but there's Twist again, the hero. 2 kills for him. Following it up, it's Ethan, though. Brings it back. Rez with an op in hand. Hits a headshot on Ethan, drops him. Stan trying to make the play, trying to get on that bomb fast. Baits out a response, but it's a 1-on-1. Rez is low. He has to be careful, but the bomb is ticking down. Stan has no time. He's running away, but he will not make it. Rez is going to... No! Doesn't find the shot. Stan barely squeaks out of there. He saves an op. But it's 1 man surviving. The op makes it, which was critical given the money for Evil Geniuses. But that is Nip picking up a 16th round.
Ethan, I mean, he gave them what they needed to make that retake happen, and it just still wasn't enough. Good effort at the end, but strong play from NIP. That was at the B-bomb side. That was them getting banana control, almost no grenades, then executing into B, and it worked. Let's see if they want to try and repeat that. It looks like EG actually this time want to at least have more of a presence. Molotov into the corner, and yeah, they're going to try and back on out. Don't want to stick around for it. Ooh, all right. Now look, NIP have the same map control they had last time, but look at the grenades. You pointed this out earlier, and they have way more grenades this time to work with, so that's got to be a positive, if nothing else. All right. Looked like that was close.
Dude, this is so big. If they lose this Evil Geniuses, their money is going to be so bad.
Yeah.
Going into the next round. Huge opportunity here for Nip. Oh man, these guys are just dancing. Boss is going to be forced. Oh, he nearly catches Ethan. Ethan holds his ground, sprays out of desperation, and he somehow makes it back on the site. Unreal. That was way too close.
How is he alive? I can't believe it. I actually respect the fact that Popsky, he was controlling himself. Oh, Hampus is snuck in here. And Cirque was not seeing that. There was a smoke blocking Cirque on the library on the regular side. And now this bomb side. I mean, they're coming in from every angle. There's only 2 people defending. One of them already spotted out. NIP, this is completely surgical. They're just completely slicing and dicing this bomb side.
Oh, boy.
That's amazing.
Yeah, you need to save these guns right now if you're EG.
Desperately.
And if you're NIP right now, you get out there and you hunt.
Think of how tempting it would have been for Plopsky to immediately swing to try and get that kill. And the problem is, if he does and someone is holding the CT spawn corner with an AWP or something like that,
he dies.
He just dies. So it is actually an incredible amount of restraint to not just go for it. I think that's kind of rare, actually. All right. They found a little kitchen up there. Thin walls around there. It's got to be pointed out. There's also a ceiling fan they're almost walking into. Got to be careful about that.
Painful if they forget.
Definitely. Maybe with the Kevlar helmet you'd be alright. Someone done the experiment yet?
Oh, I'm sure.
I've seen people jump into ceiling fans all the time on the internet, but never with helmets on for some reason.
Listen, I'm sure, like, guys in the army have gotten bored enough.
For it.
Just went for it.
Alright.
Alright.
Just fixing some communication issues on the EG side. But 2 rounds out of the first 3 here in overtime have gone to NIP. Again, they need to get the 19 rounds. They're almost there. This is an amazing start. And again, they were lacking money throughout regulation towards the end a lot. So now that they have it, the fact that they've made such good use of it is also kind of interesting.
It's just so tense watching it. You're like, I don't want to watch, but at the same time, I have to watch. And I don't know if I can handle it, but let's see. Oh, the shots. Oh, Ethan barely makes it out. Then the nade follow-up, and they are getting shredded. Evil Geniuses, they're down a man.
Yeah, Tarek really wanted to help out his teammate. He was like, I know he's low. I know he's already, like, I'm going to try and see if I can bring it back. Walks right into a grenade, and then the AK. Ethan out there, they've got 2 people waiting in the corner. If they Molotov this corner, it's done. Ethan goes down, and then they're going to check for Stan. He's going to get 2 kills. I mean, that's still very, very powerful. It's just not enough. And they always have to go for this retake. This is the last round of the first half of overtime, so you're going to be going for it. 2 on 3 already being checked for there, and Twist will drop Breeze, leaving Circuit at 1 versus 3. He's inside of the smoke, and it's being re-smoked, so now he's going to be inside of it for... Oh, no! Well then.
Well then. What in the Sam hell was that? Cirque is so fast. Hampus, they're lined up. They're ready for him. If he takes a shot on one, the other's going to get that trade. And as the smoke clears, Cirque accepts his fate. Good half is called 18-15 at the end of the first half of overtime here in favor of NIP. They are on match point, and they have 3 of them. And they're switching on to CT side. Their CT side was very strong in the first half.
It's just starting to feel like at this point that all they've accomplished so far, EG is just prolonging their own misery into like, yeah, overtime, and then we still couldn't do it.
Slap.
Oh man, what a game this has turned into. 18-15, second half of overtime coming up, and I'd be back on the CT side that they did so well on during regulation. 27 on Rez, 26 on Plopsky. Plopsky's been playing a fantastic game. Again, he's been having a lot of the really unenviable jobs, leading the banana charges and all the rest of it. So the fact that he has 26 kills, I think, is interesting. Let's see. Countdown's begun. We're ready. We're getting into it. EG need to win the next 3 rounds in a row flawlessly. Like, no hiccups, no nothing. And they need to extend it into double OT, or it's over. Lower bracket match.
So yeah, Evil Geniuses didn't really care much for Banana in regulation.
Yeah.
They kind of left that early in the rounds. Didn't really expend too much utility up there. But now Ethan's going to be taking point, and he's got full HP, so he's really wondering if he's on the right part of the map.
Yeah, still no grenades landing. They have also used a lot of grenades here just to try and get this part of it for now. Almost the exact similar amount, so... But I mean, they have got banana control, so fair play. It's in that sense, it is worth it at the moment. Plowski really wants it, and they boosted over to look over the smoke. And they would love a kill on him to start this all off with. If they get it, one guy left on B, they could go for it. There's a flash in from a teammate, though, and somehow Stanislav still comes out alive. There, Plowski's going to be just hammering his desk. He knew he had that kill.
Yeah, Stan is no joke. He has come through time and time again for Evil Geniuses on this map. In the big spray fights, the chaotic moments, he keeps his cool. And while now we're seeing that bomb rotate over, they're hoping that there's been an over-rotation from NIP towards the B site by the looks of things, Evil Geniuses. But they're running out of time. I mean, we've just passed the 30-second mark.
There's still a Molotov on Nork with this AWP here. If he gets a kill, falls back, puts down the Molotov, and there's 20 seconds left, that's a problem. There it is, the one of them. Still has the Molotov, he hasn't used it yet, and the bomb is now falling back. And the problem is there's a smoke here. Stanislav goes down. There's only 10 seconds. Not like this, EG, surely. They're almost out of time, even if they get this kill. But I don't think they could do it now. 6 seconds. He has to get the kill and plant the bomb, and it can't be done. It is over. Running out of time. 19-15 as NIP take them down on 2 maps and eliminate them. EG, that's a bit. But I was wondering how painful can it get? Well, we just found out.
I am just flabbergasted that that's how it ends. This entire journey, Anders.
Truly.
A 2-0 victory for NIP, but to have Inferno end like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see Stan. You can see Stanislav is not pleased, devastated. I mean.
Yeah.
You
can understand why for sure. What a crazy game that we just witnessed. And
yeah, look, I mean.
Unbelievable. Well, I hope you guys... enjoyed that game as well. It was something. There was just a lot happening, a lot to go through. But yeah, I mean, NIP, apart from letting go of that 11-4 lead in regulation and sort of letting EG back into the game in some sense, that was still very enjoyable. Great Counter-Strike coming out of NIP.
Yeah, well, you know, Anders.
You did it again. Yeah. It's back.
Well,
it's not bad.
You know, yesterday, you know, no explanation. But today, everything went according to plan.
It did.
And, well, we shall continue our domination as we go forward throughout this tournament, gentlemen.
For sure. It's not anywhere near the end. But the desk is ready. We do have former NIP, Liquid player, and all the rest of them. I don't think he played on NIP just yet. And obviously Banks and Maniac. So take it away, boys.
I think that overtime took the toll on Anders and Semler there just a little bit. You know, we knew he was going to become insufferable if he got away with the day, right? Fair enough.
He saw it come in. He can act like that. It's okay. He had the gut feeling. He had the insight. Yeah. I can accept that. It's just going to be today anyway.
He got lucky.
Enough of that anyway. What I got to come back to straight away is that final round. Whoever made the call, whoever made that last-minute decision, errors and mistakes were more than just made.
I feel like the last 4 rounds for EG are so disheartening and so in contrast of the comeback they mounted. Let's remember NIP were in such a commanding position on Inferno, right? EG mount that comeback crazily, individuals popping off left and right. We think to ourselves, that's map 3. And then you have the defuse coming out of Cirque, or rather the not defuse, like 0.01 second once more, EG and 0.1 second, no, name it more iconic duo.
Yep.
Exactly. And then you have that weird round at the very end where Ethan, with the bomb, is just running from B to A, from B to A, at the end, wins the duel, has no time to plan, and that's a big...
Oh, it was just painful. It was so painful. But those kind of mistakes, even in high-pressure situations, it's not like EG should not be used to that, right? That should be something they can easily deal with.
They should be, right? But I guess we as viewers and we as, you know, lovers of the game saw it coming, sort of. NIP were losing a lot of rounds at the later stages of that game where they probably should have won, you know. Remember Stanislaw staying on balcony, getting that 3K. There was a lot of opening duels going the way of NIP they just couldn't capitalize on. So sure, EG mounted a great comeback and they fought their way back into the game. But if I were NIP going into that OT, I would feel fairly comfortable. I even heard Threat saying in the communication as well, we're doing all the right things. We're getting all the right openings. We just don't capitalize right now. So get that next kill, win that next duel, and then we got it.
And this is it all over again, right? Look, just the time was not on their side already. There was no hope going into it. If Tarek made that kill, then maybe there was a chance of it, right? But even then, it was so pushed. It was so pressured.
It is very confusing. It is quite confusing to me what they wanted to do in that very last round. Maybe some counter calls coming in, two different players having different ideas or timings. Stan not exactly sure what he's supposed to do. But, you know, enough of EGs and their unfortunate situation. We should focus on NIP. They've kicked EG out. EG showdown, if I'm not mistaken. They're going to continue NIP their journey, playing against, I guess, the loser. No, and NAVI. Ooh, NAVI, right?
It's going to be fun. It's going to be spicy. Why are you laughing so much?
Because I know you're going to go for NAVI anyway. We've talked about in the green room. You already said you've made your choice. Well, I think NIP, they've made a case for themselves right here. Really? Really? No, to be fair, what we saw from NIP, right? The overpass, we said how spectacular that was from start to finish. It didn't even look like there was a chance of it. But one thing I'll say, when you look back at NIP's games when it comes to Inferno, they found themselves in this position against many teams where they get there. You can almost see them closed out, and then they struggle. It's that last hurdle, and it's just Inferno where it really starts to get a bit of a problem for them.
And it was the same thing against NAVI in the first matchup they had on Train, where NAVI mounted a great comeback as well. I will say NIP, they played 3 great halves of Counter-Strike, and then on Inferno right here, it was a bit strugglesome on the T side. But overall, they left me with an impression that NIP came here to play. NIP maybe didn't play as well as OG, right? But looking and just having the eye test of the game, it seemed to me at least like NIP is on the right track. You know, they're playing some solid Counter-Strike. Twist is stepping up. Nork had a couple of rounds. I think overall, Hampus looked like a great in-game leader. I hear the communication as well. Threat had a lot of impact as well. So it's a positive sign for NIP.
Well, you just mentioned Hampus, so let's speak to the man himself. We've got him standing by. Hampus, I got to ask you straight away, on that last round, did you even know what they were doing? Because they certainly didn't.
I had no idea. Like, in our team, we were screaming like, it's A, and then no, it's B. At least to B, or no, it's A, and then it's B. And then it was like, we won, hide, hide, hide. And I was like, oh, shit. But yeah, we won. I guess they didn't want to win, but we won.
Hey, you won, and you did it in a very good commanding style. I want to come back to Overpass, though, because you guys really manhandled them. At no point did we think you guys didn't have control of that game. Do you think EG maybe not at their best form at the moment, or do you guys just outplay them completely?
I think it's a bit of both there. Like, I think we played a really good game on Overpass. Like, we knew exactly what they were doing. Like, when they had this A aggression where they're going 5A, I think Rest got 1 kill, and then they said it's the aggressive round, and we just rushed in Monster to a smoke. And they just gambled away the round, like, so we just got a free round. So we had, I think we had full control over the Overpass game, and they might have not played the best CS they can play, but still, like, I think even if they would have hit their shots more, I think we still would have won.
Hampus, it's not a secret that I've been listening into your communication a little bit. What strikes me the most is that you guys seem super, super calm on the TeamSpeak. Do you guys ever get rattled up? Or do you guys ever get frustrated? Because every time you lose a round, you still keep composure. Is that something you've been working on, or is that just, you know, the Swedish way of doing it within NIP?
Yeah, we've been working on that a lot. And I think before I came as well, they worked a lot on it. So, yeah, it's just something we've been working on, and we're reminding each other all the time that we can't lose our heads, and we just need to stay calm all the time if we're going to win the game. So, yeah, everyone just wants to win, so everyone's trying their best.
Definitely a great attribute to have. I was listening in as well and hearing Threat, right? He comes in quite a lot and helps you with the calling. Can you try to explain the viewers and explain me how big of an impact Threat is having on you guys right now?
Usually he doesn't talk this much in game, I would say. Okay. It was more today. I don't know really why. Maybe he just felt it, and that's totally fine. I loved it. But mostly he doesn't talk as much, but he still talk. But yeah, it's that, I guess.
Hampus, I have a question specifically on the Inferno on the T side. Yeah. Sometimes you find yourself towards Arch, you're lurking, trying to find the timing. It's a very high-pressure situation. When you do that, are you calling the round, or do you let someone else maybe make some decisions because you have to focus? How do you handle that situation?
I think, for example, like the round where I got into library and killed Sirkin behind, then I just told everyone to just chill. I have outplayed one of the guys. I will kill him in the back in 1 second, so then we go B after.
Nice.
Easy as that.
Yeah, like I heard a zoom and I was past the smoke, and I guess he gambled I wasn't past, so I just killed him in the side, and yeah, we went B from CT.
Now, next you're going to be coming up against NAVI. They definitely didn't show themselves up today, but how do you feel you match up against them? Do you think you can go all the way now?
Yeah, I think so. I think the game yesterday was our, like, we lost the game, I would say, rather than they won it. So I think if we just played like we can play, I think we should have it.
Talking about NAVI, right? There's one player you specific got to prepare for. How do you plan to stop Simple?
Can you?
I don't know.
I guess we'll see tomorrow.
I love it. I love it. Well, you guys get ready and prepare for that, Hampus. We're looking forward to seeing you. Congratulations on a big win over EG.
Thank you.
Good stuff coming out there from Hampus. And I like that, right? He wasn't going to go and give you anything too much on that one, Pim. He may not know, but he's going to look to figure it out.
Maybe that was just the answer, you know. Can you really stop Simple? If Simple wants to win, if Simple wants to drop a 30 bomb on you, I think he's just going to do it right.
Well, he can drop a 30 bomb. It doesn't mean he's going to win the game either.
We saw that today.
Yeah, see, it can't happen.
Yeah, what if he just had dropped us the formula to counter Simple right here, right now? Like, boom. Like, he's giving you the 3 steps to win against Simple all the time. That's not going to happen, guys. Come on, let's be realistic for a second.
We hope, we really do. But do you know what? That was a solid game. And that's what we wanted to see. We discussed this in detail over and over again of who are these other stars when it comes to NIP, right? Who else is going to be able to step up? We saw the real team performance that we wanted to see here.
We saw NIP play the brand of Counter-Strike that we, think NIP can do on a consistent basis. The thing that I don't want to see tomorrow when they face NAVI is NIP going back again. Because it feels like it's all the time 1 step forward and then 2 steps back. If NIP can keep this level of Counter-Strike, we have a team that potentially can contend to be a top 5, top 6 team in the entire world. But they need to find this level we saw today on a consistent basis.
Now, I was talking to you guys about this off camera as well, and mate, I'd love to get your thoughts when it comes to it, because I look at NIP, right, as they're trying to have this kind of Astralis-y style way of doing it, right, and they want to try and make everyone take that part, not rely on one single style of it. Do you think that's kind of where they're aiming with it, in their Swedish way of doing it?
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely, I want to say, responsibilities on everyone if you look at NIP, and we would never just name one player that always has to pop up. Exactly. Yeah. So there are some good sides and bad sides. Obviously, the good side is that if everyone is supposed to pop off at some point, chances are one of the 5 players will be, But the problem is it has its limit. If you only think that your game plan in general, your structure is always going to get you through the finish line, that is not the case in Counter-Strike. Even Astralis at times have needed individuals to pop off. Device, Glaive, Magisk, and all that. They have needed to step up and win rounds they shouldn't. So NIP, I think they have the game plan part ticked off. I like how they approach the game. I think the communication, as Jacob mentioned, quite calm. They're composed. That is great. But they need that pizzazz. They need that extra finesse to win rounds they're not supposed to win. They need the fireworks. I don't see that quite often, and I think that might be the next step, break really into the top 8, top 6, top 5, whatever you want to call it. They need that.
While I do agree with you, right, I think we're seeing a change within modern days Counter-Strike. We see a team like Heroic right now being the best team in the world. And to be fair, when you look at the players within Heroic, they're not necessarily better individuals than the guys on NIP, right? They just found the right formula where you allow your individuals to shine as much as possible. You have a very strong structure behind it. And I think they're trying to copy Astralis as well, having this fundamental set down in such a straight line where you can, you can deviate a little bit from your fundamentals, you can deviate a little bit from your game plan, but you always know what's going to happen on the map. I think NIP is trying to replicate that. I think they're trying to build it up. And just as a counter to what you said, Manic, I think, a couple of years ago, we were all focusing on Simple, Nico, and all the individuals in the world. And they are needed to be, a good team. They are needed to be one of the best players in the world. But it seems to me like when a team like Big, when a team like Heroic can potentially be the best team in the world, maybe you don't need a KDS. Maybe you don't need a Simple. Maybe you don't need a Nico to be the best team in the world. Maybe you need a strong fundamental and a strong structure within your lineup, as well as the flair Maniac was talking about, as well as the spark that you need from your individuals.
It's an interesting point of discussion, guys, and I do love to hear it because maybe we're going through a change when it comes to how this CS is played. But one man I do want to hear from is Zeus. Freya managed to grab him after what will be a devastating elimination match.
I've got Zeus on the line here with me. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me, and commiserations again on that loss. I do want to start off by talking about Inferno because it's a map we've seen you guys have a lot of comfort on recently, especially against OG just yesterday. So where were kind of the holes for you today? Why were NIP making it so difficult for you, particularly on your T side?
Our T side, we had a rough start. It started with the pistol. They had a good setup. We should have had a flash for left side, which in that case, I forgot to call that we should have had. gun rounds, especially in Banana, the rounds where we were trying to go there, they did a really good job of holding their utility for when we were trying to explode, getting picks. They were able to mix in some aggressions, everything like that, cut us off guard. We didn't have the strongest start to the map. It's one of those where every round it seems one pick or something goes off and kind of snowballs from there. On CT side, we're able to pick up as best as we could, but then one kill here or there that goes their way, and really good plays by them. But I honestly feel that even though with that weak T side, we should have had this map at least.
Yeah, I really want to give credit to you guys on that CT side. How did you kind of refocus the team going on to that second half? Were there any particular weaknesses, like you were saying there, that you found to exploit from the NIP side?
Not really a weakness. We always think that we have one of the best Inferno, if not the best Inferno in the world. So we're pretty confident in how we approach it, how we play it. It was more about fixing us and keeping our head in the game. Even though we lost the pistol, we're able to, with an eco, get a little bit of momentum going. I feel that's kind of mostly what we were needed. It's not on NIP, it was on us, at least when we were lacking something in this match.
Yeah, it was impressive to see you kind of making that resurgence, taking it in that second half. Unfortunately, we did see it go to OT. And then in that last round in OT, it just seemed like you guys, well, obviously just didn't have the time. Can you kind of describe what the team comms were like there? Was there a little bit of confusion with how much time was left in the round?
In regards to this last round, there was confusion in which side we wanted to end, because it was on the read. We had the man advantage. We wanted to just fake them out B and end up going A, and we ended up hesitating just a little bit. So a little bit of back and forth. A kill again that could have gone our way didn't, and then that made us wind up out of time. As for our CT sides, I mean, they just did what they did the other rounds. They were able to get some good pressure and kind of surprised us in the way that they were so in our faces, going through some smokes. They were taking a few bigger risks and ended up paying off for them. So props to them for this one, for these rounds. They were able to have the balls to pull it through.
Yeah, obviously we can never put a bad performance down to one player at all, but I do want to go back to Overpass and just touch on Tarek there. Just from your perspective as the coach, was he kind of expressing any reasons that he was struggling to you? Obviously, big credit to him. We did see him actually deathmatching between maps 1 and 2, had a massive return to form on Inferno coming into map 2. But just from your perspective, were there any particular reasons Tarek was expressing why he was kind of struggling initially in that first map?
It's not really on Tarek. I mean, we won both pistols in that match, and it was still quite a one-sided affair for them. He really didn't have many of the guns to play with most of those rounds. NIP, it was their map pick, so they were comfortable playing around with our rotations. And when they have the experience on the map and we don't have the guns to outplay them, it's kind of bad, right? There were like 5-2 or 5v3 situations where they either have a good read or they have a good situation where they just outduel us because of their guns, and then we lose the side and we lose 1 or 2 important rounds follow up because of that. So I don't think it's necessarily anything that was going on with Tarek. It's more something that's going on with our entire economy that match.
Well, it can be down to economy, and it can be down to hitting your shots, depending on what way you want to look at it, right? Zeus is very good with the words when it comes to moments like that. But one thing I'll touch on is it's a lot of words, but still it's just not enough when it comes down to it. I expect better from an Easy, who are now down in the showdown.
Yeah, but I think both me and Maniac talked about it, right? Them coming in from North America with the lack of practice they've had, the lack of preparation, it was bound to be hard for them, right? They're facing NIP playing well, they faced OG playing well. It was just a tough one for EG.
Yeah, real big problematic when it comes down for EG. This is how the tournament has run out so far, though. If you missed it earlier today, you might want to go back and watch that match between NAVI and OG, because OG were looking hot to trot. They march on forward to the grand final, and they're guaranteed to be in the full finals, where now EG, they'll find themselves in the showdown, but they've got a month more in Europe to pray for hope, practice in style, and play against some of the best European teams in order to try and make the magic happen. But we get this matchup again. It's NAVI versus NIP, and I feel like we'll see definitely a different style of NIP, but we best give Semler his moment of glory, guys. You know, we best bring up the predictions, because he did come through and get his little crown once again, and sadly, we all fell short this time around.
I have to praise the OG pick versus NAVI. That's where he really takes the crown over there. The NIP one, we were talking about it. We had a discussion back and forth. Is it going to be NIP? Is it going to be EG? We could see the NIP dream happening, but the OG pick from Semler, that takes some serious shit.
I was actually surprised that many people picked EG, you know, that convincingly, because I was, you know, NIP, EG, it was a close call, but yeah, Semler, you know, he can borrow the crown for now. We'll take it back.
We'll take it back, right? That's what we're here to do.
I'll take it back.
Oh, well, I'm just going to copy your homework. That's what you keep telling me to do.
That's what you keep doing all the time, so.
See, there you go. It's just the way you actually, maybe after today, we'll just ignore it. You know, we're not going to have too much with it. But let's see what we got coming up tomorrow. Because tomorrow, again, it's 2 best-of-3s going all the way. OG sit in the finals, and they are waiting to see who they will face off against. Although, you know, I know, man, you've touched on it. You think I'm just going to go with NAVI the whole way. I'd quite like to see OG versus NIP.
Yeah, I like that too. And you know, we pre-phased that group saying 2 months, 3 months ago, we'd have said NAVI, EG all the way, no discussion. Why do we even play it? But the truth is how NIP and OG have evolved recently in the past, say, 2 to 3 months again. They are potentially going to be the 2 teams making it through. OG already sitting there. It's just a matter of the seed now. Is it going to be seed 1, seed 2? Yeah. And NIP, looking at that game versus NAVI, remember, they lost 16-12, 16-13. It was not a clear victory by any account. And he required Simple on 61 kills. The second of his team being, I think it was Electronic, no, definitely not Electronic, but he had 39 kills. That was the second on the side of NAVI. So it's not as clear-cut as it might seem. And I already know your prediction, but I'm going to have to, you know, sleep on that one.
I won't have to sleep on that one, right? NAVI again. Simple picks for me. I won't copy Pimp's homework, but maybe he'll copy mine, because I've already given it out there. Why are you shaking your head, Pimp? Just don't believe in it, do you? He just doesn't believe at all. He's got no hope, no faith in it. But Pimp, one thing, we've touched on EG, right? We've touched on how it's all been going for him. Do you think they've got enough time being here in Europe now to turn things around and bring that A game back? Do you think it's going to be enough for them, or is it too far gone?
I think it's enough. You know, I'd give them a couple of weeks. You know, they have IM Beijing coming up. They have the Showdown, of course, coming up as well. I would expect EG to perform at the Showdown. I would expect EG to be one of the favorites, you know, qualifying to the finals during the Showdown. It's going to be tough competition. There's going to be a lot of great teams in there. Liquid is coming over as well. Oh, yeah. But EG is a team where I would say, you know, on a normal day, you know, normal circumstances, them playing well, we can expect them to be a top 5 team in the world. So, sure, they have to get better.
Well, that is it for now. Thank you very much, guys, for all your time. EG may be the first team eliminated here at Blast Premier Fall, but they will be back for the Showdown. Tomorrow, we're bringing you the conclusion of our first group. We're going to be watching NAVI go up against NIP once again, while OG sit waiting in the grand final. You guys won't want to miss it. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching.